system approaches in education, and another on curriculum and assessment in the adjacent room. Two big topics. We will then round off the day with a plenary to consider citizen and political engagement for improved learning outcomes. Throughout the programme, we welcome your active engagement, critical insights, challenges, and reflections. If you're on social media and would like to share any of the insights that come up from the sessions today, the official hashtag is 10 years, 10 lessons. Without further ado, let me please invite to the stage Ms. Judith Herbertson for the formal welcome remarks. Judith is the head of Girls' Education Department at the UK's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office and has nearly 20 years of experience working international development, including 4 precious years here in Pakistan, where she oversaw the UK's flagship girls' education programs. Judith.
Thank you, Freya. Honourable Education Ministers, Secretaries, Government officials, development partners, friends, former colleagues. It is a real pleasure to be back in Pakistan after several years away and to welcome you all to this Decade of Learning conference. As Freya said, it's brilliant to see such a mix here in the audience: experts, government representatives, parliamentarians, former parliamentarians, researchers and development partners. And we look forward to reflecting with you on the past 10 years of education reforms, something which we don't often gather together to do. What's worked, what hasn't worked, if that's as important, or what we collectively must do more of or better or differently going forward. The UK is and has been a leading global advocate for girls' education, along with many of you, of course, because the challenge we face globally and here in Pakistan is so huge, but as we know, the potential wins are so great, from the individual girl to the family, community, and for the decades to come for their lives. We know the benefits of quality education for girls when they're in school and learning. They're wide-ranging enough to stop poverty in its tracks between generations. And we know that educating and empowering women leads to smaller, healthier, and better educated families and communities. And yet globally, right now, there are roughly 244 million children still out of school, more than half of whom are girls. And in Pakistan, the scale of that challenge is particularly daunting, with at least 12.2 million girls out of school, even if we've got the data to be absolutely confident of that, and that's more than 9% of the world's total out-of-school girls. And with the rapid population growth in Pakistan, these figures are growing at a rate that creates real strain on the system, which is why this event is so important. Our hearts are all in this. And tomorrow, on International Women's Day, the UK's Foreign Secretary will be launching a new global strategy for women and girls, reiterating our commitment around what we call 3 E's. The first one, educating girls. The second one, empowering women and girls. And the third, ending violence against women and girls. Not specific to Pakistan, but global. And our work here in Pakistan reflects these values and underscores the UK's unwavering commitment to ensuring that all girls have access to 12 years of quality education. And I'm pleased to say, thanks to so many in this room, there's been significant progress in Pakistan over the last 10 years. Pakistan has benefited from the UK's largest ever bilateral education portfolio, which I had the privilege of overseeing for 4 years between 2013 and 2017, and this has totaled more than £900 million over that period. From 2012 to 2022, we had 8 bilateral programmes, and this isn't just about the UK, but it's about the things we were trying to tackle, so access, learning, governance, inclusion, innovation, and much more to deliver long-term system-level education reforms. And in partnership with the provincial governments, obviously, the UK has directly supported at least 4.5 million children with a quality education. Lots of lessons have been learnt over this last decade, and the expertise and knowledge we have in the room is what is going to be so valuable. Some of the interventions to deal with the immense scale of out-of-school children, such as pioneering private-public partnerships, were quite a bold move at the time, but much more common currency now. And through research, the benefits of both improved access and quality became clear, an approach which has since been replicated in many other countries. We also advocated for girls' education, and today many in Pakistan and across our global network still talk about the powerful campaigns that called attention to the education emergency through Alif Alan, and we will be hearing more about perhaps Aaj Ki Asika later today. And we supported the provincial governments in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and in Punjab to take a hard line, not too hard I hope, on teacher absenteeism, introducing merit-based recruitment, actions that made a real difference as the government really got out on the front foot on that in the classrooms of millions of children. Some issues, though, which have held Pakistan back and which we've all been wrestling with, remain in play. Some level of civil service reform is still on the agenda to ensure that those with the knowledge, skills and experience remain in position long enough to take the reforms forward. Without this, the inevitable churn of the expert senior bureaucrats, just the same as we see in the UK, holds back progress. And too often in Pakistan, something we'll return to in many countries and over the next 2 days, the wealth of data either doesn't speak to each other across provinces, across districts, or it isn't used to inform policies, budgets, and then programme implementation. There have been notable periods when data were routinely monitored as an accountability mechanism. Many of you here will have worked on the heat maps and the road maps, where we had a really good grip of what was going on in pockets or indeed across provinces relative to education and health. And such routines can be the bedrock of decision-making going forward. Above all, we all know that learning levels are still too low in Pakistan, with 8 out of 10 children unable to read and understand a basic text by the age of 10 or the end of primary education. And this has risen from 7 out of 10 following the pandemic, which of course knocked back so much progress that we had all been striving for. And we know that low levels of learning are one of the fundamental drivers of dropout, because once parents lose confidence in the sacrifices they're making to send their boys and girls to school, they don't carry on when they realise their children can't read or write or make progress to go to the higher grades. So early success on foundational learning, basic literacy, basic numeracy, socio-emotional learning, is really critical to keeping children in school, to keeping parents engaged with their education, and enabling them to progress year on year and to thrive in school, rather than sit feeling alienated from a curriculum or a pedagogy which is simply not accessible because it's not being taught at the right level. Global research is really clear that an important starting point is getting teachers to teach a curriculum at the right level so that the learner can engage. And encouraging parents, this isn't just because Musharraf Zaidi has just walked in, to ask their children when they come home from school, Aaj Ki Asika, that will involve them still further in their children's education and keep the whole family unit and perhaps the community talking about education and the benefits it brings. But looking ahead, there will be new challenges too. You know this much better than I do. The world we're living in is far more vulnerable to extreme weather events caused by climate change. We saw it in the awful floods, not that they were the first floods last year. These extreme weather events now occur 5 times more frequently than they did 40 years ago, and they are affecting, roughly again, 40 million children's education every single year globally. And in December last year, we in the UK launched a new paper for us, a position paper, looking at the interplay between girls' education, but by that we mean education for all young people, and climate change, environmental degradation, and the loss of biodiversity. It's a new area that needs an awful lot more work, but we are starting on that journey, and we hope you will come with us in order to build more resilient and inclusive education systems, and how to strengthen knowledge, skills, and agency, influence, awareness for climate action. And the floods last year, of course, simply underscored the links between poverty and climate change, and highlighted how Pakistan's girls and boys, children with disabilities, refugees, those living on the edge, marginalised for some reason, are those most at risk. And that is the same in every country where we work. We all know this. Their right to an education is at risk. Their safety is at risk. They're much more vulnerable to violence or sexual assault. Their health is at risk. And their future is uncertain, if not lost, in terms of their education. And Pakistan will be learning the lessons of previous crises to build an adaptable, resilient education system. And I've already heard some fabulous stories where Pakistan is well out in front on this. The UK, as always, we stand ready to support Pakistan to navigate these critical issues. In addition to our bilateral programs, two of which I will mention, one, data and research for education, really important, thinking back to what I was saying earlier, and a program focused on girls and out-of-school children and how we get them learning. We're also supporting Pakistan through the Global Partnership for Education. Education Cannot Wait, which stepped in so quickly in facing the floods. We're looking at the accelerator plan on foundational learning. And of course, over the next couple of days, we'll be looking in detail at what the What Works Hub is providing. We will continue to work closely with the government of Pakistan. Your country, your system, we're only here to help if that's useful, to support a brighter future for all the children. And I look forward very much indeed to the engaging conference programme, some lively discussions, undoubtedly, as we look back on the story of Pakistan's education reform journey and look forwards to where you think we should all collectively be going. But before we get into some more of the detail, here, nothing to do with me, is a short documentary on the Decade of Learning. Thank you very much for listening.
Pakistan's public sector education is beset with certain inherent challenges that impede the provision of quality education and environment to children at nearly all levels. 10 years ago, we made a promise of more children in school staying longer and learning more, and have tried to uphold this promise to the children of Pakistan. Pakistan continues to face challenges in terms of access to education, retention of students, and quality of teaching and learning in classrooms.
Starting from the accessibility towards induction, professional development, and then engagement of the community through community model school contributed a lot. And we can safely say that these 10 years were the years of transformation. More than 140,000 students came from the private school into the government school.
Being a key development partner, the United Kingdom's Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office supported the government of Pakistan with a £900 million portfolio focusing on the provinces of Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. The Punjab and KP education support programs addressed several fundamental challenges. Between 2012 and 2022, these programs supported approximately 5.8 million children to gain access to free education. The STRIDE intervention supported retention and contribution towards completion of secondary education of girls and boys. Conditional cash transfers in Punjab and KP ensured that girls were not left behind. Towards this end, infrastructural improvements were made to encourage enrollment.
With the help of PASP, the financial and technical support provided to us we were able to help the marginalized children, especially the poorest of the poor, and in that category also girls.
The BEST and GEST programs supported merit-based recruitment and continuous professional development of teachers, leading to a rapid increase in the number of qualified teachers. Training on multi-grade teaching is a testament to designing evidence-based interventions. The literacy and numeracy drive fostered great improvements in learning scores across primary grades, in addition to creating a system of accountability.
Our girls are our future, and best to support is in the making this pipe dream education tech policy, multi-grade teaching strategy, Punjab sports school strategy. So these policy documents were built with the help of FCDU, and we hope that to have a UK government alongside us on this journey.
While the programs had many wins, they also taught several key lessons, including sustainability and the need to define education financing in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. COVID-19 has undone some of the key wins of the last decade, but with unwavering determination, recovery can be made and sustainability achieved. We continue to work towards a day when all children of Pakistan have equitable access to quality education.
Thank you so much. That was so uplifting. Good morning, everyone. Welcome. My name is Saima Anwar, and I'm Senior Education Advisor at the British High Commission here in Islamabad. And I've been working on some of these programs for several years. So it's a pleasure to be here, standing in front of you, talking about some of the lessons that we've learned through a decade of programming. So just before I move into that, I just wanted to say that with the closing of these major programs in 2022 last year, that provided us an opportunity to reflect back and look at the last 10 years and look at some of the policy, system strengthening and influencing successes to understand how this impact was achieved. And also to look at some of the failures or gaps or weaknesses to understand how these lessons can inform our work going forward. The 10 salient lessons that I'll be sharing with you are cut across 3 key themes. The first one is systems governance, strengthening and reform. The second one is broadening access to education. And the third one is around the ultimate objective of ensuring that children learn while they're in school. There were many other lessons also that I might not be able to capture here, and some of which we've tried to outline in a brief paper that you will receive, and others that we will be deliberating upon in this 2-day conference. So I'm not going to, you've already seen some of the results that we've seen, increases in enrollment, and some increases in learning, including other efficiencies like improved teacher attendance. And I have some data here from the 2 provinces where we've worked. But of course, the job is not done, and we still know that learning is a huge challenge, and that perhaps is going to be our focus going forward. The role of the UK in this, again, I won't but I do want to mention that in this effort, we had, of course, our provincial education departments were key partners. And as we celebrate this UK's Decade of Learning, we feel so privileged that we've been joined by so many amazing partners in these efforts, both in government and civil society, and without whom this remarkable journey of education reforms would not have been possible. So what can we learn from moving from there? And what lessons have we been able to identify? And I have very little time to go over this, so excuse me if I'm rushing. The first key lesson that we would like to highlight is that systems improvements must be technically sound and also understand how to build political support. Political engagement and momentum has been crucial in achieving key reforms in Punjab and KP, improving budgeting, service quality, and accountability. We have learned that we need to design reforms to deliver visible change within the political cycle while sustaining it beyond. At the national level, Alif Elan, Judith talked about it, a political advocacy campaign rooted in data and aimed at politicians, education providers, and parents at the federal, provincial, and district level, elevated the volume and intensity of the national discussion on the country's education crisis. At the culmination of this campaign, we worked directly with political leaders to seek cross-party commitment and pledges for education ahead of the 2018 elections, the Elan-e-Amal. Working with different political dispensations in Punjab and KP, we have been able to adapt programming, provide effective technical support, and secure political support at various levels, ensuring that the different governments are taking ownership of these reforms. Our learning in this is that as development partners, we need to continue to come up with robust technical solutions while ensuring political traction with diverse political actors. However, there remain challenging questions to address, especially around issues that can sometimes be contentious, such as curriculum and textbooks, the role of private schools, teacher terms and conditions, and decentralization. These issues call for more open, transparent, and evidence-based discussions around best practice, along with securing political ownership. The second lesson that we've learned is that we should be aware of short-term support and capacity filling. And successful reforms certainly should be those that are able to survive political transitions and the removal of external funding and technical assistance. There have been some reforms that have withstood changes in government and have been adapted and improvised, and in this process been strengthened. We found that institutional reforms which were simple to implement and involved both legislative and legal support were mainstreamed. A case in point is the Independent Monitoring Unit and the establishment of a permanent and autonomous education monitoring authority in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. We are learning along the way, and there will be some specific pragmatic trade-offs that require putting in place additional support and offering capacity building, deferring capacity building until the conditions are right. The third lesson that we would like to highlight is that improving education finance requires more than just allocating larger budgets. Increases in Punjab and KP education budgets are huge wins. Perhaps more importantly, increases in non-salary budgets for schools and improvements in budget execution rates are noteworthy. So just in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, the establishment of a district delivery unit increased budget execution from 77% to 98%. Next big wins, number one, continued improvements in financial management. Number two, improving and increasing school-level budgeting. And number three, ensuring resources have been allocated to address critical priorities, including more equitable distribution of funds. The third lesson we've documented is that monitoring really matters, but we must measure what we value. Pakistan's education sector has become a data-rich environment in the last decade, particularly in Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Amongst the most important system-strengthening successes of PESP and KESP have been the establishment of independent, robust, sustained education monitoring routines and apparatus. But as we move beyond just administrative data and think about data as a tool for improving education outcomes, the School Improvement Framework in Punjab, which provides a composite school status index calculated across 4 key domains of school performance and 24 indicators, is aimed at improving just this, school effectiveness. Following the closure of the roadmap routines in Punjab, the school improvement framework has proven its utility for the government as a structured, evidence-based accountability tool to drive performance at school, district, and provincial levels. And of course, going forward, the emphasis must shift towards the use of data to inform teaching and learning processes. Moving on, the fifth lesson is that going the last mile to reach all children will be very challenging and expensive. Financial barriers are often the primary obstacle blocking attendance at school. And initiatives to reduce financial barriers must be well targeted. An example of a cost-effective pilot to introduce second shift schooling and transport tested in Punjab and later scaled up through government funding from 180 schools to over 8,000 schools. To explain this further, to build more middle and secondary schools or to upgrade existing schools would have been costly and time-consuming. We estimate that the construction of new buildings would have cost the government around 67 billion rupees. For this program, the government allocated 6.5 billion rupees, so hence saving 60 billion rupees. The efficiency gains, potential savings, and careful planning and use of data to prioritize allocation of resources played a vital role in the government's ownership and scale-up of this reform across Punjab. Another lesson we want to reflect on is that there are opportunities in supporting the government to work with non-state providers to improve access. The private and non-state provision, as all of us know, is nearly half of students enrolled are in the private sector. Punjab, of course, has led Pakistan and much of the world in establishing PPPs to expand access. And enrollment in PEF schools has increased by 133% from 2013 to 18. But PEF's experience also shows the vulnerability of PPPs in the absence of a clear long-term sustainable strategy and funding arrangements. And therefore, an ongoing challenge remains to ensure that there are standards of quality and a vibrant ecosystem. Moving on to our quality, improved learning outcomes, we think, requires a thorough application and understanding of teaching in everyday classes. While learning levels have improved, to really make sure that children are learning at grade level expectations, we must ensure that teachers know how to deploy their training in the classrooms in the form of teaching at the level of students' understanding, increased time on task, effective questioning techniques, and personalized feedback. Another example here I'd like to quote is that we saw from data that 85% of schools in Punjab have primary schools have less than 6 teachers. Therefore, a multi-grade teaching pilot was designed in Punjab, through which 9,000 teachers have been trained in new teaching methodologies, and which has been scaled up again successfully across 21 districts of Punjab. And this is one example of adapting teaching to challenging classrooms and schools. School leadership matters. This is obvious, but often we don't pay enough attention to this. The role of school leaders in improving the quality of teaching and learning is crucial. School leaders should be supported to become instructional leaders, not just administrators. And in PESP and KESP, we saw the school leadership program uses lesson observations to understand the quality of instruction delivered in schools, and then support school leaders to help teachers improve their practice. This pivot to the monitoring of the process of teaching and learning, not just its inputs, and placing school leaders in a key role to improve instruction was an important step forward in these programs. Just moving, sorry. Of course, quality assessment is crucial, and assessment can be a key tool to ensure the system is coherent. But to do this, we need to ensure that assessments are informing teacher training and curriculum. So change is needed to better disseminate results and analysis to primary stakeholders, and particularly the teacher trainers, textbook developers, and policymakers. And finally, Pakistan's patchwork of assessments and assessment bodies makes it very difficult to understand the true levels of learning or to make meaningful comparisons between different groups. And my last lesson here is that technology can support teacher development and improve system administration. So education technology's potential was catalyzed in COVID-19 disruptions. We think EdTech's greatest potential may not lie in children using it directly at all, but in facilitating the learning process through the training of teachers and improving system administration. But of course, we have many wonderful partners who work in this area, and we look forward to hearing from them as well. The teacher induction program in KP utilized video content on tablets to enhance the training for over 28,000 teachers. Use of digital tunnels to deliver teacher training led to increased participation and engagement in the training sessions. And this allowed the trainers to also monitor trainee engagement in a data-driven way, identifying who needed more support and on what specific topics. So I will leave you with that. We have learned a lot of lessons. Where do we go from here? There have been so many lessons that it was difficult to capture in this few minutes. We also have much more global knowledge on what works in education. And over the next 2 days, we look forward to learning from all of you, including many of our partners present here who have been at the forefront of these efforts, and hope that these discussions will help us identify our collective future course of action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Saima. Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I am Dalat Hussain, and I'll be hosting the next 2 sessions. I'm a part-time teacher. I've been teaching in schools for nearly 12 years, just for the sake of it. So I've been at the receiving end of this decade of learning. But this is not about me. The next session is really about what we have learned in these 10 years of remarkable achievements, challenges that we have faced, modules that have been introduced, and with success, sometimes limited success, sometimes great success, and also the future course of action. But worry not, this will not be a session with lots of presentations. This is more like in the tradition of storytelling, the Kissa Chahar Darvesh tradition of people sitting there and telling you what has happened in the last 10 years and where do we go from here. And these people have great insights, so let me call in the 3 Darveshes onto the stage and take their mics, and I will be the quiet Darvesh, sitting there observing what's happening, marking time. We are already late by like 18 minutes, so somehow I have to make sure that we are on time when we close this session. Inviting on the stage is my pleasure, Ms. Ambreen Arif. Mr. Ehtisham Adil. And Mr. Bilal Ahmed, who also proposed that while they narrate their tales, we should be running some sort of a sitar music in the background, which I thought would have really added spice to it. But for now, you'll have to make do with what you have to say. So you have the mics right next to you. Yeah. Is that okay? Are you comfortable this way?
Need the clicker.
You need a clicker? Here's the clicker. Thank you.
This session. Personally, it's a pleasure for me to be up here and telling the story of the decade of learning, because I've been in education for the past 30 years or so it's like a personal story that I will be sharing. But I think even before we start the story, it's important to look at the landscape of the story, because it's just that those sheer numbers sometimes actually can give you nightmares if you look at what is the magnitude of the challenge. So the characters of our story are the 42 million students that are in our education system, and this does not include the education institutions at the higher level. So the college and the universities are not included in this. So the other most important character of our story is the 1.6 million teachers who are part of our system. And these two characters are situated in more than 240,000 schools that we have across Pakistan. And what you don't see up there is the more than 20 million out-of-school children that are, again, a very important part of this story and have shaped a lot of the reform agenda. I'm going to take the liberty of turning the story a few years back. When Judith was presenting, she talked about the decade starting from 2012, but I'll just take it a couple of years back. When I was working with DFID at that time, which is now FCDO, we got a letter from our London office asking us to give us some financial information on how much Pakistan is spending on education. And believe me, it was a huge task getting numbers on what Pakistan spends on furniture, on teacher training, on primary, and all this led to us at the office to commission a report, which was surprisingly at that time also went to I-SAPS, that helped us work on finding out the major information about education. What we found out was not very good. What we found out was that there were books without children, there were children without furniture and books, and there were children without teachers. So all this information started becoming the base of the discussions that we were having at the office. And one of the most important discussions was no reform will be successful unless and until it has the highest ownership, it has the highest buy-in at the political level. So an education emergency was declared, and many reports and many discussions and analysis became part of that discussion that we were happening. A Pakistan Education Task Force was formed, which was led by Madam Shehnaz Wazir Ali at that time. It had Michael Barber, who flew in from London, and there were many, many stakeholder meetings that were held across the country. So not just in one province or two provinces, the Pakistan Education Task Force went to AJK, GB, Balochistan, and all those discussions led to forming the basis of the reform structure that we had. Ehtisham, do you want to continue this story?
Yes, sure. And, you know, in the context of all these discussions and deliberations, it was clear to the provinces and the governments in those provinces that there are a number of supply side and demand side challenges. So an important demand side issue was that education was not in high demand among parents, particularly from marginalized communities, and that had significant implications in terms of access to education for girls. Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa initiated conditional cash transfers, where they essentially linked the disbursement of stipends to enrollment and attendance. And in addition to that, government in Punjab initiated a mass-level scholarship program for girls to continue their education at intermediate level, and it was a huge scale, 80,000 scholarships. An important supply-side issue was the imbalanced schooling pyramid that we had in both of the provinces, where we had a large base of primary schools, a lot of primary schools, and very few schools at the post-primary level. So that was one of the major reasons why children dropped out of the education system at the end of primary level and did not graduate to post-primary levels. There was an innovative pilot program in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and in Punjab that strategically picked up schools and upgraded those to subsequently higher level of education. So for instance, if it was a primary school, it was upgraded to elementary level, and in the afternoon there would be classes in the at the elementary level. And if it was an elementary school, it was upgraded to secondary school with classes in the afternoon at secondary level. So this was an important intervention in terms of ensuring that children stay within the education system and continue transitioning from one level to another level.
Yeah, I mean, this upgradation was not a simple upgradation, it was a system-level upgradation. It was not something that one would want to upgrade a seat from economy cabin to first-class cabin. It was like taking a giant leap and making system responsive to what the government had actually thought. So this whole scenario brought a few challenges. And of course, the most important challenge was, yes, you've got buildings, you've got children in those buildings who are ready to learn, but who would teach them? And within teaching context, there were two possible solutions that the team at that time was juggling with. One of the solutions was that since it's an opportunity to bring in more blood, fresh blood, young people into the system, so let's take those young graduates and send them to the classes and make them aware with the challenges and issues that the government was facing. But it posed a few more challenges, and that was, does the recruitment system within which the government operates allow for part-time recruitment, because it was not a multinational company, it was government system. So then they found out that yes, the government doesn't have any kind of opportunity or any kind of system where they could hire these young graduates. So the option was to go back to the old teachers who were already in the system. But yet another challenge was that how do you pay them? Because they are within the system, they're drawing the salaries, and if you engage them in the afternoons, what will be the mechanism that finance department would follow and payment would be made to them? So Punjab had already done NSB, which is non-salary budget. This option provides funds at the school level and gives autonomy to school to disperse funds for some of the school level expenses. So that was an opportunity which Punjab kind of utilized, and they thought that sending funds to NSB budgets and dispersing salaries for those teachers who would be teaching in the afternoon schools would be a great option. So all this happened, and where are we now after all this, doing this? So let me give you a bit of background to how this whole success story kind of unfolded. So it started with a three-folded approach. The first phase of this approach was doing a pilot, and that pilot was done in 2 districts of Punjab, that was Muzaffargarh and Bahalpur. And that pilot ran for good 2 academic years, so that the government could understand what are the challenges, issues, problems, and they could iron them out. So after running that for 2 good years, it was scaled up to 22 districts and then to the entire province. And today, when we sit, we see that we have 285,000 students studying in the system. They go to those 7,000 plus schools. And within this whole scenario, the government was able to save more than 150 billion rupees which otherwise they had to spend in the construction of those middle schools. And on top of it, the government improved its response time to any challenge. And of course, that make it more resilient, and that added to the confidence of the public that government can think about innovative solutions, and they can implement and they can run it. So,
yes.
What do you say?
So, in addition to this afternoon schooling, there was another important supply-side intervention, which was largely the result of a shift in the strategic thinking of the government, that investment in brick and mortar is not sustainable, it's not going to be the solution in the long run. So if investment in brick and mortar isn't the solution, what is? And that led to government slowly and gradually moving towards public and private partnerships. And the government in Punjab, case comes from Punjab Education Foundation in Punjab province, where it was already operating, but the government started using it as a vehicle of bringing more and more children into the school. And when we say PPPs, that also shifts the role of the government from service delivery to regulation. So now the government isn't suddenly responsible for providing teachers, classrooms, and other inputs. It is responsible now more in terms of setting standards and parameters for the private sector to ensure compliance with those standards. In terms of numbers, as Ms. Saima quoted and Judith also mentioned, in the 7 years between 2012-13 and 2018-19, there was a sheer rise in the number of children in PEF schools to the tune of around 133%. So now we have around 2.5 million children enrolled in PEF schools in Punjab. And in addition to that, the government was also able to bring in those children into the education system in a much more cost-effective manner. So we have per child per month estimates, and providing education through public-private partnerships through PEF is almost 1/3, 3 times cost-effective in comparison to providing education through traditional public schools. In addition to that, the government could ensure better quality in PEF schools when compared with public schools. So here we have the results of 6 monthly assessments. Just wanted to highlight that point. That's why I did not mention all the numbers. So PEF schools consistently performed better than public schools in terms of student achievement, student performance. Equity has been a driving factor and driving consideration in terms of working with PPPs in the province. And the data tells us that the representation from the marginalized communities in the student
मेरी भी ख्वाहिश है कि मेरे बाल जड़े नो अच्छी तालीम घेरन अच्छे स्कूल दे विच वजन शुरू कोल मैं उन्हां को प्राइवेट स्कूल दे विच पाया लेकिन उन्हां दे रोजमर्रा दे खर्चात ते फीस जेड़ी है वो महंगाई दे दौर दे सारा निजाम इतना कोई नहीं वो सारे कोल पूरे नाल थिंदे पे असां ढेर परेशान हसे लेकिन बालां को अच्छा ख्वाब देवना ये भी साडा ख्वाब है पिया कि बाल साडी अच्छी तालीम हासिल करन भला मैं कोई दोस्त मिला उन्हें को दस्या भी तुसां पैफ दे स्कूल हिन पे उसां हर शे फ्री होंदी है मैं वाला सही स्कूल दे विच गया उन्हां उस्ताद साहब उन्हां बड़ी साडी कदरदानी कीती है सब को बुलाया ने साडी इज्जत कीती ने भला उन्हां साडे बालें को स्कूल दे विच दाखिल कीता है उन्हां फीस भी उन्हां का जी फीस भी कोई नहीं स्कूल दी वर्दी भी उन्हां आप दित्ती है किताबें उन्हां सारियां खुद दित्ती हैं शुक्रिया अदा करने और असां ये मेहनत करेंदे इसे पैफा लंदी के उही प्रोग्राम को चलाई रखन ताकि जेडे गरीबां दे बाल हिन पे वो अच्छे तरीके नाल जेड़ा तालीम हासिल कर सकन
Now, this comes from Punjab. Ms. Marie, would you like to share something with us from KP?
Yes, thank you, Ihtisham. And before I talk about the KP example, it's important to understand that the whole context of the reform moving through the decade was based on a lot of analysis, a lot of discussions, sometimes labeled the stakeholder meetings. They were at the highest level in Punjab, gave a lot of heartburn to a lot of people as well. But they helped And you all who are sitting in the room, when I see each and every face, I feel that you have been part of this whole story as well. So I should have included you as important characters of the story that we are telling, because the reports that were generated, the data that was analyzed, it showed us that the whole structure of the system, the education system, was structured in a way to fail our girls. Our girls were not, they just did not have enough schools to go to. Ihtisham just mentioned the PEF example that helped get the marginalized children into schools, but our public sector just did not have enough schools for girls, and especially when you went to the higher level of education, the lesser number of middle and high schools stopped the girls from transitioning. You could give them subsidy, you could give them scholarship, but if there's no school, there are no female teachers, they are not going to go anywhere. So this led, all these discussions led to a very interesting reform in KP that I think we should mention, because if this is a reform that can be picked up as an example for other areas as well, or if there are any lags in implementation, they should be then looked at. The policy that the government came up was that for any new boys' school constructed, there would be 3 new girls' schools that would also be constructed. So for example, in 2020-21, out of a total of 150 schools constructed, 105 were for girls. This does not mean that we are pushing the boys back, but what it means is that the gap that needs to be filled is so big. And again, field level experiences keep telling us that parents do not have an issue sending boys to girls' schools if there are female teachers, but there are reservations within parents for sending boys, for sending girls to boys' schools if there are no female teachers. So this KP policy has been one of the important things that helps girls move forward. And as Judith mentioned, the 3 E's, without educating girls, we are missing half the population of our country.
And that this broadly sums up and highlights the approach of the provinces in terms of ensuring that we have more children in the education system and they stay in the system for longer. But having children in the system does not automatically translate into learning. It's not synonymous with learning. And the 2 provinces were aware of this challenge and also of the multifaceted nature of challenge that learning poses. So the broad question that informed the imagination of the 2 provinces was that how do we make sure that we deliver value to children for the time that they spend in school? And going by the available assessments, the situation was not ideal. So for instance, we have this a data point from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa where the average grade 5 score was 27 out of 100. So it's not great. It still isn't, but it was very discouraging back then. Ms. Amreen, if you could highlight the approach of the government in order to,
So for me as an education practitioner, the most important character of any education reform story is the teacher. So what we were finding out was that there were just not enough teachers recruited in the system. So there were many schools, like the picture that we showed you, there were many schools without teachers, and that is something that is across Pakistan, not just for KP and Punjab. And there were many, many teachers who were not in the right school. So even, when we looked at the data and analyzed the data, what we could find out was that there are schools that have 7 children and 14 teachers, and there are schools where there are 150 children and just 1 teacher. So one, they are not enough recruited. When they are recruited, they are not in the right school. And the third most important thing is that they are not turning up in the school. So if they are not turning up, the children are obviously having a good time, happy playing around, but then learning is not happening. So these three factors were contributing to the dismal slide that Ehtisham just showed. So there was a lot of work that started happening on making sure that teachers get recruited. So merit-based teacher recruitment policies was something that was worked on. But more importantly, are the teachers on whom a lot of money, millions of rupees are being spent, are they actually turning up in the schools as well? And are they in the right schools? So the rationalization policy, and then a very interesting heat map that was just flashed across. So these are the heartburn meetings that I was talking to, and I'm sure people from Punjab remember the previous CM sitting and banging on the table and talking about, why is the teacher not in the school? So these heat maps, using the data that the government already had. So it wasn't that they did not have the data, it was just that they did not have the right lens to look at the data, was converted into heat maps that helped the government to look at, are the teachers going to the school? Are the children going to the school? Because obviously if the teacher is not going, why would the child be going? So, so both of those things were looked at through the heat maps. This system of monitoring was improved in Punjab, and then this lesson was taken into KP, and a very interesting independent monitoring unit was set up. For the first time, there were monitors who were going to the schools and capturing information not just about absenteeism, but are the resources there, are they in the right place? So both these systems that were then ultimately taken to Balochistan as well as to Sindh helped the government better understand, are the teachers enough? Are they in the right place? And if they're in the right place, are they actually turning up to teach or not?
Yeah, so certainly EMA, Education Monitoring Authority in KP, has done a great job. And they've brought a system in place where they've ensured that teachers are in the classes. But a bigger question, why the teachers are in the class? They're there to teach. And when they teach, are those teaching minutes and hours translating into a meaningful learning activity? So that remains a bigger question. But at system level, how do you know that whatever a teacher is teaching in the classroom is translating into a meaningful learning experience for a child? And in order to do that, it's very important that somebody goes and sits with the teacher, spends quality time observing all the efforts the teacher is making in order to make that learning happen. And then that data is populated, and at system level, heat maps, what Ambereen was talking about, they are created. And based on that, we develop certain more systems which make sure that teachers learn how to teach better. So in order to do that, both KP and Punjab started using some of the classroom observation techniques. For example, in KP, they started using teacher competency survey, which is a kind of tool based on 42 indicators. An observer goes to the classroom, sits in the classroom, observes the teacher, fills in data, the two people, they come out of the class, and they kind of talk about how the teacher has taught. And in Punjab, they've used those 11 teaching practices, and this is a small clip from the dashboard that this whole system captures. So the AEOs, Assistant Education Officers, likewise in KP, they go to classes, they observe classes and teachers teaching, they fill in the data, and the data is populated on those 11 teaching practices that you see on the y-axis. So each teaching practice has got certain parameters. So it starts from teachers needs improvement, and it goes to teachers doing well. So all this data was populated, and it informed and served the basis for the design of some of the teacher professional development interventions. And those teacher interventions in Punjab, since Punjab had been doing large-scale continuous professional development activities, so they capitalized on technology, and they sort of offered a blended learning model where the teachers were given certain ITSP videos, and it was modular program, 11 modules were developed. And in KP, the continuous professional development program, which comprised 8 mandatory professional development days. It was designed and developed. It started with a pilot, and then it was scaled up to the entire province. And we see the uptake of these programs has been great. For example, in Punjab, we know that 165,000 teachers have signed up for this program, and more than 100,000 teachers have actually completed all 11 modules. And in KP, the attendance in these programs has been more than 95%. So it has been, great success in terms of ensuring that the professional development needs are meant for teachers and they have an opportunity. So how these programs are making a change in the system, we have 2 essential parameters and indicators. Whatever training is done, it has or it should translate into student learning outcomes. So if it doesn't affect positively or it doesn't translate positively into improved student learning outcomes, the investment doesn't really bring the fruit. So we've been doing, if we could go back, yeah, next. Back. Anyways, so we did this analyses. Time series data was collected from those districts where CPD intervention was done, and in those districts it was not done. And we found out that in CPD districts, students achieved 5 percentile point more than the students in non-CPD districts. So that gave us and the government a lot of confidence that this whole program was bearing fruit and should continue. Now, the next important question is, yes, the teachers are teaching, it's improving student quality, but is it really translating into sustained improvement in the behaviors of teachers? So in order to do that, the system collects some anecdotal information. Some of the responsibles, they go to schools and they meet some of the teachers who have been part of this whole program. And let me give you a small story from the north of KP, that's Upper Chitral. It's a school called Government Primary School, Borogale. This is 25,000 feet above sea level. It remains closed when the summers are there. And it's got very few teachers. So one of the DEOs went to observe the classes delivered by the teachers, and he met this gentleman, Mr. Ali Nigah Khan. Ali Nigah Khan teaches, and he's a head teacher, both. And he observed the class, and he saw Ali Nigah doing a lot of activity-based teaching activities and practices in the classroom. So if you see that man in beard next to Ali Nigah Khan, this is the DEO. So he sat with Ali Nigah Khan after the class, and he said, my God, how did you learn all these things? And Ali Nigah told him that, he learned all these skills from the learning sessions of CPD, and the professional development days have contributed. And he said, that, how did it happen? And then Ali Nigah kind of unfolded further that in one of the usual days of March in 2018, the Assistant Subdivisional Education Officer, we call it ASDO, he came to the school and told him that you are going to have continuous professional development opportunities in your, for yourself. and we'll have our first session in April. So he said that he took all this with a lot of apprehension, and he thought it's going to be yet another training program where we'll go to that training room, we'll have chai, samosa, have chit-chat, we'll come back, and life will go on. So with all this apprehension, he went to the training room, and he saw a facilitator. He met one of his colleagues, some of his colleagues from the vicinity, and the training started. So right in the beginning, the trainer handed over some of the worksheets to all these trainee teachers, and he engaged them in some activity-based learning activities. And the training continued. It continued for one time, then second, and third. And after the trainer felt that now teachers had really gained some momentum and some confidence in activity-based teaching methodologies, he kind of urged these teachers to use these methodologies in the classroom. So Ali Nigah Khan used to come to class, would write a few sentences on the whiteboard, and would ask his students to note them down, and the class would disperse. But when he got that encouragement from the facilitator, he came to the class the first day, and he said that it was really difficult for him to shift his way of teaching that he had learned over years to move to that activity-based teaching. But then he started doing this, the students got more interested, and students got more learning. So that gave him a lot of confidence, and I've just shared with you that we've got data to support that students in those CPD districts, they gained 5 percentile points better than the students in non-CPD districts. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of Ali Nigah Khan and 105,000 teachers in KP, and the story continues. What do you have to say? Yeah.
So the story is going a little happily as it is moving forward, but I'll take a personal liberty to mention here that we've talked about teacher training, making sure that the teachers are present there. But there are two very important factors that pull back the teachers like Ali Nigah Khan for performing in the school. That is, at times, the political capture of the teachers at the district levels, and also that Ali Nigah just has a really bad textbook in his hand from which to teach. Those are two things that we politically step back and do not talk about it, but I think with 30 years of education experience, I can very openly say that unless and until we address these underlying political economy issues in education, we are not going to move forward. But coming back to the assessment regime that we have, because we've placed the teacher, we've made sure they are in the right school, and we've made sure that they are turning up in the school, but we also have to look at the very important aspect of what are the students learning, and are they learning the right things or not. Many of the stakeholder analysis discussions that happened obviously led us to some of the programs that are happening right now. For example, Aaj Kya Seekha, Aaj Kya Padha. So those are things that are now becoming part of the development sector programs. But at that time, when we looked at the assessment regimes, it was like a mishmash of things happening in Punjab. There was PEC doing something, there in KP, the schools were doing something. So the assessment and examination regimes were not structured to, you would say, capture the conceptual learning of the children. So there was a lot of rote memorization that was being captured through the different tests that were happening, but there weren't enough conceptual items in the item bank of the provinces that could help the provinces learn. Are children actually learning what Ali Nigah is so effortlessly trying to deliver in the classroom? So assessment regimes were improved, and it is important to understand that at the same time, FCDO was also supporting Alif Elan to take the communication of different results up, and they were also supporting innovations in education. And many of the EdTech startups that we see operating in Pakistan are a result of a very interesting tech-based program that was introduced during that regime. And I was very happy to see those faces in the audience today. So the assessment regime helped change the way the children are assessed. There was a piloting using tablets as well, so that you did not have to wait for papers to be filled and data to be analyzed, but somebody could just go and take the test on the tablet and analyze it as well. So item banks, tablets, these were what driving the policy, and now there's a repository of data that can help the government and the development partners better understand what should be done at the school level, and hopefully also use that learning to improve the textbooks that are out there in our education system.
Yeah, these are important interventions and important policies, programs. But I think an important issue that we just have to state it clearly is that many of the components of our system, like assessments even, monitoring, teachers training, and the teaching and learning material, they're predominantly designed on the assumption of a monograde classroom, that we have one teacher for one classroom, and we know that that isn't the case. The data tells us that we have an incidence of around 85%. So in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Punjab, at primary level, around 85% of our schools have some form of multi-grade teaching, because they have less than 6 teachers for 6 classrooms. And that has severe implications in terms of learning for the students. It also has an equity dimension, and before going to the equity dimension, let's also address the reduced contact time. Imagine a classroom where one teacher has to deliver a curriculum over a period of one year, and now that teacher is suddenly responsible for delivering 2 grade-specific skill sets to 2 different classes. And now imagine a situation where the teacher has 3 classes or 4 classes, or in the worst case scenario, there is one teacher and all the 6 grades. And we have those schools across our country and across the 2 provinces. And then there's also a learning equity dimension to that, because the data tells us that the incidence of multigrade teaching is higher in rural schools as compared to urban schools. And we understand that rural schools generally have lower student-teacher ratios as compared to urban schools. That's no-brainer. But when we look at the learning data, it tells us that students learning in rural schools are performing poorly when compared to their counterparts enrolled in urban schools. So now, if we put these 2 data points in perspective, we can say that we're having incidence of multi-grade classrooms in schools where we don't want it to be, where there's a risk that it will increase the learning gap between the students just based on geography. So in view of this, these challenges, by the way, there's also a need to address this issue, because multigrade inherently is not a bad policy solution, as long as the teacher has the requisite skill set to manage a multigrade classroom setting, and also has appropriate teaching and learning materials. And also there is a sort of policy consensus and policy guidelines in terms of these situations where multigrade can be a solution and where multigrade just cannot be a solution. We need to have more teachers on board. And multigrade is here to stay for some time because of the institutional constraints that we face across the country and also in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and Punjab, where we have a large number of vacant positions and the need for new teachers. So it's going to be here for quite some time. Now, this example comes from Punjab, where the government was aware of these challenges, and they developed a multi-grade strategy, which gives an indication, which gives a guideline in terms of when to have multi-grade and when not to have multi-grade, and some of the guidelines in order to have effective teaching and learning in multi-grade classroom settings. And also, the government, the School Education Department provided training to 9,000 teachers. Those teachers were selected from the schools which had higher incidence of multi-grade teaching. And those 9,000 teachers were trained on how to teach effectively in a multi-grade classroom. And let us take you to a teacher and see what she has to say in terms of what she got out of the training and how it improved her engagement in a multi-grade classroom. Okay.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, माय नेम इज़ इकरा शौकत। मल्टीग्रेड टीचिंग ट्रेनिंग से मैंने बहुत कुछ सीखा। इसमें सबसे अच्छी चीज़ जो मुझे लगी वो थी क्लासरूम मैनेजमेंट, क्योंकि इससे पहले मुझे थोड़ी सी मुश्किलात का सामना करना पड़ता था कि मैं अपने एक रूम में अपनी दोनों क्लासेस को किस तरह से बिठा सकूं। लिहाजा इस ट्रेनिंग के बाद मैं इस काबिल हो गई कि मुझे अब दोनों क्लासेस को किस तरह से बिठाना है, ताकि सामने अगर वाइट बोर्ड नस्ब है तो दोनों क्लासेस के बच्चे जो हैं वो उस वाइट बोर्ड पर को आसानी से देख सकें। उस्ताद के लिए क्लासरूम में इतनी आसानी से जगह मुयस्सर हो कि क्लासरूम में उस्ताद जो है वो आसानी से चल फिर सके और उसकी रसाई तमाम बच्चों तक में हो। आखिर में मैं कायद और बेस्ट क्रू की बहुत ज़्यादा थैंकफुल हूँ कि उन्होंने इतनी अच्छी और वेल ऑर्गेनाइज ट्रेनिंग्स का एहतमाम किया और हमारे लिए जितने भी चैलेंजेस और इश्यूज़ थे पहले, अब उन पर काबू पा लिया गया और अब हम इन ट्रेनिंग मेथड्स को इंशाल्लाह अपने स्कूल्स में जाकर कंडक्ट करवाएंगे।
Very quickly, because I see Talat looking at me a bit seriously about time. I was telling him in development sector, the time management is slightly different from the media. So anyways, going quickly to the most important thing, we just don't have enough money for education in Pakistan. When we have it, it's not spent efficiently or it's not even given on time. Departments of education get the money at probably the end of the fiscal year and are told, go and build 100 bathrooms now in 2 months' time. And you can imagine then what would be the quality of the work that happens. Having worked in the government for 2 years, believe me, I have a lot of empathy for every single education officer that has to work on the PC1. But so again, financing as part of the decade of learning played a very important role, because again, all of you who were part of the stakeholder conversations, analysis, reports, were pointing out the main issues that the money was not what the school needed. So there was a lot of work done on training of district officers. When we would go to to Kayad, which used to be called DST, we saw these room full of goras training all the district education officers on how to improve the district education management. Because unless and until you spend the money in the right place, and it is at the district level and the school level, provincial level management of schools will not give you the right results. So the provision of finances was brought down to the school level. The schools were already getting the SMC funds, but what we discovered in our initial analysis that there were schools in Bahawalpur that had lakhs of rupees lying in their budgets, but they were not spending them. This was one of the very early findings through the Pakistan Education Task Force. So what to do? Give them more money that they will not be spending? No, that's not the answer. So the focus was on development of HRs, working at the school level so that the funds which were now being given in Punjab as a non-salary budget could be used at the school level for what the head teacher needs, not at the whim of somebody sitting at the provincial level who decides to send 100 pencils to the school that probably has 1,000 pencils already lying there. We saw the case of the books in the hall, and believe me, many schools across Pakistan have this story. So the schools were giving non-salary budget that they had the liberty of using for their own needs. They bought chalk with that. They even hired mentors or teachers through that fund. And I just saw an example. I was in Kasur about a week ago, happened to visit a government school, and there was one teacher, and there were many young girls in that school. One teacher, one government teacher, she had hired 3 additional teachers through the non-salary budget that she was getting and the funds that she had. So these funds may be small, but the liberty of the school that they have to use these funds is something that we have to acknowledge and take forward in our reforms. All the numbers are there. I'm not going to go through them. I see Talat looking more angrily at me, but I'll stop here.
And here we have a short video of a couple of girls who were speaking about their experience.
السلام علیکم زما نوم حفصه کبیر دی او زه د ګورنمنت ګرلز هایر سیکنډري سکول لیډي ګریف طالب علم یم زه د 10م کلاس طالب علم یم زه دلته د لیډي ګریف سکول کې د سلور کالونه سبق وایم د سلور کالو کې مونږ ته حکومت خیبر پختونخوا بیسیک فیسیلیټیز مهیا کړي دي هغه کې راځي ټول نمخ کې بونډریوال د هر سکول د حفاظت لپاره ډیر ضروری دي دویم نمبر باندې راځي مونږ له واشرومز زموږ سکول کې واشرومز مونږ له مهیا شوي دي هر ماشوم اسانه سره واشروم تتلی شي هغه استعمال کولی شي ټول نه امپورټنٹ اوبه د سکلو اوبه صفا اوبه حکومت د طرف نه فلټرز ملاو شوي دي هغې کې صفا اوبه په ګرمیانو کې مونږ یخې اوبه څښلی شو او په یخنیانو کې مونږ نارمل اوبه څښلی شو بیا دریم نمبر باندې مونږ له راځي پلی ګراؤنډ هغه پلی ګراؤنډ کې مونږ فزیکل اکټیویټیز کوو هلته مونږ گیمز کوو د اکټیویټیز نه او د گیمز د زمونږ صحت باندې ښه اثر پرېوځي بیا راځي مونږ سره مفت کتابونه د حکومت خیبر پختونخوا طرف نه مونږ ته مفت کتابونه ملاویږي د هغې د لاسه چې کوم غریبانان ماشومان دي د مور پلار باندې بوج نه پرېوځي او بیا مونږ ملاویږي وظیفه هر میاشت د هغې د ذریعې مونږ خپل بیسیک ضرورتونه پوره کولی شو څنګه چې سټیشنري شوه یا کاپیز شو هغه ټول
Not yet. Thank you. But a very nice way of telling us that we should, end it. All these discussions and, references to policies and programs over the last decade, it tells us, it gives us a confidence and a bit of a sense of a pride that we have come a long way. And when I say we, I include the government, the development partners, we ourselves as development practitioners. We've come a long way, but there's still a lot that needs to be done in terms of bringing all the children into the education system and ensuring that they receive value for their time spent in school. And in that respect, the last decade has been instrumental in equipping us with insights, lessons, and also the confidence that, yes, it can be done. We can do that. And we, in terms of moving forward, we have some overarching broad considerations for the government's development partners and development practitioners, organizations, in order to, come together and forge alliance in terms of improving the access, quality, and equity, and addressing these issues. And this is not an exhaustive list, but just highlighting some of the points that we've just covered, and some of the themes that we will be covering today and tomorrow. So first, yes, Ms. Amreen said we need more budgets. We understand that the provinces are spending quite a lot of, a big chunk of their provincial budgets on education, around 18%, 20%. But the last mile is going to be expensive, and reaching out to the marginalized children is going to be expensive. Just to give you a data point, in comparison with 2013, it requires 50% more financing just to have 1 percentage point increase in net enrollment. So that's for sure, we need more money. But we also need to carefully manage and efficiently use the pie of resources that we have at our disposal. So for instance, we mentioned some of the innovative solutions like PPPs, like Stride, like EdTech. These are many of the solutions that have shown the potential where the government can spend less and gain more in terms of improvement in education outcomes. And then there's data going forward. Data needs to come at the center of the policy and decision-making processes. And we now have good quality data on assessments that should drive the system, teachers training, materials development, and we also have good quality data in terms of how teaching and learning is being carried out at classroom level, classroom observation tool, and SQMI. And those need to be linked with other components of the system, teachers training and all that. And also there's a need for our data regimes to move from input focus to more quality focus, where learning becomes at the center of the entire discussion. Improved targeting of subsidies is an important point, because across the board subsidies are not helping us bring in more marginalized children into the education fold. We can have discussions and deliberations in terms of how to target these subsidies in a way that we reach out to more marginalized children. We include beyond girls, we also include boys. So that's a discussion that needs to take place. And then also there is a need for a performance management system where incentives are linked to key performance indicators, and that discussion should start from the school level, how teaching and learning is carried out, and to the top level where policies are designed and decisions are made. And then there's also a need to transition from symptoms approach to a systems approach, where we need to make sure that different components of the system, different elements of the system, are aligned towards showing greater results in terms of access, quality, and equity, some of the challenges that we've been grappling with over the last decade.
So, ladies and gentlemen, is the job done? And the obvious answer is that we yet have to do a lot now to make sure that a child like this in KP and similar children in both the provinces, they continue to gain what the system wants them to learn. At the same time, it's equally important to understand that the reforms are situated in a context. And the context of Pakistan is way too different from what we see in Africa and other developed countries. So it's a country with more than 220 million people. It's a country with very different terrains. We've got hills, we've got deserts, we've got multiple ethnic issues. We've gone through, over these 10, 12 years, we've gone through so many challenges. We've seen COVID, and we've coped with that. We've seen floods where hundreds and hundreds of schools were really removed from the earth. We've seen earthquakes. We've had those social, communal, ethnic issues. We've had political turmoils. We've got all that any nation could go through. But trust me, teams in these two provinces working on the reform agenda, including 8 ministers, 20 secretaries, more than 400,000 teachers, and those people who have been working hard in the classroom, in the earliest classrooms, to make sure that earlier caregiving is there for those very young kids who've got dreams and eyes. So all of them have worked very hard, and we've come here and we take pledge that we'll continue to work hard. And I see so many faces who have worked on these reforms in this room, And remember so many faces who are not in this room, but have worked very hard on making these reforms possible. So all of us, let's stand up and give a standing ovation to all those who have been part of this reform process. Thank you very much.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much, our three Darveshers. Those of us who have read the original Kissa Chahar Darvesh know that there are stories within stories and stories within the stories told. So it doesn't really end till, of course, the author is exhausted. But this one required an exhaustive, insightful storytelling, and you have done a brilliant job of it. So thank you very much for doing that. Now the audience have been spoken to much. The audience also needs to speak. We will be moving the mic in the audience for your reflections and thoughts and ideas. As somebody who has been dealing with the mic for a very, very long time, I can tell you two things can happen when you have the mic. One is that you can't talk, which I don't see to be the problem in this room. The other is that you can't stop, which is my apprehension. So I would request you to put a mental timer on your mics, on your own, and then switch off in about 40 seconds with your thoughts and ideas. And I would also request those experts. I haven't seen so much expertise compressed under one roof on education, so great job done by the organizers. But you have sessions coming up where you can speak to the audience and also make your presentations. So those who are here for this session will probably get a preferential treatment. There are two mics moving around in the audience, so wait for the mic to come to you. And who's going to go first? The gentleman at the back. Sorry, can you hold on a sec? That gentleman has the mic already.
Mic already with me. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. My name is Raja Saad Khan. So I'm Director IGA project, Improving Girls Education Activity. So this project is being funded by USAID and implemented by I-SAPS in collaboration with Elementary and Secondary Education Department, Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Thank you very much for sharing such wonderful and thrilling stories. So I'm happy I was also part of these stories, and when Ambreen Arif was mentioning the starting days, so my mind actually traveled back to past. So when we started this challenging journey. So thanks a lot for sharing such wonderful and nice stories. So we actually, we have discussed a number of things. And in the past, we have introduced so many innovative approaches, STRIDE, education tech, and public-private partnership, etc. So my question is, can you please suggest some other innovative approaches which we can implement in education sector? Thank you.
Wonderful. Respect that. Just take innovative approaches to education sector.
So I think that instead of adding too many new approaches, we need to look at what has worked and expand that. One of my very dear colleagues from Sindh once said that Pakistan has more pilots in education than there are in PIA. So I think we have to look at how we are implementing them.
That's brilliant.
And I think one of the things that we need to focus on is looking at how EdTech can be done in a cost-effective way to fill the gap of teacher expertise or teacher competence. We also need to look at adding skill and entrepreneurship education in our schools. Every child coming out of our public sector wants to get a public sector job. Why can't they do business? Why can't they create things? We are creating a whole nation of naukri karne wale log. Why can't we create creators? So we have to look at how we change our textbooks our teaching in the school to make it more entrepreneurship, skill-oriented, so children walking out of the school actually are learning and using that knowledge to go forward.
Lady at the back.
This is Umaira Nasir from RSPN. I'm an education specialist with an FCDO-funded project. My question is with the panelists who have done a marvelous job, is that the communication aim is political advocacy, which is very successful. But would you be kind enough to give me an overarching agenda or an objective of such a campaign where the quality, access, and equity of the education can be improved in Pakistan? So thank you for a marvelous session.
Sorry, you know, the white hair and the 30 years in education, I'm using it so shamelessly right now. But what you talked about using communication, I can tell you that one of the most important programs of the previous decade of learning was Alif Elan, that gave a very good message that reform alone, you can go on implementing, hogging down in the field, but unless and until you talk about it, bring it to the table of the minister who is not listening to what is happening at the field, the prime minister, the president, your reform efforts, you don't just get enough money, you don't get the right voices, so you need to get the highest level decision makers worried about what is happening in the reform. Sometimes we become too much of academic people in education. We hide our reports. Ye data na share kar dein. You know, if we share the data, somebody else will write a report about it. But I think one thing that this program did was tease out the issues, put them up there, even embarrass the Prime Minister at one time, which became a big issue, which I remember. So again, communication is the central thing in making sure the right voices are being heard.
I'm going to be hugely unpopular by the time this session ends, because obviously there are 2 mics and many hands going up. So where's the mic? The gentleman at the back. The gentleman at the middle had raised the hand initially. Can you bring the mic, the second mic up here, please? Won ko de de, let him ask the question. And please bring the second mic right up here in the middle. Thank you.
Thanks, Alat. So this is Mohib. I've been a proud member of the team who was part of the journey. My question is around the performance management in my experience. As far as my experience is concerned, when you link the accountability with the performance, you get quite a lot of pushback, and one of the main reasons is the political economy. So my question from the panel is, what do you suggest how to overcome or mitigate this, or to rise and to implement successful performance frameworks?
Yes, thank you very much. That's a great question. And this is something that we have struggled with in many provinces. I would not name the provinces, but we have been working with the governments in order to make sure that there are KPIs for different positions, and there's an entire performance management system that governs what KPIs should be there to be assessed for different levels of governance and performance at those different levels of governance. And that is true that performance management system does not get traction with the administration, and there's a lot of push towards not having the performance measured in the first place, and then not having decisions around those. But the solution to that, all this, is also the part of your question. It requires a political will at the top level, that yes, we are now facing a tremendous challenge, and we are spending so much more finances as compared to what we used to spend a decade ago. We're training more teachers, we're spending money there, we're giving better facilities at the school level, but still the learning challenge challenge still persists. What are what are we missing? Where are we going wrong? And with that sort of rationalization of the problem, there needs to be a political will at the top that yes, this is an important issue with which we need to move forward. And without that, there isn't much that can be done about that.
The gentleman there. Yeah. I am Suhail Raza. I have experience a little over 30 years working in education department. I have been closely associated with all reforms right from 98 till to date in Punjab and KP. So I have a question to Talat Saab. COVID provided an impetus for leveraging technology, including EdTech under ILM 1 and ILM 2. Could you please tell us your organization's experience relevant to scale? And also tell us what consideration you would suggest for future program on EdTech.
Look, I'm just a silent dervish in the room. I'm not supposed to be sharing my experiences with you because there are people who are more qualified than I am in this room who can reflect on this. So I'm surprised that you know that I did something in this regard, which is a very small scale, but frankly, it really isn't relevant to the larger debate here. But if somebody else wants to take it up in terms of the lessons learned for education sector during COVID, it's a fascinating subject. Go ahead.
So during the COVID time, one of the things that happened at that time was gathering all the EdTech startups that were out there that had created content here and there. And there was a brilliant effort at that time to collect that content. And I must congratulate all those young startups out there led by young Pakistanis who told the government this content is yours for free. Use it as you want. So the magnanimity of all the young startups who were struggling themselves at that time was brilliant. So as a start, understanding that there are many good EdTech companies out there who can deliver, who can scale up, and many of them are now going to 100 schools, 200 schools, 300 schools, which is brilliant. I had the opportunity to attend a very big conference in London, which was on EdTech, and there were about 300, 400 companies, EdTech companies who were out there. I went to each one of them and I wanted to ask them how big is their program. And it was so surprising when I asked them, do you work in India? Do you work in Pakistan? Do you work in Bangladesh? And all of them would be like, no, we are in 50 schools here, or we are in 80 schools. So EdTech is a new concept for many, many people out there. But for Pakistan, it has a lot of scope because we have, out of all the 1.6 million teachers, there are many who cannot teach maths, who cannot teach physics. So we need to have hybrid models where we fill that gap. The Pakistani child cannot wait anymore. For heaven's sake, we wasted our populations on a bad education system. We have to make sure that the learning start happening, whether they are sitting on the floor or sitting somewhere. There are low-cost models, and I'm looking at Sabak Muse, and I'm looking at Bilal has moved out of the room. I'm sorry, I don't know the names of all the people, but these young Pakistanis have the solutions. So we are not the right persons to answer this. I would suggest gather those people, look at the low-cost options. There's work that is already happening at the federal government level, and there is expansion of EdTech that is happening. Let's all learn from that. As in the decade of learning, there were stakeholder meetings, there were discussions, there were analysis. Let's look at EdTech from that perspective as well.
Yes. I request the mic movers to also rectify the gender balance. More females need to be also incorporated. You already have the mic, so that's But the gentleman who raised the hand there, the one, aapke saath hi khada hai, ji, please go ahead. Yourself.
My name is Athar Usama and I work in STEM education, teacher training and EdTech. एक तो मैं आपको correct करना चाहूँगा. I think PIA has a lot of pilots. I think your example would serve PF better. PF might have shortage of pilots. But generally, my question was about donors creating distortions in the system. And I know there's been, 10 years and 10 years of learning and all that, but I just wanted to find out if there has been some deep thinking about how the next 10 years we can do this much better. Donors obviously create distortions within the private sector as well as the government. Programs start that are just there because donors are funding them, and then when donors go away, they go away. Or one set of donors lead to another set of donors. So I think we as a nation and the donors here present also need to learn about how to learn about these distortions and try to remove these distortions as they go forward to the next 10 years.
The mic goes to the gentleman there, and the next lady has the mic.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for saying that. We're not sure if we're the right people to respond to that. But I think, let me step back. I think we sitting in this room, and also, as Bilal Saab mentioned, and people who have been part of the reform process, who are not sitting in this room, we have done tremendous amount of work. We have put in tremendous amount of effort, energy, and also love into accomplishing what in bits and pieces we could show to you today. Many of the reform initiatives were very sophisticated initiatives, and it takes time for those initiatives to show a mass level impact. Yes, you're right. We can, take two routes. I mean, we can celebrate what we've been able to accomplish, and we can build on that. And we can also say government needs to do this, and development partners need to do that, development practitioners need to do that. Yes, that's an important conversation, but at the same time, let us not forget the celebration that we should have, and the confidence it should give us in terms of informing our agenda for the next decade. Thank you for your point, by the way.
Lady at the back, then the gentleman.
Okay. Yes, I have a mic. Samar Nadeem, thank you so much for such an insightful discussion. My question is, as you just mentioned, that the role of private sector is becoming increasingly important, especially in terms of addressing the challenges to access to education. So what are your recommendations for the government, to improve their role as a regulator?
Ji, thank you so much. This is Imran from I-SAPS Entertainment. Thank you so much for inspiring us today in the morning. It's going to be a great day. My question is about data. You shared some amazing data and learning points right now. How do you see this data being shared in cross provinces, cross industries, and how do you see it disseminating it into, let's say, universities and schools as a real life case, which is happening now in real time, and we don't want to see it in some website after 5 years in a presentation. How do you see that, both of things? Thank you.
Well, it's a pertinent question. What is the role of government and how government should perceive its role in terms of thinking itself as a regulator? I think the first and foremost step that needs to be taken is to have that paradigm shift. the government, whenever it looks at, I mean, I'm talking all this from my experience sitting in those committee room meetings with ministers and secretaries and the entire, government machinery sitting on one side and the private sector sitting on the other, and, fierce negotiations taking place that how to facilitate or regulate both the private sector. So this paradigm shift that government is a regulator, yes, but that regulation is to facilitate and take that process forward. So regulation for the sake of restricting the sector may not really work. So this paradigm shift, unless takes place, in my humble opinion, we're not going to create that dissonance and that kind of growth mindset within the private sector that this country needs in order to improve options for access, for quality, and whatnot. So this first leap of faith that yes, we are regulators and we are regulating for improvement, I think it's not going to work. That's my take on it.
Hello, Salam.
On data, thank you for asking that question. Pakistan has so much data on education. When you go to the government departments, all the work that happened through the Pakistan Education Task Force, it did not create its own data. It just went, bugged the life out of Suhail, for example, said, give me the data. And then all that data, what they did was restructure it in a way that it gave a lens to look at. So much of the data is there. At times it lies with the government. There's a very important federal program that has been now funded by FCDO, and World Bank is also looking at it, called DARE. And that is looking at how to improve the data regime and how to make it more open. And so that universities, think tanks can use that information and use it to create different voices of accountability in the society. Pakistan does not have many voices in the society that raise those questions. Many of the universities should be looking at the data that is in PSLM, in the census reports of education, and now as the data gets collected, I think that there should be a repository where thinkers and implementers can use that information. And hopefully under the DARE program, that is where we will be going towards. National Education of Assessment System, NEAS, which has now sort of merged under a new program, has, I think, data on student learning assessment from 10 years back. That is telling us again and again simple things. For example, where there is a blackboard, children will learn better. But those learnings have not translated as much into implementation as they should. So a very important question.
I just want to... Assalamu alaikum. This is me, Azizur Rahman, District Education Officer, Hyderabad, Sindh. I'm very grateful you people invite us here. And there is no doubt Sindh government has taken gigantic efforts, and 60,000 newly teachers have been appointed in Sindh purely on merit. Alhamdulillah, 5,000 more schools have been opened in Sindh, as well as 50 schools have been opened in Hyderabad. My simple question is that here I have been listening since morning only, KPK in Punjab. My question is that would you mind emerging us Sindh in next decade period of time?
Hello. Thank you very much indeed. I wanted to respond to your question about the distorting effect of donors, because quite rightly you perhaps didn't feel able to do that. You're quite right to challenge us and to hold us to account. As I tried to say in my opening words, we should only be doing what we can to help here. We should not be distorting the way the government feels it needs to respond because we arrive with money. There's much less money than there used to be. We should not be distorting because we have to report back to our capitals in a certain way around certain indicators or around outputs and impacts if those have not been negotiated with people on the ground who know their country and their children and their system best. We will never get underneath the culture and the political economy and the financial flows and the blockages and the hidden sort of counter incentives for making the system better. So it's really important that partners, development partners, walk through the door with humility, asking questions, listening intelligently, not trying to offer solutions before they've really understood what the challenges are, and that we learn from people that have been working for decades in the country, on the ground, who know best. I always say, if I could work myself out of a job, that would be a perfect way to be able to retire. So please keep challenging us and keep asking us why we're doing what we're doing, and insist that we work in partnership where we are asked to work and where we're needed. If we're not adding value, we shouldn't be here. So thank you.
Hello. Hello. Thank you. Thank you. My question is my name is Munasa and I'm Breen. I wanted to specifically ask you, thank you very much for this really exciting talk. I think the thing that I found slightly missing from the discussion that you had is that you know, you can't really bring about change, and it goes to what Judith was saying, the questions that are being raised, without actually shifting people's attitudes. And I'm sure the reform efforts that you've talked about have tried to do that, because we talk both about supply and demand, right? So supply is the one that you talk more about, teachers and training and all of that. But have you got examples of actual attitudes towards education changing through the efforts that these reforms that you have undertaken to actually shift longer term attitudes towards education? Thank you.
I wanted to say, you know, you talked about a couple of points. My name is Tahir Andrabi. I'm a professor. You talked about, you know, what to do about the private sector. It's very simple. We have an experiment which is along the lines that Amreen suggested of giving government schools options to spend money themselves. And while the government schools also improved quality, we have a full paper on it. But what was very interesting is in the same village, the closest private school also improved quality. So very simple, if you want to do something about private schools, improve government schools. Private schools respond to competition. Private schools will cut down their fees. Private schools improve their quality. We have very clear data on it. On the government side, I think we need more detailed data. Particularly, I'll tell you, right? So what we're finding is that, you know, on the average, private schools are better than government schools. In the same village, all kinds of stuff. But what is interesting is that at the top of the distribution, we have both good government schools and good private schools. I'm talking rural now. But what is interesting is when you look at bad schools, they're almost all government schools. So what we're calling them zombie schools because they persist. Year after year, a bad private school will shut down and a bad government school. So I would suggest focus, really identify what we are calling bad government schools. And there are not that many. I mean, there's like 10 to 20% which are really bad. And I think really try to focus on them. And it doesn't, because they don't face the same competitive pressure. They could be large schools, they could be small schools. They don't follow enrollment, they don't follow multi-grade. They are everywhere, yet they persist. And I think that's really the challenge for the government, to really identify the bottom of the distribution and just work on that. And that will take care of the private school too. You don't have to do anything with the private school, just get those schools up and, you know, things will get better.
That's right,
So Munasa, during the decade of learning, because we are focusing on that right now, the program that I mentioned, Alif Elan, that did not only work on the attitudes of the political leaders, which obviously is still required and very important, but it also focused on the communities, and there were many initiatives in that which focused on science melas and other things that were happening at the community level. I hope that there's somebody here from Alif Elan who could probably answer that much better, but there's a session afterwards that addresses the Alif Elan initiative, so maybe your question could be answered there in a better way. But it was working on attitudes at different level. Bilal gave an example of CPD training, so that was attitude of the community and the teachers. So across the sector, all the characters were addressed through the different initiatives.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to it. You know, there is some body of research which tells us that school changes the attitude of or the perception of the community towards education, or the community brings that perception into school. And we've got evidence from both the sides equally valid. In the case of Pakistan, I think with technology in place now, the need is to use those nudging and robocalls kind of things to change and shift the attitude of people towards education. And of course, Alif Elan remains a good example where at the community level, the attitude of parents were, if not changed, but a dent was created. And we need to continue with these efforts.
I just wanted to respond to Dr. Manaz's question. You know, what you highlighted is not just an issue in education. I mean, there's a disconnect. I mean, we have all surrendered our responsibility and our right to engage with the government to give us better services in almost anything that we speak of. There's an exit, if I can use this word, of the consumer from the services that the government is providing. So if I don't receive quality, clean drinking water, I go to a private vendor. I don't go to the government. If there's security issue, we just don't go to the government. And same is the case in education. So that requires a fundamental shift, and that's a long route to it. And our experience has told us that equipping people with data helps. When they know that, you know, we're spending this much of the piece of pie on on teachers' training, teachers' salary, and only this much pie, this much of the pie is trickling down to the school for school-based management, and other things. When you equip parents and when you equip communities with data, that helps improve things. So that's an important dimension of looking at it. Thank you.
The lady and the gentleman will bite the question.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Shamim Akhtar Syal, and I have a 27 years experience of as a head teachers, senior head teachers, principal, chairperson, Multan board, and currently I'm serving as a district education officer in Multan. Through the Wish the Wall story you have told us, I'm directly linked with all the things. And what I have observed in field, there is a lot and a great gap in of policies making and its implementations. If you give me a time, I can discuss a lot of the things that there is a very, very difference that you have talking, and then what I will told you, what is doing in field we are facing. I'm not doing their question, I'm just giving a two suggestion if we want to improve primary educations. In of the 75 years being of existence of Pakistan, yet we have not a designated head teacher's position in primary school. How is possible? How is possible a school is be going without a principal? We just have a in charge. They all are with time are having a conflict with each others. They are not obeying to each others, and this is a lot of the time is just be going to waste. The other thing, still we have not provided a class 4 post. Always army monitoring team is showing us the pictures of their washroom, there is a stool, there is a pakhana, is all of like this thing. How is possible a teacher will go to enough a washroom, she will clean this? We not have a class 4 seat enough a primary schools. So this is a very important that we provide 2 and 3 class 4s ministerial staff seats in primary school and designated head teachers, because he will be responsible to implement all the policies in of that primary school and will improve education automatically. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Fareed Panchwani, Dean, Faculty of Education at the Aga Khan University. Thank you. Wonderful presentations. Really enjoyed and the learning that we got. My was from all that we have this morning is that we have done some wonderful work in access, in creating systems, in making sure that children move to schools. But I want to bring another concern, that when we look at universities where many of these children from schools go, and when we look at the state of the universities, and we see that universities often, very elite universities, are also becoming bastions of extremism. And there are real serious concern about the growing intolerance of almost all kinds. So my question is, alongside the access and putting systems in place, what has been our learning in the last 10 years to create a mind that is tolerant, that is pluralistic, that is able to really question its own assumptions and not be indoctrinated and dogmatic? Because if we don't do that, then more people we are bringing in the system, the bigger problem we are creating. So I think some question, and I would love to know how we are also addressing this question of the right kind of mind and attitude that a citizen needs today. Thank you.
So Panchwani Sahab, a very, very important question because it faces us on a daily basis as we look at social media, as we look at the newspapers, and this is where we are failing our children terribly. The past many, many years of shifts in our textbooks and the narrative that is going into the schools has created, my personal opinion is a closed mind that is not ready to listen to other people's opinions. Then not having the right person to stand in front of those young minds to create an open mind amongst those children. I'm talking about the teacher and the child. So we need to not just invest on increasing their capacity to teach physics or chemistry or biology. We also have to look at how we make better human beings. There was on the social media a video doing the rounds where students of a very famous university were picking up a goat and stretching it in different directions. So those are things that hurt us on a daily basis. So those are very important, pertinent questions that you have raised, and I don't think that they can be just part of a development partners program or a donor program. That this is a larger debate that all our stakeholders, and I include our political stakeholders, our bureaucratic stakeholders, our civil society, our non-governmental organizations. Are they raising these issues? Are they asking the right questions? Unfortunately, many of us stay quiet and stay down and try to avoid these difficult questions. I don't have an answer to this, but this is a very important debate that may not be had in a development partners program because they have their own restrictions and they have their own mandates or their own frameworks that they need to work under. But what is stopping our Pakistanis? I have not, for the past 7-8 months, seen any meaningful debate on the question that you have raised, on the pessimism that it is creating among young minds on social media, on TV. All we hear is this politician is bad, that person is bad. We don't have a national debate on where our new generation is going. So thank you for raising this.
as a practitioner, we've been doing and trying to improve textbooks, helping textbook board in KP. And, we were really, it was heartening and kind of heartbreaking that we don't have good textbook writers in Pakistan. And this is the kind of step that these universities need to take. And these universities need to kind of start offering these specialized subjects when they offer the master's program. So when we were helping the textbook board in improving those textbooks, starting from primary till secondary, so we struggled with finding the right resource, and then we struggled with training the right resource. And then we didn't have those people who were there for illustrations, for text and all that. So yes, one side of the picture is that we need to open that bigger debate. Yes, that's true, because this is a larger political economy question. But at the same time, whatever should be done is at the university level, where these universities could start these programs and provide the market with good textbook writers. We don't have them.
If I add like 2 lines to it, as somebody who's an observer of education, and as I said, a part-time teacher. I've been teaching at universities since 1994. I stopped teaching at universities in 2018, and I've been teaching in schools for 12 years now. I can tell you have to reverse the sentence, as I call it. Let me just explain. आपको जुमला बदलना पड़ेगा, उसकी तरतीब दुरुस्त करनी पड़ेगी. Our famous sentence about education is तालीम व तरबियत. You have to reverse it. It's tarbiyat and talim. Unless you do that, the value system that you're talking about will remain completely off track. So tarbiyat has to come first. Not that talim is any less significant, but talim without tarbiyat is exactly the kind of chaotic situation that we are dealing with. So Japanese have done that. Their school books initially do not offer books at all. They don't have books in the first 3 or 4 grades. It's all about tarbiyat. They teach children how to sort of sit down, how to get up, how to say sorry, how to coexist with environment, how to deal with, how to implement traffic rules, how to turn off a tap, how to do the laundry, how to do the dishes, all of that. So unless you change the paradigm in terms of how you approach education, you'll be stuck with that issue. But as I said, I gave up on universities because of this very reason. By the time we receive them in universities, they're lost to us. They're not open to any suggestions at all. No.
Can you hear me? Chandana Khan from the RSP network. What Panjwani Saab is saying is, I think, really very, very critical. I mean, I often think that, we're generously funded by donors and we're enrolling children into this same system. What is this system teaching us? So I think this is a very serious question, and Ambreen, you're right. This is not for donors to engage with us on this. This is for us to engage with each other. I myself am not an education specialist, but I wonder sometimes this whole process of the single national curriculum, who was involved, who really called the shots on this? What sort of mindset do we want to encourage and produce? And I think this is really, a serious issue for our future. On Alif Elan, because it was mentioned, we were implementing the community component, working closely with Musharraf. And because there were organized communities which the RSPs had supported in the past, they were able to engage in an organized way with the political leadership and the education department. They were able to get teachers back to school. They were able to raise a lot of public resources to improve schools, boundary walls, toilets, and things. This was all about accountability. I mean, Andrabi Saab is sitting here. I think, if I'm correct, you did some work with LUMS, your university and LUMS earlier on, comparing government and private schools. And the bottom line really was, there may not be a difference in salaries, in capacities, but accountability is what is key. And we have to find ways in which
we make the public sector more accountable to the people we're talking about, which is the communities, especially the remote communities of this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dalit, for noticing my raised hand, which was raised since the start. And thank you, Ambreen, for mentioning assessment sector, because out of this all 4 hours discussion, we hardly focused on assessment for, let's say, maximum 10 minutes. I am Gulzeba. I am head and CEO and founder of Red Marker Systems, which is the only edtech focused on assessment sector. So just to give you a little background, we all have given examination at some point of time in life. And we all know the process of examination, that how do you develop the question, then how do you kind of design the paper, set the paper, and then conduct the paper and check the paper. So we have digitalized the whole value chain of this examination system. So we are the only private company in Pakistan which has focused on this particular domain, and we are the only private company in Pakistan which has actually, which has been courageous enough to work with public sector in this particular domain. We have marked about millions of images with different public sector institutions. As we are mentioning the improved use of data, so how can we use that? Secondly, the question was that we all talk about public-private partnership. So we need to know that how to kind of improve that public-private partnership, in particularly education sector, especially when government starts competing with yourself. And thirdly, I need to know that how will we plan the continuity of these projects in public sector. For example, we are digitalizing at the moment because it's a hype. After a few years, what will be happening in the next coming decade? Thank you.
Okay, it's a triple barrel question. Kindly reduce it to 1 barrel and give a short answer so that I can wind up the session.
Yes. I can take the PPP bit, and I think that also relates to the point that Dr. Andarabi also raised a little while ago. Yes, there's a problem in that when we start onboarding private partners, there is a sort of a resistance, and that resistance comes largely when we're trying to outsource the public schools to the private sector. And Dr. Andarabi mentioned that we need to do something about the bad schools because they persist. And one of the approaches, particularly in Punjab, was the outsourcing of non-performing public schools to the private sector. And it was amazing, at least for myself as a researcher and development practitioner, that the schools that did not host enough students earlier now had 50, 60, 80, 100, 150 students. Because the market could see the potential in terms of the per-child subsidy, and the gap in that could still be spent on bringing the children into the school, giving them transport facility and other facilities, and still making some margin out of that. That was a great solution to sort of use the existing infrastructures, existing schools of the government to, one, give better quality of access quality, and then also include a sense of competition. Now, what is a bit of a matter of a concern is that public schools were previously managed by the public, and those were exactly the schools that hosted public teachers, and when that school is transferred, its ownership, its management and operations are outsourced to the private sector, those teachers have to be relocated to other schools. That's transfer postings, and that sort of inconvenient debate. But Government of Punjab was able to do that because there was this ownership and there was this understanding at the highest level that yes, this needs to be carried out. And the same is happening in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, where they're outsourcing the public schools. Assessments, if
we really need to wind up, honestly. I have to drop the guillotine here. Thank you very much for your insightful debate, discourse, great participation from the audience. Apologize profusely those who could not get to ask the questions, but you can always put your suggestions down on the notepad that is available in your folder. We'll collect them and then submit them for our assessments. Thank you very much again. Let me, we're just waiting for SN Iqbal to show up. He's already arrived. But in between, a quick fire input from the Secretary of Education of KP, who's sitting here. Let me ask him to come to the stage. And the current Education Minister of Punjab and the ex-Education Minister of Punjab, kindly come to the stage and share your thoughts with us. So, Mustasim Shah Saab, Mansoor Qadir Saab, and Rana Mashood, please come.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I was here to listen to the great minds and a lunch, but now we have heard that there are no free lunches. So, but the thing is that a decade of learning. I was part of this process, and when we started this project, at that time the Chief Minister of Punjab, Shehbaz Sharif, he headed that project, and we started with stock takes. We have heard a lot about a number of things, but accountability is the most important thing. And for that accountability, we were having stock takes after every 3 months. And in those stock takes, what we were looking at the standings of the districts on account of what we have heard here, and then the tablets that we introduced and L&Ds that were introduced, and then the SLOs, the student learning outcomes. So it was a continuous process, and by the end of 2018, there was an article in Economist which says that the education model of Punjab can't be compared with the other provinces of Pakistan, but with the best countries of Asia. So this was a drive that we were aiming at. Thank you very much. And but this is a continuous process, and for this process, I remember that we went to the British Parliament at that time. Mr. Nick Clegg, he was the Deputy Prime Minister, and DFID arranged a meeting that this is a UK taxpayers' money, and Punjab is using that money in a very transparent manner. And it was very well appreciated there, and we are really appreciative of the support of the UK government, FCDO, at that time, DFID, UK, and this partnership has to move forward. And as far as the girl-child education is concerned, Zevre Taaleem project, which was started in Punjab, now if you go to the stats, there are equal number of children in schools, boys and girls. And another important factor is that when we talk about bringing children to schools, and when we're talking about when we talk about different initiatives, the most important thing that we have seen is that the missing facilities, we worked a lot on that. And by the end of the tenure, our tenure in 2018, the provision of missing facilities in our schools were around 95 to 98%. And these were not our reports, these are the reports of organizations like Alif Elan, Asr, and the well-renowned organizations, they were reporting that. So there was a continuous effort on the part of the government, on the part of government of Punjab, and this effort has to be continued. And the girls, another thing that I want to share with you, we started a school transport program, and we started it in Muzaffargarh, and we started giving bicycles to boys. And I went to a girls' school, and girls were asking me that why you are not providing cycles to us, because we also want to go to school, and this is a mean that we want to use it. So yes, we have to have innovations in education system, and we want to bring more and more children to our schools. And at the end, I again thank you for the help of the British government and FCDO. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mustasim Saab, if you could share your experience in KP.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. I am Motasim Billah, Secretary Elementary Education, KP. Actually, I call that decade as the decade of intellectual regeneration, intellectual revival, of course, intellectual transformation, social awareness. I will just mention few things here. That just in one decade, the accessibility problem has been resolved to a greater extent. The number of schools have increased, the number of rooms have increased, missing facilities have been improved. And of course, on the human resource side, there has been an induction of more than 60,000 teachers and training of 54,000 teachers. And of course, the curriculum, the teachers training like this. I will just mention it that just in one decade, the number in school has gone double. Suppose if it was like 100 a decade back, now it is 200. Right now in the province, we have 34,179 schools and 4,000 community schools. As such, we have 38,179 schools in the province with 6.2 million registered students and 1,85,000 teachers and 3/4 of them trained. The overall impact of the decade is that just last year we had a massive enrollment drive in the province, and we were able to enroll 8,38,000 fresh students into our schools, with more than 3 lakh boys and girls in the 7-month district, which is a record number in the history of the province. What actually happened that the level of ownership at the community level has significantly improved. Now we have 38,000 active parents-teacher councils who are not just sitting inside the school, they are bridging the school with the community. So the local ownership has improved a lot. If I talk in billions, so billions and billions of rupees have been spent on the missing facilities. Just a decade back, the missing facilities were like 55%, which has gone up, the improvement has gone up to 87, 88%. So we are just 12 or 13% away from full-fledged facilitated schools. So that has been the improvement. Now the dropout has gone down. The reason is the overall physical condition of the schools have significantly improved. We have recreation corners in the school. We have a different teaching methodology by the teachers. Teachers have become just like parents. Students play at home in their school. So the retention has increased and the dropout has significantly decreased. That is so interesting. So one more innovation, a significant innovation, a great innovation, that was the introduction of the monitoring, the governance. IMU was established as a project, then that was converted into an authority. And before that innovation, the attendance ratio of teachers and students was roughly between 60 and 70% for students and just above 70% for teachers. That attendance level has gone up to 98% for teachers and almost 96, 95% for students. I'm a frequent visitor after joining as Secretary of Elementary and Secondary Education Department, I have never missed a single Saturday without field visits. I am visiting schools. Now laboratories are open, laboratories are more functional, libraries are functional, morning assemblies are well organized, attended by the Secretary. The Secretary has to attend morning assembly in the morning. The additional Secretary, the Special Secretary has to attend morning assembly in the province. The Director, the Additional Director, the DOs, the SDOs, the circle officers, everybody has to attend morning assembly in the nearest school. So there is an ownership at the level of the government, there is an ownership at the level of the department, and there is an ownership at the level of the community. So that's why I say that the decade was the decade of a revolution in education in KP. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, thank you very much. Mansoor Qadir Sahab, reflect on the future, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. And thank you very much, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity, having this crowd and these educationists sitting amongst them. So first of all, just wanted to let you know that I have just joined the Education Department as a minister a month ago. I was not formally a part of the reforms agenda which was being carried out by these British Council funded projects. But in this 1 month, which I have seen, and I'm very much disturbed, that the era which we are talking about, this 10 years of learning, it was learning, and then in the middle of that learning, there was a period of de-learning. When after the government ends in 2018, then the process was halted somewhere, and the speed of the things were not as good as it was earlier. And now, after this de-learning, we are again going into the mode of learning, relearning. We are again going into the mode of relearning. So, there is a need to put our house in order and start again from that zeal from which these projects and the funding by the UK government was initiated. Number two, in the presentation, it was pointed out that we need funding. Yes, we need funding, but there was another thing, that was the efficient use of these funds. I have seen that we are always demanding the funds, but we are lacking in this field that these funds should be utilized in a very transparent and effective manner. The results of these fundings should be visible. And number three, the thing which has given me a satisfaction is that during this decade of learning, we have attained the gender equality in the education sector, which was lacking earlier starting of this funding and the programs. So, with this little knowledge, I just want to thank you, the British government, for these projects and fundings, and I hope that in the years to come, they will be our partners in the future development of education sector in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let me formally and warmly welcome Ahsan Iqbal Saab, a person who needs no introduction. He's a politician by profession and an educationist by choice. So thank you for gracing the occasion. We now wind up this session, and let me request the chair now, His Excellency Andrew Dalglish, Acting British High Commissioner, to say a few words. Pardon me. Kim Bradford Smith, Education Team Leader, FCDO. She will actually sum up the entire session and give you the takeaways of this decade of learning. Go ahead, Kim.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a fabulous morning, and I'm feeling the love and the warmth from the passion, not just the expertise in this room, but the passion here to make a difference in education. Sirs, it's really great to have you with us. This morning we've had a really lively debate and conversation. We've heard about what's been going on for the last 10 years. We had a short documentary. We've looked at some of the 10 lessons that we've learned, some of the salient lessons from improving efficiency in the utilization of education financing to monitoring what matters. We've heard about going the last mile to ensure that everybody is included and no one is left behind. We've heard about the various characters in this story, the students, the teachers, all of the people in government and elsewhere that are making a difference. We've heard about reutilizing schools for afternoon schooling. We've heard about public-private partnerships in Punjab. We've heard about how KP is changing its policy on constructing schools so that it's really focusing on bringing girls up to the same level. We've heard there's more children in schools, more children attending regularly, they're more knowledgeable and skillful teachers, and we've got better quality school infrastructure. Is the job done? One of my colleagues said this morning. No, the job is not done. There is still much more that needs to be done, and we need to move from access to a quality focus. And over the next rest of today and tomorrow, we'll be having further conversations about how we can do this and how we can reflect and learn from collectively what we have all been doing. So I would love to pass over to the Acting High Commissioner from the British High Commission, Andrew. Thank you.
Honourable Minister Ahsan Iqbal, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for allowing me to join you for this important Decade of Learning conference. I'm delighted to be here with you. I've not been able to be here for the whole session, unfortunately. I'm too tall, aren't I? That's the problem. It's, yes, it's a hazard I should have grown to learn about. Forgive me. It's a delight to be here with you this morning. I've been able to benefit from the last two sessions, and I can see, as Kim just mentioned, how passionate the room, and I believe therefore the country, is about the importance of learning, the importance of education, and the hunger you have to build on what has already been established. And that is very motivating for myself, for my colleagues in the British High Commission who have been engaging with you on this journey throughout this decade of learning. Why are we here today, the next couple of days? Well, to celebrate success is an important part of any process, to take stock of what has been achieved, to celebrate it, to remind ourselves why what we're all doing together is making a difference and is important. So it's an opportunity also to thank all of our partners, whether they are from the provincial or the national government, from civil society, from low-cost private schools, from universities, from research institutes, and from commercial education service providers. Thank you for being part of this success story. You've heard a lot of numbers quoted at you today. I've got a lot more down here. I'm not going to repeat them, but we've heard some excellent statistics, most recently now from the panel here on the stage, of what in concrete, quantifiable terms has changed throughout the decade of learning. And it's worth pausing on those figures, because that is a way of reminding ourselves and anybody who has any doubts that the work that you have achieved is making a concrete difference in a very measurable way to the young people who are the future of Pakistan. It's also an opportunity to pause and to take stock, to challenge ourselves as to whether what we are achieving is a sustainable solution together or is at risk. And we heard from the Honourable Speaker who spoke last of the risk of de-learning. It is a thing. One doesn't accumulate and therefore bank and can guarantee the progress that's made. Things happen that can interrupt and get in the way of that progress. So the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic is still being felt. There was a drop of 20% in all subjects in 2022. If we look back a little further to the horror of the 2005 earthquakes in Pakistan, children were out of school for 3 months. 4 years later, they were 1.5 years behind in their scholarity, in their scholarship. And that is an indication of how a disruption can be far more significant than one initially thinks. More recently, of course, we've had the tragic flooding in Pakistan. 3.5 million children across Pakistan affected, and 1 million may be dropping out of education because of economic pressures. The need to be doing something other than learning and investing for their future. By 2050, Pakistan's population, if current rates are to be consistent, will have doubled. And that makes a significant challenge, not just for the future labour market, but for providing education for that rapidly growing number of people, young people, who will need access. It's estimated that, going back to the COVID pandemic, the World Bank has estimated that the cost of the school closures to Pakistan's economy will come in at something like $155 billion US. This is how much the work you're doing matters, how much of a difference it makes, and how important it is to remind ourselves, even if Pakistan is going through a trying time at the moment with its economy, how important it is that education and investment in education remains part of the solution, is perceived as part of the solution, an investment in the long term of the country that is well worth undertaking. So challenges as well as successes. But in answer to a point made earlier in the panel, the British High Commission would be enthusiastic, if you will have us, about being part of an ongoing engagement on education. We heard from my distinguished colleague that we're not here to distort. We know who decides Pakistan's curriculum, who's in charge, but where we can help, we would like to help. And we would like to continue through our projects being part of your future success. You've heard about the DARE programme, you've heard about the GOAL programme, Girls and Out of School Children Action for Learning programmes. You know all, I'm sure, about the work of the British Council. And we intend to continue with that work, with your permission, as long as there is work to do. And I'm afraid my dear colleague might not have her ambition of seeing that work completed before she retires. I'm not saying that because for any particular reason. I think that this is a long-term project. And we have to look for long-term sustainable solutions rather than thinking that there is a quick answer. So what, you might ask? So what is the acting British High Commissioner doing up here, giving himself permission to make a speech on this? I'd like to challenge you over the course of the next couple of days as influencers, as decision makers, as policy makers, as educationalists, to think politically, with a small p, programmatically, technically, about what this conference might add to the ongoing debate of the future of education in Pakistan. And to think not just in philosophical terms, but in action-oriented terms, so that something concrete might come of this that continues to build on that decade to make sure we don't slip into de-learning, into that we're driving forward with learning and relearning. So some challenges for you to have a think about, to take away. You know that diplomats don't do party politics. We're not allowed to. It's not our job. That's not what we're here for. So my challenge is for all political parties, whichever political party you might belong to or take an interest in, whether you think each political party in Pakistan could make a commitment to implement a 1 hour of reading session every day for every child in Pakistan. Is that something that the political classes could agree on as being a good thing, as the basis for any future education? Have a think about that, see if that's worth taking away. We heard a little bit about assessing, being able to evaluate progress that we're making, not just quantitatively, but qualitatively as well. So how about a national learning assessment measuring progress in early grade literacy? A way of finding out what impact the education is having, taking us away from the idea that by the age of, I don't know, 9, a child should be performing like this, but understanding what impact the education has had so that the education can be tailored to the child's needs rather than to a specific cohort described in any other way. Is that something worth considering? And heard a little bit about bicycles earlier on. How about all political parties considering a commitment to a practical and budgeted, safe, accessible and free transport for all children, boys and girls, to and from school, to give them the opportunity for the education they're entitled to wherever they live in Pakistan? Take it away, have a think about it, see if it's worth turning into a concrete proposal, policy or idea that could be implemented. I am sure you will have many more concrete ideas as well. So I hope that this event will generate additional, specific, actionable policy recommendations. I hope that you leave this conference as energized and as passionate as you came into it, with ideas for making a difference, for making that sustainable solution that sticks and that is the future of Pakistan. and I'm very grateful indeed for your permission to allow us, the British High Commission, to be a part of that journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me invite Mr. Minister Ahsan Iqbal Sahab to take the stage and share his thoughts with us. Ahsan Iqbal Sahab.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Acting High Commissioner, distinguished panelists, guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a great honor and privilege for me to represent the Prime Minister who could not join because of his engagements in Lahore city, and he asked me to represent him, to acknowledge the contribution, the great contribution that UK government has made in the field of education for Pakistan. As you have heard from the testimonials, how the education learning program in last 1 decade has helped students in Punjab and Khyber Pakhtunkhwa and also in Pakistan to improve their learning outcomes. Now, for a country like Pakistan, education is a big challenge. Unfortunately, in our history, we have not been able to accomplish which many other countries were able to accomplish. And if I was to say that what are the 2 factors which have not allowed Pakistan to do as well as other countries have done, for me the biggest culprit certainly is our political instability that has not allowed continuity in policies. But number 2 reason is our lack of performance in education sector. If you look at the success stories of the countries, you find that education is a necessary, may not be sufficient condition for development. There is no country in the world that has developed without having a literacy rate less than 90%. Unless we educate our nation, we cannot have the permit or the visa to enter the journey of development. So this is a major challenge with which we have grappled. And I think we need to ponder that why is it that we have not been able to do as well. I once asked our 2 leading nuclear scientists when Pakistan detonated nuclear bomb in 1998, that how come we were able to do something in which the whole world was stopping us to achieve our goal, and how come in other areas where the international community is wanting to help us, we are not able to achieve our goals. So they gave me a list of success factors which enabled them to achieve something that the whole world was not very helpful for Pakistan to achieve, and we did it by our own means. First and foremost, they said, it was our shared vision in our organizations. The whole organization, right from a janitor up to the head of the institution, shared a common purpose, and it was aligned with that mission. Number 2, they said that we enjoyed stability of leadership and continuity of policies. And one of them jokingly said that, you know, if we also had tenures of our chairmen, like you have tenures of prime ministers, so we would be making phuljadis. We would not be, you know, today in possession of this capability. Number 3, they said, we did not compromise on merit. Starting from recruitment to posting and promotion, we always tried our best to preserve merit in our organizations. The fourth thing they said, it was not the machines that enabled us to achieve this. We focused on our human resource development. It was our people that helped us achieve this. Now, there were a couple of other things. Now, I think we need to apply these lessons to education sector. And to me, one of the major missing links in our social sectors is stability and continuity of policies. We have given these sectors to fast changing tenures of our civil servants. They come for 4 weeks, 2 months, 5 months, and they change. Similarly, if you look at the district level, the quality of human resource we have, for example, I would say that while you are focusing on the next challenges, to me, the single most important challenge is how do we manage our education system at district level? I remember I had proposed to the Chief Minister, then Mr. Shehbaz Sharif, in the last years of his tenure, that we need to professionalize education and health sectors at district level. So we did manage to create District Education Authority and District Health Authority. But beyond that, it could not be fully implemented in letter and spirit because, again, the old guard took over those authorities and they became irrelevant from the purpose for which they were set up. And what was my point of suggesting to him that we set up these professional bodies? For example, now, in my district, I think the education budget would be somewhere 2.5 to 3 billion rupees. And similarly, for bigger districts, it would run into 5 or 7 or 8 billion rupees. Now, who is the manager sitting on that big, colossal amount of funds? He's just a school teacher who happens to be a district education officer or a chief executive of the District Education Authority, who has no modern management skills. His only function is to serve as a printing press for posting and transfer orders. That's it. So what I had proposed to the Chief Minister was that, if we can take out 1% of the budget and put it on the PMU for that district, for example, why cannot we have a market-based recruitment for the Chief Executive of the District Education Authority? Someone who is at the top of the education budget should be best and the brightest. And it should be open to civil servants or from private sector, whoever is interested. They should come with the right skills. They should have modern education in management, in education planning, in education management, so that the whole budget becomes productive. And then they must enjoy a stability of tenure. They must serve for 3 years. They should be accountable. There should be an oversight body. And in a province, there should be a provincial education authority whose role should be to regulate the education as well as do performance management of the district education authorities. So some, out-of-box solution to make this investment productive. It is not that we are investing any less money. For example, I'm sure province of Punjab's budget for education would be something like 400 billion rupees or so, plus minus. For Sindh, it would be plus minus 300 billion rupees. Now, that's not a small amount of money. But are we getting the right rate of return? Are we getting the right impact for that investment that we are making? And I think all those things, those were being discussed, that how do you bring accountability? How do you do stock taking to make sure that the KPIs that have been set up are being achieved or not? So one of the fundamental weaknesses in our system is that we have a poor education management system. And let me give you another example. In my constituency, I called all the headmasters of our government schools. And now I ask them that, please, can you tell me what is your monthly pay package? So starting from the first one till the last one, everyone had a six-figure tag, 100,000 rupees, 110,000 rupees, 115,000 rupees, you know, all like that. So then I asked them that, can you please tell me how many private schools in district of Narwal are giving same pay scale to their headmasters and headmistresses? So there was pin drop silence. So I said that, you know, can you give me one example where even any private school is giving them 60% or 70% of what you are getting? Again, there was pin drop silence. So then I said, you know, this is probably one area where public sector is paying its people more than the private sector. So then at least public sector is also entitled to get better results than the private sector. Why is it that we are not getting better results than the private schools? So is it not a food for thought for you? And is it not that, you know, you will be also held accountable on Day of Judgment, that, you know, you were getting this double salary or far more salary than private sector schools and your performance was far worse than the private schools? And so why is it so? I think one of the fundamental reasons is that at one time when we were very young, there used to be a very effective function of education department known as inspectorate or education inspectors. So there was a regular accountability. But then with the spread of education infrastructure, that inspection system almost became redundant or meaningless. It spread so thinly that there is hardly any education accountability in terms of how things are managed. So I would say that, you know, while we have big challenge, I mean, from curriculum, how do we enter the new century where whole of the education curriculum that was developed in industrial world has become redundant. Today, critical thinking, innovation, creativity, group learning, all those things have become very important, which are very different from our old model of learning. So how fast do we embrace them? That is one challenge. But on the other side, as I said, how do we revamp our education management system for results is another challenge. So with kind of partnership that we have with our development partners, and we have this great opportunity of British government support to help Pakistan improve its education sector, I think we need to learn from the best practices, global best practices, and all the reforms that have been done in UK also, and how best can we adapt them to our own local environment so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel. This collaboration offers that great opportunity of learning from the best practices from the developed world so that we can catch up faster. But then the real challenge, I think, would be that how best can we implement them? Because we are not very poor in making policies. The real challenge comes in implementation. And implementation can only happen if there is a strong ownership of those policies. And therefore, you know, my personal tragedy has been that I have been part of two great exercises of dreams for this country. First, Vision 2010, where we thought that Pakistan can achieve the goal of becoming an upper middle income country by 2010. It was distracted through political events, and there was martial law, and the whole thing was thrown out of the window. Second time, Vision 2025, where we thought that by 2025, we can be in the top 25 economies of the world. And we were very much on target by 2017 when PricewaterhouseCoopers projected us to be in the top 20 economies by 2030. But then, again, a political change, and the whole vision was thrown out of the window. So when I was in Adiala jail, for no fault of mine, because I was building a sports complex in my district that put me in a death sentence cell for more than 2 months, I used to reflect that, you know, I was part of 2 initiatives to put Pakistan on a fast-track path, and both times they were intercepted by political changes and could not continue. So what can we do differently so that our development plans do not suffer from such disruptions in future? So the only answer I could think of was that our civil society and citizens need to be given ownership of the reforms and the policies. If we can develop a strong voice of our citizens, of our movers and shakers in society, they can probably guarantee that if there is a political change, they can use their voice to tell new government that we want you to follow this policy and not change it. So therefore now, as part of our development plan, we have created a platform called Champions of Reform, in which we are trying to connect all those Pakistanis in different sectors who have an urge to make things better and who have an urge to change things from how they are. And this platform will allow them to become a strong voice in support of reform and change. This will give them a collective voice so that in future, if there are political changes, they can effectively use their voice to make sure that those changes which are in the interest of the country are not again thrown out, and we continue with consistency on those policies. Lastly, again, I would say that it is something on which our future depends because, as it was pointed out, education is not same as learning. Bringing children into schools does not guarantee learning. Learning is very different from literacy. So when you have an age where fourth industrial revolution is changing the whole learning paradigm, is making the speed with which you learn and unlearn and again learn the key currency of success, the whole pyramid of our learning and education needs to be revamped, and revamped very fast, because now the change is not coming on the horseback, the change is not coming on wheels, the change is coming with the speed of the electron. So I think we need to really, I have asked Ministry of Education to hold a national summit on curriculum reform to see that how we can have a broader consensus on our curriculum. We need to revamp our teacher training systems because you have good education curriculum, but if your teachers not trained in the new methods of teaching, that curriculum is useless. And we need to reform and change our examination system because as a management student, I believe, we say that what gets measured gets done and what does not get measured does not get done. You may have all the noble ideas in your curriculum, you may have all the teaching in place, but if your examination system is not testing the students for the right things, all of that reform will go waste. So curriculum, teacher training, and examination system, all three have to be synchronized so that we have a very progressive and a very dynamic education system which is aligned with the future needs of creativity, innovation in our children, critical thinking, and we are, then we have that human resource which meets the requirements of the future challenges, because more than 50% of the jobs today we have will probably in 10 years' time will become redundant. And there will be a whole new set of jobs that will be out there of which probably no one has any idea. If artificial intelligence is coming and going to displace millions of jobs, it is also going to create millions of new jobs. So, how do we really create our education system that is compatible with the challenges of future is going to be very important. And because this new learning is technology driven, if we are not mindful, it can produce more inequality in the society. So we have to make sure that we must have the right technology access for every segment of the society, every part of the society, so that technology does not becomes exclusionist, but it actually remains inclusive and it brings change for everyone and no one is left behind. So in the end, I would again like to thank British government for providing very valuable support to Pakistan to reform its school system, to reform its education system, to improve our literacy levels. But I think while their contribution is only a catalyst, the major responsibility rests on us, that we as a nation have to now catch up and catch up very fast. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister, for representing the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, with this we close this session. After lunch, we reconvene exactly in 1 hour, and during lunch we expect you to have collaborative conversations, if you could manage that while having food. That'll be wonderful. Thank you.
मन मशाल वित्ता के शुमायदात के शुमेवड़ा मनहम ITA एक नौदर बरे बुत्तगा मरोचा मनहम होती NGO या लाइन गाया ओ जाल बोला यानी जांदराई ओ हस्तां के बाबता आज नहीं देगी जोत कना वता जाना गिंचो अर्जान नहीं बले बिंदात कना गल्ला मीन
पास करने के बाद मैं घर बैठ गई थी। हमारी उम्र की लड़कियां हो जाती है तो उन्हें बस घर में बिठा जाते हैं, अभी चूल्हा चौका को उनकी शादी कर दी जाती है। मुझे बहुत ही शौक था बहुत पढ़ने का। मैं चाहती थी कि मैं डॉक्टर बनूं। उनके दिमाग में ऐसे ख्याल आते थे कि भी मैं पढ़ जाती कुछ बन जाती, नाम तो इनका ही रोशन होता ना। तो
मैं 15 साल की थी जब मेरे माँ बाप ने शादी कर दी मेरी। पढ़ने लिखने का मुझे बहुत शौक था, पर गरीबी थी, गरीबी में ऐसा बोझ माँ बाप नहीं उठा सकते थे, इसलिए हमने पढ़ाई नहीं की। गरीबी में रहना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। अमीर लोग तो नहीं जानते गरीबी कैसी होती है। किसी टाइम घर में अनाज नहीं होता, बच्चे भूखे रह जाते हैं।
हमारे यहाँ लड़कियाँ पर्टिकुलरली बहुत सारे मसलों का शिकार होती हैं। उनके साथ तशद्दुद होते हैं, उनके साथ बहुत गलत फैसले होते हैं, अर्ली मैरिजेस के, गुर्बत होती है तो मसले होते हैं। جب 2000 میں ادارہ تعلیم و آگہی بنا تو پاکستان میں پہلے سے تعلیم کا بحران تھا. آج بھی جب ہم بیٹھے ہیں تو 22.6 ملین بچے آؤٹ آف اسکول ہیں 5 to 16 ایئرز آف ایج کے. ادارے کا ویژن بھی اسی طرح سے.
ہر کمیونٹی کا علیحدہ علیحدہ ایک مائنڈ سیٹ ہے. جب ہمیں ولیجز اسائن ہو جاتی ہیں کہ اس ولیجز میں جا کے ہم نے وہاں پہ سینٹر بنانا ہے، تو ولیج کا سروے کے لیے جو ڈیٹا گیدر کرتے ہیں ہمیں یہ انالیسز ہو جاتا ہے، پتہ چل جاتا ہے کہ یہاں پہ کتنے بچیاں ایسی ہیں جو 9 سے 19 سال کی نیور انرولڈ ہیں یا وہ ڈراپ آؤٹ ہیں. تو ہمارا والدین کے ساتھ مسلسل رابطہ اور ان کے ساتھ کمیونیکیشن کرنا اور ان کے ساتھ موبلائزیشنز کرنی. ہم اگر ان کو کہیں نا کہ جی آپ ہمارے پاس بچی بھیجیں پڑھنے کے لیے یا کام سیکھنے کے لیے، تو وہ کہتے ہیں جی بچی ہماری ہیں تو آپ لوگوں کو کیا ایشو ہے، ہم نہیں پڑھانا چاہتے. تو وہاں پہ ہمیں پھر یہ ہوتا ہے کہ جہاں پہ اگر ہمارے پاس 100 بچی آنی ہوتی ہیں نا تو وہاں 50 بچی آتی ہیں.
8th کلاس کے بعد میں یہ لوگ آئے تھے، ٹیم ہمارے گھر آئی تھی، تو انہوں نے ہمیں بتایا کیسے سے پڑھائی کو آپ سٹارٹ کر سکتی ہو. تو میں یہاں آئی ہوں تو یہاں دیکھا ادارہ کیسا ہے، پھر میں نے اپنی تعلیم شروع کر دی ہے.
میرے والدین میری فیس ادا نہیں کر سکتے تھے، جس کی وجہ سے انہوں نے مجھے 2-3 سال گھر بٹھایا. جب میں نے اس ادارے کے بارے میں سنا، میں اپنی بھی پڑھائی جاری کرنے کے لیے یہاں پر آ گئی.
جب ہمارے پاس بچیاں آئی تھیں تو بہت زیادہ ان میں ایک خوف کہہ لیں، کانفیڈنس بالکل نہیں تھا. تو ایس ایس پروگرام کے تحت ان کو سیکنڈ چانس دیا گیا کہ یہ اپنی جو ہے وہ گرومنگ کریں، اپنی ایجوکیشن کو کمپلیٹ کریں. لیکن یہ ایک اسپیشل پروجیکٹ ہے جس میں ڈفرینٹ پروگرامز مرج ہوئے ہیں.
ایکسلریٹڈ لرننگ پروگرام جو ہے بیسیکلی اس میں ہم بچوں کی کیٹیگری کے حساب سے ایجوکیشن ڈیلیور کرتے ہیں کہ بچوں کو ہم لرننگ لیول کے حوالے سے تعلیم دیتے ہیں.
ان کو جو ہے وہ ہم سلیکٹڈ کریکولم جو ہے وہ اس کی طرف لے کے آتے ہیں کہ جس سے جو ہے وہ ان کی لرننگ لیول تیز ہو، پکنگ پاور تیز ہو اور وہ سلیبس کو کور کر سکے.
یہاں کا ماحول بہت اچھا ہے. ٹیچر ہم سے جیسے کہ وہ ہماری فرینڈ ہے، بہت اچھی طریقے سے سمجھاتی ہیں. کوئی ٹینشن ہے تو ہم سے پوچھتی ہیں، کہتی ہیں اگر کوئی ٹینشن ہے تو ہمیں بتاؤ. بہت اچھی ٹیچرز ہیں یہاں کی.
ووکیشنل ٹریننگ انسٹیٹیوٹ میں بچوں کو اسکلز سکھائے جاتے ہیں. 6 منتھ میں ہم اس کو ٹوٹل چھوٹے کپڑوں سے لے کے بڑے تک سلائی کرنا، بیوٹیشن کی پوری ڈیٹیل کے ساتھ لاسٹ میں ان کو ہم ایک ٹول کٹ بھی دیتے ہیں. اسکلز سکھانے کے علاوہ یہ بھی ضروری ہے کہ جو کام انہوں نے سیکھا وہ اس کو رن کیسے کر سکتی ہیں. ان کو پتہ ہونا چاہیے کہ ہم بزنس کیسے کر سکتے ہیں. تو 3 منتھ کے بعد ہم ان کو انٹرپرینورشپ کی ٹریننگ دیتے ہیں، مارکیٹنگ کا وزٹ کرواتے ہیں کہ آپ یہاں سے لون لے سکتی ہیں، ایسے اپنا کام سٹارٹ کر سکتی ہیں، اس مارکیٹ میں آپ کا یہ کام چل جائے گا، کیسے آپ اپنا پولر اسٹیبلش کر سکتی ہیں، گھروں میں سلائی سینٹر کھول سکتی ہیں جس کی وجہ سے انہیں بہت آسانی ہوتی ہے، ہیلپ ہوتی ہے اور وہ اپنا بزنس کر سکتی ہیں.
آلدو آئی ٹی اے میں جو ہے ایک ٹریڈیشنل ایجوکیشن چل رہی ہے، لیکن الانگ سائڈ جو ایک پلس پوائنٹ ہے ادھر کا وہ یہی ہے کہ لائف اسکل بیسڈ ایجوکیشن دی جا رہی ہے. جتنی بھی لائف کی ہماری مہارتیں ہیں یا زندگی گزارنے کے لیے جتنی ہماری پرسنالٹی کو جس چیز کی ضرورت ہے، جس پہ گرومنگ کی ضرورت ہے، فار ایگزامپل اس میں بیہیویئر لرننگ آتی ہے، اس میں سوشل لرننگ آتی ہے، اس میں ہماری پرسنل اور پروفیشنل گروتھ کس طرح سے کرنی ہے، یہ وہ ایج گروپ ہے جس پہ فوکس کرنے کی سب سے زیادہ ضرورت ہے. دے آر ناٹ کانفیڈنٹ انف تو وہ اسٹینڈ آؤٹ نہیں کر سکیں گی. تو اس ایج گروپ میں پرٹیکولرلی یہ ضروری ہے کہ ہم یہ سارے ایریاز کور کریں.
اتنے پسماندہ اور اوپریسو ایٹماسفیئر میں جہاں پہ لڑکی کی آواز نہیں ہے مگر ڈھیروں ذمہ داریاں ہیں، اس سے اس کو کیسے نجات دلائیں. تو جیسے ہم لوگوں نے شربینو بے چنوئی فلمز والوں کو بھی لیا، تو ہمارا آئیڈیا یہی تھا کہ ایسے لوگوں کو لے کر چلیں جس میں یہ بچوں کے بارے میں صرف کہانیاں نہ بنے مگر اپنے بارے میں کچھ کہہ سکے، اور کہہ سکے ایسے کہ لوگوں کو سمجھ آ جائے کہ ان کی کہانی کیا ہے یہ کہاں سے شروع ہوئی اور کیا چیز عبور کرنا چاہتی ہیں.
موبائل سینما ہم لے کے جاتے ہیں گاؤں دور دراز ایریاز میں جہاں پہ لائٹ ٹی ویز اور لوگوں کو سینماز کا ایکسپیرینس نہیں ہوتا. ہمارے پاس جو فلمز ہیں اس کے اندر ایجوکیشنل اور انفارمیٹیو لیسنز ہیں بہت سارے.
اویئرنیس دینا ایک بہت ضروری ہوتا ہے کیونکہ بیسیکلی تو کمیونٹی کو اویئرنیس ہی نہیں ہوتی کہ ان کے رائٹس کیا ہیں. مختلف جو ٹاپک ہیں ان کو ہم جو ہے وہ بچوں کو بتاتے ہیں. جیسے فار ایگزامپل جینڈر, کہ جینڈر کیا ہے, جینڈر ڈسکریمنیشن کسے کہتے ہیں. اسی طریقے سے اس میں جو ہے ہم رائٹس کے حوالے سے بچوں سے بات کرتے ہیں کہ ہیومن رائٹس کیا ہیں, ویمن رائٹس کیا ہیں, سیلف ڈیفینس. گرلز کو تیار کرنا کہ وہ اپنے آپ کو ریڈی رکھیں کہ وہ کچھ بھی کر سکتی ہیں.
EDGE is basically, it stands for English and Digital for Girls Education. It's been run in several countries of the world by the British Council, and now we are piloting it in Pakistan. ہمیں یہ اپرچونٹی ملی کہ ہم اپنے ایج پروجیکٹ کو سیانی سہیلیاں پروجیکٹ میں شامل کر سکیں کیونکہ آلریڈی ایگزسٹنگ پروجیکٹ ہے, کمیونٹیز آئیڈینٹیفائڈ ہیں. اٹ گیوز ایج اے بیٹر اپرچونٹی ٹو بی پارٹ آف دی کمیونٹیز اینڈ بینیفٹ دی گرلز.
The aim is to provide life skills to these adolescent girls. We aim to develop some of their English language skills and give them a basic understanding of how to operate computers, how to work on the internet, how to do different skills so that they will be able to contribute better in the society. Their job prospects will also become better.
فرسٹلی جب میں یہاں آئی تھی تو مجھے بہت عجیب لگا تھا کہ جب سائنس اسٹوڈنٹس آن لائن پڑھ رہے تھے اور مجھے لگ رہا تھا کہ میں یہ نہیں کر سکتی, لیکن آہستہ آہستہ جب میں نے شروع کیا تو بہت ایزی ہو گیا. بہت ساری چیزیں سیکھی, ہمارے اندر بہت ساری اسکلز ڈیولپ ہوئیں.
Coming here, the energy is just enormous. So this building is full of young people, young women with hopes and dreams which are much more likely to be realised because of all the things they're learning here. And that's so important that they have an environment where they can really thrive and learn and make the most of all the gifts which they've been naturally given.
Girls are 50% of the population, so if a country is going to develop and to succeed, then you need to make sure that everyone is being able to access the skills and the opportunities that they need in order to be able to succeed. It's just been so inspiring to see them, to see how hopeful they are about the future, how confident they feel, how empowered they feel. It's been really, really inspiring and makes you feel really optimistic.
We are very positive about the impact. This is going to be a subtle change, but at least the process has started, and that is something which I really like about the EDGE clubs.
جب لوگوں کا منفی رویہ دیکھتے ہیں تو دل بھی ٹوٹتا ہے, لیکن شام کو جب آتے ہیں تو ڈیسائیڈ ہو کے آتے ہیں, صبح پھر وہی جذبہ لے کے جو ہے نا نکل پڑتے ہیں.
ادارہ تعلیم آگاہی کا مجھے پتہ چلا تو ادھر میں نے خود اپنے دم پہ ادھر اسکول میں داخلہ لیا. انہوں نے ہمیں سب کچھ کیا تو اس کی وجہ سے ہم پڑھے ہیں. میں ڈاکٹر بننا چاہتی ہوں اور مطلب کہ اور میں پورے ملک کے لیے کچھ کرنا چاہتی ہوں. میں ضرور کروں گی, انشاءاللہ میں ضرور, اگر کوئی کرے یا نہ کرے میں اپنے لیے کچھ ضرور کروں گی.
ہمارے ہاں باجی آئی تھی, اس نے ہمیں کہا ہمارے ہاں بھی قومی ادارہ سخنی سہیلی کا بھی پروگرام ہے, تم آؤ نجمہ دیکھو, تمہیں اچھا لگے تو تم کرو. میں گئی تھی اس کے گھر میں نے دیکھا, مجھے چنری کا کام اچھا لگا. میں نے اس سے یہ کام 3 مہینے سیکھا. سیکھ کر میں نے بھائی گھر میں آئی, وہ بھی کیا تھا, مجھے اچھا لگا تھا. ہمارا کام اچھا چل رہا ہے, اس کا ہم شکریہ ادا کرتے ہیں.
ایس پروگرام کے تحت ہم نے ان کو ایک جیسے کہتے ہیں نا کہ ایک راستے پر ڈال دی ہے, ان کو موٹیویٹ کر دی ہے. اب وہ اس لیول پر پہنچ چکی ہیں بچیاں کہ ہمیں یقین ہے کہ وہ آگے جائیں گی.
مجھے لگتا ہے کہ کسی حد تک شاید ادارہ تعلیم و آگاہی نے اپنا حصہ شاید ڈال دیا ہے. یہ نہیں ہے کہ وہ پورا ہو چکا ہے, مگر کم از کم ہم یہ کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ اگر پاکستان کو تبدیل کرنے کے لیے بلڈنگ بلاکس ہم سب مل کے اکٹھے کر رہے ہیں, بہت ساری تنظیمیں, तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें इदारा तालीम व आगाही का भी एक छोटी सी कंट्रीब्यूशन ज़रूर मानी जाएगी।
मैं बड़े होकर पायलट बनना चाहती हूँ।
मैं बड़ी होकर आर्टिस्ट बनना चाहती हूँ।
मैं बड़े होकर पॉलिटिशियन बनना चाहती हूँ।
मैं बड़ी होकर टीचर बनना चाहती हूँ।
पास करने के बाद मैं घर बैठ गई थी। हमारी उम्र की लड़कियां हो जाती है तो उन्हें बस घर में बिठा जाते हैं, अभी चूल्हा चौका को उनकी शादी कर दी जाती है। मुझे बहुत ही शौक था बहुत पढ़ने का। मैं चाहती थी कि मैं डॉक्टर बनूं। उनके दिमाग में ऐसे ख्याल आते थे कि भी मैं पढ़ जाती कुछ बन जाती, नाम तो इनका ही रोशन होता ना। तो
मैं 15 साल की थी जब मेरे माँ बाप ने शादी कर दी मेरी। पढ़ने लिखने का मुझे बहुत शौक था, पर गरीबी थी, गरीबी में ऐसा बोझ माँ बाप नहीं उठा सकते थे, इसलिए हमने पढ़ाई नहीं की। गरीबी में रहना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। अमीर लोग तो नहीं जानते गरीबी कैसी होती है। किसी टाइम घर में अनाज नहीं होता, बच्चे भूखे रह जाते हैं।
हमारे यहाँ लड़कियाँ पर्टिकुलरली बहुत सारे मसलों का शिकार होती हैं। उनके साथ तशद्दुद होते हैं, उनके साथ बहुत गलत फैसले होते हैं, अर्ली मैरिजेस के, गुर्बत होती है तो मसले होते हैं। जब 2000 में इदारा तालीम व आगाही बना तो पाकिस्तान में पहले से तालीम का बहरान था। आज भी जब हम बैठे हैं तो हमारे 22.6 मिलियन बच्चे आउट ऑफ स्कूल हैं, 5 to 16 ईयर्स ऑफ एज के। इदारे का विजन भी इसी तरह से था कि तालीम एक मरबूत अमल हो, इंसान की इनफिरादी और समाजी तरक्की और तब्दीली का। सियानी सहेलियाँ यानी कि वाइज फ्रेंड्स विद गर्ल्स, तो उसमें हमारा सोच ही यही थी कि कोई ऐसा पाथवे बन सकता है which really advances action for adolescent girls। तो हमने कहा क्यों ना हम उन बच्चियों को ढूंढते हैं जो कि किसी वजह से ड्रॉप आउट हो गई।
हर कम्युनिटी का अलग-अलग एक माइंडसेट है। जब हमें विलेजेस साइन हो जाती हैं कि इस विलेजेस में जाके हमने वहाँ पे सेंटर बनाना है, तो विलेज का सर्वे के लिए जो डाटा गैदर करते हैं हमें ये एनालिसिस हो जाता है, पता चल जाता है कि यहाँ पे कितने बच्चियाँ ऐसी हैं जो 9 से 19 साल की नेवर इनरोल्ड हैं या वो ड्रॉप आउट हैं। तो हमारा वालिदैन के साथ मुसलसल रब्ता और उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन करनी और उनके साथ मोबिलाइजेशंस करनी। हम अगर उनको कहें ना कि जी आप हमारे पास बच्ची भेजे पढ़ने के लिए या काम सीखने के लिए, तो वो कहते हैं जी बच्ची हमारी हैं तो आप लोगों को क्या इशू है, हम नहीं पढ़ाना चाहते। तो वहाँ पे हमें फिर ये होता है कि जहाँ पे अगर हमारे पास 100 बच्ची आनी होती है ना, तो वहाँ 50 बच्ची आती हैं।
8th क्लास के बाद में ये लोग आए थे, टीम हमारे घर आई थी, तो इन्होंने हमें बताया कैसे ऐसे पढ़ाई को आप स्टार्ट कर सकती हो। तो मैं यहाँ आई हूँ, तो यहाँ देखा इदारा कैसा है, फिर मैंने अपनी तालीम शुरू कर दी है।
मेरे वालिदैन मेरी फीस अदा नहीं कर सकते थे, जिसकी वजह से उन्होंने मुझे 2-3 साल घर बिठाया। जब मैंने इस इदारे के बारे में सुना, मैं अपनी भी पढ़ाई जारी करने के लिए यहाँ पर आ गई।
जब हमारे पास बच्चियाँ आई थी तो बहुत ज़्यादा उनमें एक खौफ कह लें, कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्कुल नहीं था। तो एसएस प्रोग्राम के तहत इनको सेकंड चांस दिया गया कि ये अपनी जो है वो ग्रूमिंग करें, अपनी एजुकेशन को कंप्लीट करें। लेकिन ये एक स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम्स मर्ज हुए हैं।
एक्सेलरेटेड लर्निंग प्रोग्राम जो है बेसिकली उसमें हम बच्चों की कैटेगरी के हिसाब से एजुकेशन डिलीवर करते हैं कि बच्चों को हम लर्निंग लेवल के हवाले से तालीम देते हैं।
उनको जो है वो हम सिलेक्टेड करिकुलम जो है वो उसकी तरफ लेके आते हैं कि जिससे जो है वो उनकी लर्निंग लेवल तेज हो, पिकिंग पावर तेज हो और वो सिलेबस को कवर कर सके।
यहाँ का माहौल बहुत अच्छा, टीचर हमसे जैसे कि वो हमारी फ्रेंड है, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से समझाती हैं। कोई टेंशन है तो हमसे पूछती हैं, कहती हैं अगर कोई टेंशन है तो हमें बताओ। बहुत अच्छी टीचर्स हैं यहाँ की। वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में बच्चों को स्किल्स सिखाए जाते हैं। 6 मंथ में हम उसको टोटल छोटे कपड़ों से लेके बड़े तक सिलाई करना, ब्यूटिशियन की पूरी डिटेल के साथ लास्ट में उनको हम एक टूल किट भी देते हैं। स्किल्स के सिखाने के अलावा ये भी ज़रूरी है कि जो काम उन्होंने सीखा वो उसको रन कैसे कर सकती हैं। उनको पता होना चाहिए कि हम बिज़नेस कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो 3 मंथ के बाद हम उनको एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, मार्केटिंग का विजिट करवाते हैं कि आप यहाँ से लोन ले सकती हैं, ऐसे अपना काम स्टार्ट कर सकती हैं, इस मार्केट में आपका ये काम चल जाएगा, कैसे आप अपना पॉल एस्टेब्लिश कर सकती हैं, घरों में सिलाई सेंटर खोल सकती हैं, जिसकी वजह से उन्हें बहुत आसानी होती है, हेल्प होती है और वो अपना बिजनेस कर सकती हैं। ऑल्दो ITA में जो है एक ट्रेडिशनल एजुकेशन चल रही है, लेकिन अलॉन्ग साइड जो एक प्लस पॉइंट है इधर का वो यही है कि लाइफ स्किल बेस्ड एजुकेशन दी जा रही है। जितनी भी लाइफ की हमारी महारतें हैं या ज़िंदगी गुजारने के लिए जितनी हमारी पर्सनालिटी को जिस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है, जिस पे ग्रूमिंग की ज़रूरत है, फॉर एग्जांपल इसमें बिहेवियरल लर्निंग आती है, इसमें सोशल लर्निंग आती है, इसमें हमारी पर्सनल और प्रोफेशनल ग्रोथ किस तरह से करनी है, ये वो एज ग्रुप है जिस पे फोकस करने की सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। दे आर नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ, तो वो स्टैंड आउट नहीं कर सकेंगी। तो इस एज ग्रुप में पर्टिकुलरली ये ज़रूरी है कि हम ये सारे एरियाज़ कवर करें।
इतने पसमानदा और ऑप्रेसिव एटमॉस्फेयर में जहाँ पे लड़की की आवाज़ नहीं है मगर ढेरों जिम्मेदारियाँ हैं, उससे उसको कैसे निजात दिलाएं। तो जैसे हम लोगों ने शर्बीनो बे चुनोई फिल्म्स वालों को भी लिया, तो हमारा आइडिया यही था कि ऐसे लोगों को लेकर चलें जिसमें ये बच्चियों के बारे में सिर्फ कहानियां ना बने मगर अपने बारे में कुछ कह सके, और कह सके ऐसे कि लोगों को समझ आ जाए कि इनकी कहानी क्या है, ये कहाँ से शुरू हुई और क्या चीज़ अबूर करना चाहती हैं।
मोबाइल सिनेमा हम लेके जाते हैं गांव दूर दराज एरियाज में जहां पे लाइट, टीवीज और लोगों को सिनेमास का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं होता। हमारे पास जो फिल्म्स हैं उसके अंदर एजुकेशनल और इंफॉर्मेटिव लेसन्स हैं बहुत सारे।
अवेयरनेस देना एक बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, क्योंकि बेसिकली तो कम्युनिटी को अवेयरनेस ही नहीं होती कि उनके राइट्स क्या हैं। मुख्तलिफ जो टॉपिक हैं उनको हम जो है वो बच्चों को बताते हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल जेंडर, कि जेंडर क्या है, जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन किसे कहते हैं। इसी तरीके से उसमें जो है हम राइट्स के हवाले से बच्चों से बात करते हैं कि ह्यूमन राइट्स क्या हैं, विमेन राइट्स क्या हैं, सेल्फ डिफेंस, गर्ल्स को तैयार करना कि वो अपने आप को रेडी रखें कि वो कुछ भी कर सकती हैं।
EDGE is basically, it stands for English and Digital for Girls Education. It's been run in several countries of the world by the British Council, and now we are piloting it in Pakistan. हमें ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली कि हम अपने EDGE प्रोजेक्ट को सियानी सहेलियाँ प्रोजेक्ट में शामिल कर सकें, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोजेक्ट है, कम्युनिटीज़ आइडेंटिफाइड हैं। इट गिव्स EDGE a better opportunity to be part of the communities and benefit the girls.
The aim is to provide life skills to these adolescent girls. We aim to develop some of their English language skills and give them a basic understanding of how to operate computers, how to work on the internet, how to do different skills so that they will be able to contribute better in the society. Their job prospects will also become better.
फर्स्टली जब मैं यहाँ आई थी तो मुझे बहुत अजीब लगा था कि जब साइंस स्टूडेंट्स ऑनलाइन पढ़ रहे थे और मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं ये नहीं कर सकती, लेकिन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जब मैंने शुरू किया तो बहुत इजी हो गया, बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखी, हमारे अंदर बहुत सारी स्किल्स डेवलप हुई.
Come in here, the energy is just enormous. So this building is full of young people, young women with hopes and dreams which are much more likely to be realised because of all the things they're learning here. And that's so important that they have an environment where they can really thrive and learn and make the most of all the gifts which they've been naturally given.
Girls are 50% of the population, so if a country is going to develop and to succeed, then you need to make sure that everyone is being able to access the skills and the opportunities that they need in order to be able to succeed. It's just been so inspiring to see them, to see how hopeful they are about the future, how confident they feel, how empowered they feel. It's been really, really inspiring and makes you feel really optimistic.
We are very positive about the impact. This is going to be a subtle change, but at least the process has started, and that is something which I really like about the Edge Clubs.
जब लोगों का मनफी रवैया देखते हैं तो दिल भी टूटता है, लेकिन शाम को जब आते हैं तो डिसाइड हो के आते हैं, सुबह फिर वही जज्बा लेके जो है ना निकल पड़ते हैं.
इदारा तालीम और का मुझे पता चला तो उधर मैंने खुद अपने दम पे उधर स्कूल में दाखिला लिया. उन्होंने हमें सब कुछ दिया तो उसकी वजह से हम पढ़े हैं. मैं डॉक्टर बनना चाहती हूँ और मैं पूरे मुल्क के लिए कुछ करना चाहती हूँ. मैं ज़रूर करूँगी, इंशाल्लाह मैं ज़रूर, अगर कोई करे या ना करे, मैं अपने लिए कुछ ज़रूर करूँगी.
हमारे यहाँ बाजी आई थी, उसने हमें कहा हमारे यहाँ भी कौमी इदारा सखनी सहेली का भी प्रोग्राम है, तुम आओ नजमा, देखो तुम्हें अच्छा लगे तो तुम करो. मैं गई थी उसके घर में, मैंने देखा, मुझे चुनरी का काम अच्छा लगा. मैंने उससे ये काम 3 महीने सीखा. सीख कर मैंने भाई घर में आई, वो भी किया था, मुझे अच्छा लगा था. हमारा काम अच्छा चल रहा है, उसका हम शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं.
एसएस प्रोग्राम के तहत हमने उनको एक जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक रास्ते पर डाल दिया है, उनको मोटिवेट कर दिया है. अब वो इस लेवल पर पहुंच चुकी हैं बच्चियां कि हमें यकीन है कि वो आगे जाएंगी.
मुझे लगता है कि किसी हद तक शायद इदारा तालीम आगे ही ने अपना हिस्सा शायद डाल दिया है. ये नहीं है कि वो पूरा हो चुका है, मगर कम से कम हम ये कह सकते हैं कि अगर पाकिस्तान को तब्दील करने के लिए बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हम सब मिलके इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारी तंजीमें, तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें इदारा तालीम आगही का भी एक छोटी सी कंट्रीब्यूशन ज़रूर मानी जाएगी.
मैं बड़े होकर पायलट बनना चाहती हूँ. मैं बड़े होकर आर्टिस्ट बनना चाहती हूँ. मैं बड़े होकर पॉलिटिशियन बनना चाहती हूँ. मैं बड़ी होकर टीचर बनना चाहती हूँ.
पास करने के बाद मैं घर बैठ गई थी. हमारी उम्र की लड़कियां हो जाती है तो उन्हें बस घर में बिठा जाते हैं, अभी चूल्हा चौका कर उनकी शादी कर दी जाती है. मुझे बहुत ही शौक था बहुत पढ़ने का. मैं चाहती थी कि मैं डॉक्टर बनूं. उनके दिमाग में ऐसे ख्याल आते थे कि अभी मैं पढ़ जाती, कुछ बन जाती, नाम तो इनका ही रोशन होता ना. तो
मैं 15 साल की थी जब मेरे माँ बाप ने शादी कर दी मेरी। पढ़ने लिखने का मुझे बहुत शौक था, पर गरीबी थी, गरीबी में ऐसा बोझ माँ बाप नहीं उठा सकते थे, इसलिए हमने पढ़ाई नहीं की। गरीबी में रहना बहुत मुश्किल होता है। अमीर लोग तो नहीं जानते गरीबी कैसी होती है। किसी टाइम घर में अनाज नहीं होता, बच्चे भूखे रह जाते हैं।
हमारे यहाँ लड़कियाँ पर्टिकुलरली बहुत सारे मसलों का शिकार होती हैं। उनके साथ तशद्दुद होते हैं, उनके साथ बहुत गलत फैसले होते हैं, अर्ली मैरिजेस के, गुर्बत होती है तो मसले होते हैं। जब 2000 में इदारा तालीम आगाही बना तो पाकिस्तान में पहले से तालीम का बहरान था। आज भी जब हम बैठे हैं तो हमारे 22.6 मिलियन बच्चे आउट ऑफ स्कूल हैं, 5 to 16 ईयर्स ऑफ एज के। इदारे का विजन भी इसी तरह से था कि तालीम एक मरबूत अमल हो, इंसान की इनफिरादी और समाजी तरक्की और तब्दीली का। सियानी सहेलियाँ यानी कि वाइज फ्रेंड्स विद गर्ल्स, तो उसमें हमारा सोच ही यही थी कि कोई ऐसा पाथवे बन सकता है which really advances action for adolescent girls। तो हमने कहा क्यों ना हम उन बच्चियों को ढूंढते हैं जो कि किसी वजह से ड्रॉप आउट हो गई।
हर कम्युनिटी का अलग-अलग एक माइंडसेट है। जब हमें विलेजेस असाइन हो जाती हैं कि इस विलेजेस में जाके हमने वहाँ पे सेंटर बनाना है, तो विलेज का सर्वे के लिए जो डाटा गैदर करते हैं हमें ये एनालिसिस हो जाता है, पता चल जाता है कि यहाँ पे कितने बच्चियाँ ऐसी हैं जो 9 से 19 साल की नेवर एनरोल्ड हैं या वो ड्रॉप आउट हैं। तो हमारा वालिदैन के साथ मुसलसल रब्ता और उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन करनी और उनके साथ मोबिलाइजेशंस करनी। हम अगर उनको कहें ना कि जी आप हमारे पास बच्ची भेजें पढ़ने के लिए या काम सीखने के लिए, तो वो कहते हैं जी बच्ची हमारी हैं तो आप लोगों को क्या इशू है, हम नहीं पढ़ाना चाहते। तो वहाँ पे हमें फिर ये होता है कि जहाँ पे अगर हमारे पास 100 बच्ची आनी होती है ना, तो वहाँ 50 बच्ची आती हैं।
8th क्लास के बाद में ये लोग आए थे, टीम हमारे घर आई थी, तो इन्होंने हमें बताया कैसे से पढ़ाई को आप स्टार्ट कर सकती हो। तो मैं यहाँ आई हूँ तो यहाँ देखा इदारा कैसा है, फिर मैंने अपनी तालीम शुरू कर दी है।
मेरे वालिदैन मेरी फीस अदा नहीं कर सकते थे, जिसकी वजह से उन्होंने मुझे 2-3 साल घर बिठाया। जब मैंने इस इदारे के बारे में सुना, मैं अपनी भी पढ़ाई जारी करने के लिए यहाँ पर आ गई।
जब हमारे पास बच्चियाँ आई थी तो बहुत ज़्यादा उनमें एक खौफ कह लें, कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्कुल नहीं था। तो एसएस प्रोग्राम के तहत इनको सेकंड चांस दिया गया कि ये अपनी जो है वो ग्रूमिंग करें, अपनी एजुकेशन को कंप्लीट करें। लेकिन ये एक स्पेशल प्रोजेक्ट है जिसमें डिफरेंट प्रोग्राम्स मर्ज हुए हैं।
एक्सेलरेटेड लर्निंग प्रोग्राम जो है बेसिकली उसमें हम बच्चों की कैटेगरी के हिसाब से एजुकेशन डिलीवर करते हैं कि बच्चों को हम लर्निंग लेवल के हवाले से तालीम देते हैं।
उनको जो है वो हम सिलेक्टेड करिकुलम जो है वो उसकी तरफ लेके आते हैं कि जिससे जो है वो उनकी लर्निंग लेवल तेज हो, पिकिंग पावर तेज हो और वो सिलेबस को कवर कर सके।
यहाँ का माहौल बहुत अच्छा, टीचर हमसे जैसे कि वो हमारी फ्रेंड है, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से समझाती हैं। कोई टेंशन है तो हमसे पूछती हैं, कहती हैं अगर कोई टेंशन है तो हमें बताओ, बहुत अच्छी टीचर्स हैं यहाँ पे।
वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में बच्चों को स्किल्स सिखाए जाते हैं। 6 मंथ में हम उसको टोटल छोटे कपड़ों से लेके बड़े तक सिलाई करना, ब्यूटिशियन की पूरी डिटेल के साथ लास्ट में उनको हम एक टूल किट भी देते हैं। स्किल्स के सिखाने के अलावा ये भी ज़रूरी है कि जो काम उन्होंने सीखा वो उसको रन कैसे कर सकती हैं। उनको पता होना चाहिए कि हम बिज़नेस कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो 3 मंथ के बाद हम उनको एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, मार्केटिंग का विज़िट करवाते हैं कि आप यहाँ से लोन ले सकती हैं, ऐसे अपना काम स्टार्ट कर सकती हैं, इस मार्केट में आपका ये काम चल जाएगा, कैसे आप अपना पॉलर इस्टेब्लिश कर सकती हैं, घरों में सिलाई सेंटर खोल सकती हैं, जिसकी वजह से उन्हें बहुत आसानी होती है, हेल्प होती है और वो अपना बिज़नेस कर सकती हैं।
ऑल्दो ITA में जो है एक ट्रेडिशनल एजुकेशन चल रही है, लेकिन अलॉन्ग साइड जो एक प्लस पॉइंट है इधर का वो यही है कि लाइफ स्किल बेस्ड एजुकेशन दी जा रही है।
जितनी भी लाइफ की हमारी महारतें हैं या ज़िंदगी गुजारने के लिए जितनी हमारी पर्सनालिटी को जिस चीज़ की ज़रूरत है, जिस पे ग्रूमिंग की ज़रूरत है, फॉर एग्जांपल इसमें बिहेवियरल लर्निंग आती है, इसमें सोशल लर्निंग आती है, इसमें हमारी पर्सनल और प्रोफेशनल ग्रोथ किस तरह से करनी है, ये वो एज ग्रुप है जिस पे फोकस करने की सबसे ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। दे आर नॉट कॉन्फिडेंट इनफ तो वो स्टैंड आउट नहीं कर सकेंगी। तो इस एज ग्रुप में पर्टिकुलरली ये ज़रूरी है कि हम ये सारे एरियाज़ कवर करें।
इतने पसमानदा और ओप्रेसिव एटमॉस्फेयर में जहाँ पे लड़की की आवाज़ नहीं है मगर ढेरों जिम्मेदारियाँ हैं, उससे उसको कैसे निजात दिलाएं। तो जैसे हम लोगों ने शर्बीनो बे चुनोई फिल्म्स वालों को भी लिया, तो हमारा आइडिया यही था कि ऐसे लोगों को लेकर चलें जिसमें ये बच्चियों के बारे में सिर्फ कहानियां ना बने मगर अपने बारे में कुछ कह सके, और कह सके ऐसे कि लोगों को समझ आ जाए कि इनकी कहानी क्या है, ये कहाँ से शुरू हुई और क्या चीज़ अबूर करना चाहती हैं।
मोबाइल सिनेमा हम लेके जाते हैं गांव दूर दराज एरियाज में जहां पे लाइट, टीवीज और लोगों को सिनेमास का एक्सपीरियंस नहीं होता। हमारे पास जो फिल्म्स हैं उसके अंदर एजुकेशनल और इंफॉर्मेटिव लेसन्स हैं बहुत सारे।
अवेयरनेस देना एक बहुत ज़रूरी होता है, क्योंकि बेसिकली तो कम्युनिटी को अवेयरनेस ही नहीं होती कि उनके राइट्स क्या हैं। मुख्तलिफ जो टॉपिक हैं उनको हम जो है वो बच्चों को बताते हैं। जैसे फॉर एग्जाम्पल जेंडर, कि जेंडर क्या है, जेंडर डिस्क्रिमिनेशन किसे कहते हैं। इसी तरीके से उसमें जो है हम राइट्स के हवाले से बच्चों से बात करते हैं कि ह्यूमन राइट्स क्या हैं, विमेन राइट्स क्या हैं, सेल्फ डिफेंस, गर्ल्स को तैयार करना कि वो अपने आप को रेडी रखें कि वो कुछ भी कर सकती हैं।
EDGE is basically, it stands for English and Digital for Girls Education. It's been run in several countries of the world by the British Council, and now we are piloting it in Pakistan. हमें ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिली कि हम अपने EDGE प्रोजेक्ट को सियानी सहेलियाँ प्रोजेक्ट में शामिल कर सकें, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी एग्जिस्टिंग प्रोजेक्ट है, कम्युनिटीज़ आइडेंटिफाइड हैं। इट गिव्स EDGE a better opportunity to be part of the communities and benefit the girls.
The aim is to provide life skills to these adolescent girls. We aim to develop some of their English language skills and give them a basic understanding of how to operate computers, how to work on the internet, how to do different skills so that they will be able to contribute better in the society. Their job prospects will also become better.
फर्स्टली जब मैं यहाँ आई थी तो मुझे बहुत अजीब लगा था कि जब साइंस स्टूडेंट्स ऑनलाइन पढ़ रहे थे और मुझे लग रहा था कि मैं ये नहीं कर सकती, लेकिन आहिस्ता आहिस्ता जब मैंने शुरू किया तो बहुत इजी हो गया। बहुत सारी चीज़ें सीखी, हमारे अंदर बहुत सारी स्किल्स डेवलप हुई।
Coming here, the energy is just enormous. So this building is full of young people, young women with hopes and dreams which are much more likely to be realised because of all the things they're learning here. And that's so important that they have an environment where they can really thrive and learn and make the most of all the gifts which they've been naturally given.
Girls are 50% of the population, so if a country is going to develop and to succeed, then you need to make sure that everyone is being able to access the skills and the opportunities that they need in order to be able to succeed. It's just been so inspiring to see them, to see how hopeful they are about the future, how confident they feel, how empowered they feel. It's been really, really inspiring and makes you feel really optimistic.
We are very positive about the impact. This is going to be a subtle change, but at least the process has started, and that is something which I really like about the Edge Clubs.
जब लोगों का मनफी रवैया देखते हैं तो दिल भी टूटता है, लेकिन शाम को जब आते हैं तो डिसाइड हो क्या, सुबह फिर वही जज्बा लेके जो है ना निकल पड़ते हैं.
इदारा तालीम वगैरह का मुझे पता चला तो उधर मैंने खुद अपने दम पे उधर स्कूल में दाखिला लिया. उन्होंने हमें सब कुछ दिया तो उसकी वजह से हम पढ़े हैं. मैं डॉक्टर बनना चाहती हूँ और मतलब के और मैं पूरे मुल्क के लिए कुछ करना चाहती हूँ. मैं ज़रूर करूँगी, इंशाल्लाह मैं ज़रूर, अगर कोई करे या ना करे मैं अपने लिए कुछ ज़रूर करूँगी.
हमारे यहाँ बाजी आई थी, उसने हमें कहा हमारे यहाँ भाई कौमी इदारा सखनी सहेली का भाई प्रोग्राम है, तुम आओ नजमा, देखो तुम्हें अच्छा लगे तो तुम करो. मैं गई थी उसके घर में, मैंने देखा, मुझे चुनरी का काम अच्छा लगा. मैंने उससे ये काम 3 महीने सीखा. सीख कर मैंने भाई घर में आई, वो भी किया था, मुझे अच्छा लगा था. हमारा काम अच्छा चल रहा है, उसका हम शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं.
एसएस प्रोग्राम के तहत हमने उनको एक जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक रास्ते पर डाल दिया है, उनको मोटिवेट कर दिया है. अब वो इस लेवल पर पहुंच चुकी हैं बच्चियां कि हमें यकीन है कि वो आगे जाएंगी.
मुझे लगता है कि किसी हद तक शायद इदारा तालीम आगे ही ने अपना हिस्सा शायद डाल दिया है. ये नहीं है कि वो पूरा हो चुका है, मगर कम से कम हम ये कह सकते हैं कि अगर पाकिस्तान को तब्दील करने के लिए बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हम सब मिलके इकट्ठे कर रहे हैं, बहुत सारी तंजीमें, तो मुझे लगता है कि उसमें इदारा तालीम आगही का भी एक छोटी सी कंट्रीब्यूशन ज़रूर मानी जाएगी.
मैं बड़े होकर पायलट बनना चाहती हूँ.
मैं बड़ी होकर आर्टिस्ट बनना चाहती हूँ.
मैं बड़ी होकर पॉलिटिशियन बनना चाहती हूँ. मैं बड़ी होकर टीचर बनना चाहती हूँ.
पास करने के बाद मैं घर बैठ गई थी. हमारी उम्र की लड़कियां हो जाती है तो उन्हें बस घर में बिठा जाते हैं. अभी चूल्हा चौका को उनकी शादी कर दी जाती है. मुझे बहुत ही शौक था बहुत पढ़ने का. मैं चाहती थी कि मैं डॉक्टर बनूं. उनके दिमाग में ऐसे ख्याल आते थे कि भी मैं पढ़ जाती, कुछ बन जाती, नाम तो इनका ही रोशन होता ना. तो
मैं 15 साल की थी जब मेरे माँ बाप ने शादी कर दी मेरी. पढ़ने लिखने का मुझे बहुत शौक था, पर गरीबी थी, गरीबी में ऐसा बोझ माँ बाप नहीं उठा सकते थे, इसलिए हमने पढ़ाई नहीं की. गरीबी में रहना बहुत मुश्किल होता है. अमीर लोग तो नहीं जानते गरीबी कैसी होती है. किसी टाइम घर में अनाज नहीं होता, बच्चे भूखे रह जाते हैं.
हमारे यहाँ लड़कियाँ पर्टिकुलरली बहुत सारे मसलों का शिकार होती हैं. उनके साथ तशद्दुद होते हैं, उनके साथ बहुत गलत फैसले होते हैं, अर्ली मैरिजेस के, गुर्बत होती है तो मसले होते हैं. जब 2000 में इदारा तालीम आगही बना तो पाकिस्तान में पहले से तालीम का बहरान था। आज भी जब हम बैठे हैं तो हमारे 22.6 मिलियन बच्चे आउट ऑफ स्कूल हैं 5 to 16 ईयर्स ऑफ एज के। इदारे का विजन भी इसी तरह से था कि तालीम एक मरबूत अमल हो, इंसान की इनफिरादी और समाजी तरक्की और तब्दीली का। सियानी सहेलियाँ यानी कि वाइज फ्रेंड्स विद गर्ल्स, तो उसमें हमारा सोच ही यही थी कि कोई ऐसा पाथवे बन सकता है which really advances action for adolescent girls। तो हमने कहा क्यों ना हम उन बच्चियों को ढूंढते हैं जो कि किसी वजह से ड्रॉप आउट हो गई।
हर कम्युनिटी का अलग-अलग एक माइंडसेट है। जब हमें विलेजेस साइन हो जाती हैं कि इस विलेजेस में जाके हमने वहाँ पे सेंटर बनाना है, तो विलेज का सर्वे के लिए जो डाटा गैदर करते हैं हमें ये एनालिसिस हो जाता है, पता चल जाता है कि यहाँ पे कितने बच्चियाँ ऐसी हैं जो 9 से 19 साल की नेवर इनरोल्ड हैं या वो ड्रॉप आउट हैं। तो हमारा वालिदैन के साथ मुसलसल रब्ता और उनके साथ कम्युनिकेशन करनी और उनके साथ मोबिलाइजेशंस करनी। हम अगर उनको कहें ना कि जी आप हमारे पास बच्ची भेजें पढ़ने के लिए या काम सीखने के लिए, तो वो कहते हैं जी बच्ची हमारी हैं, तो आप लोगों को क्या इशू है।
System to track and manage teacher attendance. The second was the district performance scorecard that tracks and incentivizes the performance of the district at an aggregate level. The third was the intra-district performance scorecard to track and improve the performance of clusters of schools within each district. KESP also introduced a school status index to measure improvements because of these accountability mechanisms at the level of the school. At KESP, our aim was to have more children in school, staying for longer and learning more. And we have made progress towards that end. We took some of education's most intractable programs over the past 75 years and demonstrated that change is possible within a decade. We look forward to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa addressing even more challenges to give students the education system they deserve. Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is among the most challenging development contexts in the world, known for severe weather, challenging topography, and decades of conflict. In 2012, provincial education outcomes were low. Only 64% of children were in school, and half of
facilitator हैं गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से।
We work as monitors for the education department. We collect data from all schools each month that is made accessible online. This data is analyzed and all actions and plans to improve education are based on this data. We start our day by entering schools 30 minutes after the school's starting time. We begin data collection by meeting with the school principal and marking school staff attendance.
उसके बाद टीचर्स की और
We then physically check that teachers and students are present. We do a head count for this.
इस जॉब में सबसे ज़्यादा आप मल्टीपल
You visit multiple places in this job. You have to go to a new place and school each day. The most challenging part of this job is the climate condition in this district. There are some schools we need to hike to. This can take between 2 and 4 hours at times. The most significant improvement to education in the last 7 or 8 years has been that in teacher and student attendance.
All schools in Mansehra that had missing facilities have now been provided with these.
Schools have been made functional, and now those schools that had zero enrollment now have students coming to them.
Monitoring has resulted in improvements in teacher attendance and as a result in student attendance.
The education department undertook several great reforms, but the thing that was needed most was to bring the teacher to the school. What motivates me most is people's trust in us. Trust that did not exist in 2014 is now very high.
फैसिलिटेटर हैं गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से.
We work as monitors for the education department. We collect data from all schools each month that is made accessible online. This data is analyzed and all actions and plans to improve education are based on this data. We start our day by entering schools 30 minutes after the school's starting time. We begin data collection by meeting with the school principal and marking school staff attendance.
उसके बाद टीचर्स की.
We then physically check that teachers and students are present. We do a head count for this.
इस जॉब में सबसे ज़्यादा आप मल्टीपल.
You visit multiple places in this job. You have to go to a new place and school each day. The most challenging part of this job is the climate condition in this district. There are some schools we need to hike to. This can take between 2 and 4 hours at times. The most significant improvement to education in the last 7 or 8 years has been that in teacher and student attendance.
All schools in Mansehra that had missing facilities have now been provided with these.
Schools have been made functional, and now those schools that had zero enrollment now have students coming to them.
Monitoring has resulted in improvements in teacher attendance and as a result in student attendance.
The education department undertook several great reforms, but the thing that was needed most was to bring the teacher to the school. What motivates me most is people's trust in us. Trust that did not exist in 2014 is now very high.
मेरा नाम शाह हसन है.
My name is Shah Hassan and I am a primary school teacher in Government Primary School Khudadad.
ये स्कूल किस्सा ख्वानी.
My school is located in Kissa Khwani, which is a very old and historic part of the city.
Continue professional development.
Teachers are trained through the Continuous Professional Development Program, which has been a great support for us.
We provide professional development support to teachers through the CPD program and train them on different teaching methodologies.
The CPD training takes place once each month on what is known as the Professional Development or PD Day.
CPD के लिए हम assessment result.
In the CPD program, training content for each session is informed by assessment results. We develop training content on difficult topics as identified through student and teacher assessment results. We then train teachers through the CPD program on skills and competencies that they are lacking in.
Continue professional development.
The CPD program has benefited school children to a great extent. Teachers benefit as they replicate learning activities shown to them at the training in the classroom. This makes it easier for students to understand difficult topics.
बच्चों के लिए वो आसान हो जाता है. अभी स्कूल आते हुए बड़ा.
I like going to work and teaching in this school. The children now take an interest in learning. If you teach them anything new, they are quick to grasp it.
मेरा नाम शाह हसन है।
My name is Shah Hassan and I am a primary school teacher in Government Primary School, Khudadad.
ये स्कूल किस्सा ख्वानी।
My school is located in Kissa Khwani, which is a very old and historic part of the city.
Continue professional development.
Teachers are trained through the Continuous Professional Development Program, which has been a great support for us.
We provide professional development support to teachers through the CPD program and train them on different teaching methodologies.
ये ट्रेनिंग जो है
The CPD training takes place once each month on what is known as the Professional Development or PD Day.
CPD के लिए हम असेसमेंट रिजल्ट
In the CPD program, training content for each session is informed by assessment results. We develop training content on difficult topics as identified through student and teacher assessment results. We then train teachers through the CPD program on skills and competencies that they are lacking in.
Continue professional development.
The CPD program has benefited school children to a great extent. Teachers benefit as they replicate learning activities shown to them at the training in the classroom. This makes it easier for students to understand difficult topics.
बच्चों के लिए वो आसान हो जाता है। अभी स्कूल आते हुए बड़ा
I like going to work and teaching in this school. The children now take an interest in learning. If you teach them anything new, they are quick to grasp it.
मेरा नाम वकार अहमद है जी।
My name is Vakar Ahmed. I work as an ASDO in Haripur. There is a district performance scorecard at the provincial level and an intra-district performance scorecard within each district. Our performance is assessed on some 22 education indicators through the scorecard.
देखा जाता है
The IDPS meeting is held each month when the academic year completes. There is a final ranking in the month of December. Units or circles that take the first, second, and third position get appreciation certificates and prizes.
Our ASDOs encourage schools to improve student and teacher attendance and the quality of teaching and learning to achieve targets on education indicators assessed through the IDPS. We have seen improvements in these indicators.
उसमें ये बेहतरी आई है।
The IDPS resulted in improvements in teacher attendance, which resulted in increased student attendance and enrollment.
हमारे अंदर मोटिवेशन तब आती।
We feel motivated and work with passion and enthusiasm because of the competition. It is the age of competition. ASDOs compete with one another to achieve education targets in their respective circles. We compete with one another for appreciation at the monthly IDPS meetings. It is because of the competition that ASDOs try from the get-go to improve performance in their respective circles for the respect that is given. Who doesn't like to be respected?
मेरा नाम वकार अहमद है जी।
My name is Vakar Ahmed. I work as an ASDO in Haripur. There is a district performance scorecard at the provincial level and an intra-district performance scorecard within each district. Our performance is assessed on some 22 education indicators through the scorecard. The IDPS meeting is held each month. When the academic year completes, there is a final ranking in the month of December. Units or circles that take the first, second, and third position get appreciation certificates and cash prizes.
Our ASDOs encourage schools to improve student and teacher attendance and the quality of teaching and learning to achieve targets on education indicators assessed through the IDPS. We have seen improvements in these indicators.
The IDPS resulted in improvements in teacher attendance, which resulted in increased student attendance and enrollment.
We feel motivated and work with passion and enthusiasm because of the competition. It is the age of competition. ASDOs compete with one another to achieve education targets in their respective circles. We compete with one another for appreciation at the monthly IDPS meetings. It is because of the competition that ASDOs try from the get-go to improve performance in their respective circles for the respect that is given. Who doesn't like to be respected? My name is Waqar Ahmed. I work as an ASDO in Haripur. There is a district performance scorecard at the provincial level and an intra-district performance scorecard within each district. Our performance is assessed on some 22 education indicators through the scorecard. The IDPS meeting is held each month. When the academic year completes, there is a final ranking in the month of December. Units or circles that take the first, second, and third position get appreciation certificates and cash prizes.
Our ASDOs encourage schools to improve student and teacher attendance and the quality of teaching and learning to achieve targets on education indicators assessed through the IDPS. We have seen improvements in these indicators.
The IDPS resulted in improvements in teacher attendance, which resulted in increased student attendance and enrollment.
We feel motivated and work with passion and enthusiasm because of the competition. It is the age of competition. ASDOs compete with one another to achieve education targets in their respective circles. We compete with one another for appreciation at the monthly IDPS meetings. It is because of the competition that ASDOs try from the get-go to improve performance in their respective circles for the respect that is given. Who doesn't like to be respected? My name is Waqar Ahmed. I work as an ASDO in Haripur. There is a district performance scorecard at the provincial level and an intra-district performance scorecard within each district. Our performance is assessed on some 22 education indicators through the scorecard. The IDPS meeting is held each month. When the academic year completes, there is a final ranking in the month of December. Units or circles that take the first, second, and third position get appreciation certificates and cash prizes.
Our ASDOs encourage schools to improve student and teacher attendance and the quality of teaching and learning to achieve targets on education indicators assessed through the IDPS. We have seen improvements in these indicators.
The IDPS resulted in improvements in teacher attendance, which resulted in increased student attendance and enrollment.
We feel motivated and work with passion and enthusiasm because of the competition. It is the age of competition. ASDOs compete with one another to achieve education targets in their respective circles. We compete with one another for appreciation at the monthly IDPS meetings. It is because of the competition that ASDOs strive from the get-go to improve performance in their respective circles for the respect that is given. Who doesn't like to be respected? My name is Waqar Ahmed. I work as an ASDO in Haripur. There is a district performance scorecard at the provincial level and an intra-district performance scorecard within each district. Our performance is assessed on some 22 education indicators through the scorecard. The IDPS meeting is held each month. When the academic year completes, there is a final ranking in the month of December. Units or circles that take the first, second, and third position get appreciation certificates and cash prizes.
Our ASDOs encourage schools to improve student and teacher.
My name is Shah Hassan and I am a primary school teacher in Government Primary School Khudadad. My school is located in Kissa Khwani, which is a very old and historic part of the city. Teachers are trained through the Continuous Professional Development Program, which has been a great support for us.
We provide professional development support to teachers through the CPD program and train them on different teaching methodologies.
The CPD training takes place once each month on what is known as the Professional Development or PD Day.
CPD के लिए हम assessment result.
In the CPD program, training content for each session is informed by assessment results. We develop training content on difficult topics as identified through student and teacher assessment results. We then train teachers through the CPD program on skills and competencies that they are lacking in.
The CPD program has benefited school children to a great extent. Teachers benefit as they replicate learning activities shown to them at the training in the classroom. This makes it easier for students to understand difficult topics. I like going to work and teaching in this school. The children now take an interest in learning. If you teach them anything new,
ladies and gentlemen, if I can encourage you to please take your seats, we'll be starting again shortly.
We work as monitors for the education department. We collect data from all schools each month that is made accessible online. This data is analyzed and all actions and plans to improve education are based on this data. We start our day by entering schools 30 minutes after the school's starting time. We begin data collection by meeting with the school principal and marking school staff attendance.
उसके बाद teachers की और
We then physically check that teachers and students are present. We do a head count for this.
इस job में सबसे ज़्यादा आप multiple
You visit multiple places in this job. You have to go to a new place and school each day. The most challenging part of this job is the climate condition in this district. There are some schools we need to hike to. This can take between 2 and 4 hours at times. The most significant improvement to education in the last 7 or 8 years has been that in teacher and student attendance.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. If I could invite you please to take your seats, we're about to begin. Thank you all for such an interesting and engaging discussion this morning. Lots of amazing stories of reform and lots of energy and passion in the room. So thank you so much. We're going to zoom out a little bit and look at the global evidence base. So it is my absolute pleasure to invite to the stage Dr. Rachel Hinton. Rachel is the head of global research programs for the FCDO and is a research fellow at Oxford University School of Governance, where she will talk us through some of the global context and evidence.
Hello. Thank you very much, and welcome back after lunch. I hope you all had a good rest after such a stimulating morning, and it is a real privilege and honor to be here in Pakistan, because for the last 2 decades I've been sharing evidence that's come from Pakistan with other people and other countries. And 2 of those academics whose research I've been sharing have flown from different parts of the globe to come and join you all today and tomorrow to be part of this rich debate and discussion. So it's a huge honor to invite to the stage Tahir Andrabi, known by all of you, Professor of Economics, inaugural Professor of and Dean of LUMS, School of Education. He's also known to you as the co-founder of SERP and the director of the research program there, and of course now professor in the US at Pomona University. Thank you very much for being with us, Professor. Thank you. And secondly, Manaza Aslam, who is an economist as well. She's worked extensively, particularly on girls' education and foundational learning, with a particular focus also on understanding the early years in a big initiative with the World Bank called the Early Learning Partnership. She's actually had 15 years of working with FCDO and the World Bank and Pakistani-based organizations, including, of course, the very well-known I-SAPS program that, of course, Bela leads at ITA. And she's currently the team leader of the GEC evaluation for FCDO. So please welcome Manaza. So I'm going to start with a short introduction on the global evidence, and then have the pleasure to move over to Tahir and then Manaza. So what we see, if it's possible to have the slides, I don't have a clicker, so I'm not sure the clicker. The rich lessons that we've all been talking about and experiencing here, as I said, are actually guiding other countries as well. And we know that there really is a huge learning crisis. And in a moment, you'll see a graph about just how disastrous the learning levels are. And we, So this graph shows you the PISA-D scores in countries. And this is illustrating a few of the African countries, but you would be shocked to know that even in middle-income countries, 36% of 15-year-olds are actually below the lowest level, which is 1C in learning. So it's not just a problem for low-income countries. And we heard our own High Commissioner this morning also talking about the Pakistan evidence. And really, this evidence gets quoted all the time, Tahir, as the author of this paper. Why? It's because it's particularly important for us post the pandemic, where so many children globally have been out of school. And this has actually helped us understand that it isn't just those days out of the classroom that mattered, but when those children went back into school, they continued to lose learning because they couldn't catch up in the class. And so we know that from those that were living close to the fault line and those that were 20 kilometers away. So what are we trying to do? And that fantastically inspiring presentation we had this morning from the minister, hearing from the minister, about the need for us all to use data and make sure that data is at the heart of the government and what it does. And we're very excited that the FCDO will be supporting the DARE programme to help us use this data in ways that creates feedback loops for accountability, that gets that information into the hands of others. And I actually believe if this is successful, again, you will be at the forefront of teaching other countries and showcasing for other countries why it's so important to have that unit that we heard Amrina Arif this morning tell us about, that they're setting up inside the heart of government. It is so essential. So we also have a What Works Hub programme, and this has supported some initiatives, and you'll hear about some of those from Ana Penido tomorrow, who's come all the way from Brazil to join you as well. And there are 3 pillars to this hub. The first pillar is the importance of synthesizing lessons. Fabulous example of the 10 lessons that you have summarized in brilliant ways in your folders. What you also do here is communicate really well. And that's something that, again, we can learn from you. Your rich capability amongst your journalists, your way of visualizing data, it is all really exemplary. And that's what we need to do more of, to take data and make it usable. The second pillar of the hub is strengthening government capability. And the third is about the challenge, the call from some of you in the audience who were saying it's great to have policies, but those policies aren't always translating into implementation. And actually, you're not alone in not understanding why that is the case. You know, if we've produced a policy, it's because we want it to work, and yet we're finding that we really often don't understand fully the barriers to that happening. And so we will be launching a new initiative. We're in the stages of nearly about to announce who will be part of the partnership, but it will only work if that research is done in partnership with local academics who really understand the context. This isn't about an old style type of research done by those in ivory towers. So the What Works Hub is all about pooling our collective knowledge. And when I say our collective, I'm now not just talking about FCDO's collective research programs. I'm talking about the whole ecosystem of research projects. That means those done by those of you in the room locally. That means those done by the World Bank, those done by USAID and other partners. And we're going to pool all that research and make it more accessible and signpost each other's work so that it's much easier for governments to access evidence when they want it. This is just a little chart. You're not supposed to be able to read it. It's more like a visual. That's just to show you just how many different partnerships and players there are. And I think one of the challenges we face in the sector is just how many partners we have to work with. And there's 3 challenges. So if I take you back, many of you come to the Education World Forum in London, and you know the big conference hall in which we host that more than 100 ministers from around the world, and we often meet bilaterally at the top of that room, looking over the Thames and Parliament in front of us. And a few years ago, the Kenyan minister looked at our minister and he said, "You want us to implement what works. But how can we do that when in the last week I have had 30 different partners come to me and tell me that their intervention is the one that will make the difference. And they've all told me that it's evidence-based. How do I know which evidence is robust? How do I know which one I can trust?" And so this is one of the really big structural challenges we have in the sector, and we don't have a panel or a body, or we didn't have a panel or body as they do in climate, IPCC, or health, WHO. We have never had that until now. And now we do have the Global Education Advisory Panel that sits and produces what many of you know well, the Smart Buys report, that helps consolidate all that evidence so that ministers, like our minister from Kenya, is able to say, okay, I know from global experts what works and what doesn't work, and the what doesn't work being just as important as what does work. So here is your panel, and you'll see your very own Pakistani Tahir Andrade as part of that panel, and it is drawn from people all over the globe, people from different disciplines and different perspectives. What are they doing? They are, oh, wrong way, trying to make sure we understand the local conditions. It isn't about producing smart buys that you can drop into a different context. Anything that is adopted needs to be adapted so that it's really right for the context. And the report is divided very simply into, I'm having trouble with this clicker. There's a bit of a lag. It's divided, when I get to that slide, into key categories. But it also depends on measurement and of cost. Now, again, this is something that the education sector hasn't had before, an actual measure of cost. So if I say one thing has a big impact, that's all very well, but a government wants to know at what cost. They don't just want to know what works. And so for the very first time, we have a measure called the Learning Adjusted Years of Schooling. And this is based on a year of Singapore learning, which is the highest level of learning. And so you can see here in the graph, you've got actual years in school, but then the blue shows you the actual years of equivalent learning. So just, we heard again from the minister this morning, told us, you know, being in school doesn't mean you're learning. School does not equal learning. So just some examples there. So the report is divided into 4 sections, which helps people, we hope, much more easily work out what is a great buy, what is a good buy, and where we need more evidence, promising but low buys. So all of those academics in the room, and there are many of you, some of the best globally, these are the areas where we need you to focus your research efforts. But also bad buys, and we all have seen laptops being rolled out in countries without the additional support that's needed to make them work, the vast amounts of money that gets spent on those types of silver bullets. So thank you. I'm going to hand over so you can actually hear a little more about the details of those good buys and what works from the real experts in this country. So pleased to hear, would you come and help share your wisdom?
Thank you, Rachel and Saima and everybody else who were involved in setting this organize this conference, and a pleasure to be on the stage with Dr. Manaza Aslam as well. We have all known each other. It's a tremendous pleasure for me, because I think that all of us who are here in this room, without a single exception, really believe in the cause. And I think that to be able to unabashedly and completely talk about what was called these collaborative conversations are, I think, the real essence of a conference like that. It's not the presentations, though they are also nice, but I think that we should talk to each other. I'm here to learn. All of you have done so much work and have so much wisdom to share. So please talk to each other, and certainly to me about it. I'll start here we were talking about these goodbyes, and there are many of them that we have talked about. And particularly after COVID, there was a sense of urgency on the panel to really come up with something that we could really offer countries around the world in terms of what we knew, what evidence we had, how to really curate good evidence from bad evidence, how to really collate it and all that. But I think more than that, what is really important is how do you go from global evidence to local context? And I think that the smart buys are not meant as what I call a canned, top-down, donor-driven prescription. It's not do this, do that, don't do this, don't do that. I think that smart buys has to be seen as the beginning of a conversation. And I think that the conversation that, for instance, we are having here today, I think is really important, is how to really contextualize smart buys. So what I'm going to do is take one of the smart buys, I think, which is really important, which all of us at one level who are thinking about education do believe in. I think there's lots of evidence and data around the world now. And what I want to do is to see how to take this smart buy, which is based on foundational learning, adjust instruction, support teachers, leverage existing technology. How do you really implement a program like that? And how do you really think about a program like that in the context of Pakistan? So I and a bunch of my co-authors, and my team is right here, they're sitting here from SERP. We've been working for now close to, or more than 2 decades now, on questions like this. So let's see, take something like this, which is a smart buy, which we all agree, which we think is important, but how do we really go about it in Pakistan? Okay, so one of the first things Smart Buy's report says is learning losses is really being measured systematically in low and middle income countries. We do it. There is data of different sorts. I mean, there's PEC and there is L&D and there's different kinds of data, but they are, I would say, not measured systematically. We know that before COVID, from USSR and from LEAPS and other places, that a learning crisis existed before COVID in Pakistan. We do know that. And from my own studies in the earthquake and COVID-induced school closures happened at a scale which was unprecedented. Some estimates say that children in Pakistan in 2020 attended school for only 60 days out of the standard 250 school days. So while we have a good sense of what happened before COVID, what really happened after COVID? So I think that the first question is, did COVID-19 school closures exacerbate existing learning crisis in Pakistan? So you take something about a learning crisis and try to get as much evidence as you can about what's going on post-COVID. And so what we did is in May of 2022, so this is pretty recent, and then September 2022, we worked with the KP government, public schools in 2 districts in KP, and 1,250 randomly selected public schools. So these are representative in KP. And we tested every single child in those, in grades 1 through 5 in those schools. That's 200,000 kids. That's a lot of kids. Believe me, our team went through it and tested them ourselves. So that's a lot of work. And then we also have a good partnership with the ICT, the federal ministry, and all the schools in Islamabad. So this includes both the public schools and BECs as well. So about 70,000 kids. So this gives us a pretty big sample in terms of thinking about learning. And the tests were based on foundational learning, student learning objectives from the national curriculum. So I'm not saying what kids should know. It's you, by what I mean is the country itself decides what are the learning objectives, and what we picked from those, one would call the foundational learning objectives. So the test is based on that. So what do we find? Okay, so this is the first diagnostic result. basically you can see in KP that a vast majority of the kids need remediation. Okay, this is class 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's pretty obvious: EMU, English, Math, and Urdu, and the maroon is the kids who need remediation. So, and this is, they have been in school for now a year, right? So this is about May 2021, September, they started going back to school. So that's what we see. But the beauty of our test, if you want to take foundational learning seriously, is to go something like this, is how much remediation do they need? Okay, so it's not just that they need remediation, so we can pinpoint every single child on what SLO they know, and one of the things is, so these are kids on how many grade year SLOs they are behind, okay? So for example, just pick any of these graphs, and what you will find is that this is at the end of class 3 in math, for instance. If you pick the middle of that middle highlighted row, is 14% of the kids, that's the yellow one, are 1 grade level behind. 74% are 2 grade levels behind. Okay, look at 5th grade English, right? For example, in 5th grade English, the real bottom, right? 17% of these kids are like at a KG level. Okay. So, so we can actually not only get the extent of learning losses at the learning levels, but we can exactly pinpoint where the kids are. And I can tell you exactly whether these kids know fractions, whether these kids know addition, how are they good at word problems. So we have this entire linked database fully operational. Okay, so what we did is, our version of adjusted instruction is what we call TIP, the Targeted Instruction Program. And this is a typical targeted instruction program. So in the beginning, you diagnose learning. So that's the first most important thing. So you diagnose learning, map learning gaps. Then what you do is you sort students according to the level. So the ambassador and everybody else has talked about teaching to the child, not to the curriculum, not to the subject matter, not to the teacher's preferences. And then you sort students across so that you know which students within a class know it. So one big thing that you see in this data, which in Pakistan is particularly important, is lots of learning dispersion within the same classroom. We had a discussion earlier about multi-grade teaching and how difficult it is. It's not just multi-grade teaching. Any single classroom in Pakistan, particularly if you start thinking of public schools and low-income areas, there's lots of variation within a classroom. It's a challenge on how to teach the same material to kids with such different learning levels coming in. Then what you do is target instruction. We worked a lot with the government and with some very NGOs like DIL to really create 40 activity-based lessons to tailor instructions. And a lot of innovative pedagogy. 5 minutes, I just got started. Okay, track learning. Okay. Teacher support, very important. You need to create teacher support. I'm just going to rush through these slides, okay? So you can read, right? Okay, and then this is the technology support. So this is a tech tool which has home screen, grading, sorting, analytics, training. So technology is not being used to teach students. Technology is used to assist the teacher. And particularly if you look at sorting, that's very important, and then also for analytics, and I'll talk to you about it. Okay, so these are the study samples that we have, and in Islamabad, what we are also doing is have another part of the intervention, which is working with parents. So in KP, it's solely the school. In Islamabad, it's also the parents, okay? So lots of teachers. Okay, so this is the largest sample. I mean, I've been working in Pakistan for 25 years. This is the largest sample of teachers that I've worked with, okay? Okay, so yes, we need TIP. Certainly, there is a problem. So it's not like the advisory panel is coming up with a solution for which there's no problem. There is a problem in Pakistan, okay? So what do we do? And implementation, Rachel talked about it, and everybody thinks about implementation. So this is what we are saying, right? And I want to be very concrete about it, not abstract. So this idea that you have ownership and all that. So I want to take you through exactly the process which we went through in how to really create this. And I want to talk about 2 levels of ownership. One is at the system level, what we call, and the other is at the teacher level. Because in the bottom line, everybody knows the instruction has to be provided by the teacher. And these are the constraints that we talk about. So I think COVID did create a sense of urgency. So at the higher level, there wasn't any resistance or anything. In fact, people were very, very eager. So Pakistan, typically we are very cynical about Pakistan. People don't do this, people don't do that. We did not find any of that. I think there was a sense, and in between, while we were talking about it, the government also changed and all that, and there's always a lot of bureaucratic turnover. But throughout this whole process, at the high level, there was something, and these are the people that we talked to. Okay. Okay, so this is just one part. If I show you the total organogram of the KP Education Department, it doesn't fit on one slide. So I'm just showing you one part of it. And this is what we call the departments. Okay, so you have to work with a lot of departments within an organization. So departments, for example, are, that a curriculum has to be approved, teacher training has to be designed, master trainers have to be recruited, and then the overall program has to be approved. So a lot of negotiations at this level. And then very important at the district level, but even going below the district level, which is the assistant district level. So, there are all these different tiers that you have to go through. So I don't want to really talk about, I think this is, Pakistan mein, one thing we should stop is doing these stakeholder conversations. This is the real stakeholders that are implementing the program. So it doesn't happen in Islamabad, the secretaries, it's these guys who matter, okay? And then teachers. Okay, the good news, okay, so there's a lot of good news here. The good news is we were really worried that teachers would say, hey, who the hell are you guys telling us to change pedagogy? So we did a very large teacher survey of every single teacher. There's a big baseline survey, and these were the beliefs that we had. Teachers believe, 85% of the teachers believe students are far behind. Teachers know what's going on. It's not that teachers were clueless. 94% of the teachers said it is important to experiment with new teaching methods in this current environment. It's not us saying that, it's the teachers saying that. 33% of the teachers, so it's only 33% of the teachers believe they should stick to the pace of the curriculum, and only 16% of the people believe that we should just keep on business as usual. So good news did not have to convince the teachers. What were the teachers worried about? Teachers were worried about extra burden. Every place in the world, if somebody, my dean comes to me and says, do something, no, I'm too busy, right? That's a normal thing. So what we did is, this is a big debate in adjusted instruction. Should you do it after the fact, before the fact, what should we do? TIP is now part of the regular timetable. We did not put in extra hours for them. But that required suspension of regular classes for 40 days. That is a big step by KP. The secretary was here earlier. Kudos to him and his predecessor for really going through that. Then solution 2, teachers were really worried about grading. So this targeted instruction requires a lot of work by teachers of formative quizzes, assessments. It's a lot of work. So the technology really helps, and they really like that. And then they needed pedagogical support, and then most importantly, regulatory oversight. The teachers were really worried that it's not just the notification by the secretary that matters, it's the AEOs. The AEOs are right now empowered to go into a school and check what curriculum, what page the teacher is on in terms of the curriculum. So we had to tell the teachers to stop doing that. Okay, so TIP is designed as a scalable and sustainable solution for budget constraint settings. Technology, I'm going to be speaking tomorrow on technology also. And we went with a smartphone. So this is all data driven. So this is all local context driven. Smartphone access and confidence you can see in teachers. So smartphone, WhatsApp, SMS, that's the technology that Pakistanis are familiar with. You can't come up with giving them some fancy technology. You've got to work with what they're familiar with. So we went with a smartphone. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Tahir. I am trying to pull up my presentation now. Perfect. So just as I think Tahir got too pressurized to head off the stage. He was going to do a little segue into my presentation, which is basically talking about the global evidence on what works, which Rachel and Tahir both talked about, and the JEEP report, the global panel. What are some of the smart buys? What are some of the investments that have been known to be cost effective and delivering high returns? And one of them is, has been recognized to be investments in children's early care and learning. And investments in early childhood education. What this presentation is going to be about is talking a little bit about the global evidence and the Pakistan-based evidence to see, okay, which global research and what Pakistan research tells us about early childhood care and learning. Perfect. So we all know, sitting in this room, that immense strides have been made in terms of getting children into school, and there have been efforts to improve their learning outcomes as well. And Tahir and Rachel both talked about how COVID came as a big disruption, and and in fact the earlier presenters in the morning also talked about how COVID came as a disruption and took us back a few years, if not more. We also know that schools cannot effectively produce learning without children who are prepared, who are present, and motivated as learners. And we also now increasingly recognize that the early years, that is particularly the years between 0 and 8, they are especially critical for investment in children's learning, in their health and nutritional aspects. COVID-19 has been termed as a ticking time bomb, and we know that the learning crisis manifests early. Ooh, instead of going forward, I've ended up going back. So you know, in the UK, we have Professor Chris Whitty. I might use his approach and say, next slide, please. Thank you. Okay, that might be easier than me trying to click. So basically, just as a little reminder that the global reality tells us that the marginalized and those who are marginalized and disadvantaged are particularly challenged, and that these challenges arise from the early years. So this slide is basically showing you that even, for example, when you look at girls, amongst them, if you distinguish and disaggregate the data and look at the poorest girls, even if they're in school, they may not necessarily be learning. Now, these data are actually from well before COVID and well before the pandemic hit. But what they do show you is a little picture of the extent of difference between the highly disadvantaged girls and the more advantaged, for example, boys. So the difference in Pakistan, between the richest males and the poorest females is extremely wide. And this is not just a Pakistan level story, it's a global story where disadvantage manifests itself in different forms, and then when it manifests in the form of low levels of learning, that can have lifelong implications for all kinds of economic and life chances. Oh, sorry, can you just take me back to the next slide, please? To turn it around. Oh, that's useful. Perfect. And then, as I've just said, that these learning gaps are evident from very early years in schooling. If this is another example. Now, this is coming from India, and what it's telling us is that, again, this is not just a Pakistan-level story. It comes from different contexts. We know that these disadvantages start from the early years, and then the gaps widen as the child becomes older. So in Pakistan, we know that learning levels remain low. I've been working with Bela, with the Asr initiative since it started. And we are kind of like the pioneers of the Asr initiative in Pakistan. And we know that children are learning too little, too slowly. We keep saying the same things from the Asr data. We know that children under half of children in grade 5 in rural Pakistan have not reached grade 1 level competencies from Asr 21. I mean, Tahir and Rachel were mentioning exactly the same figures. We know also that fewer girls aged 5 to 16 are reaching grade 2 competencies compared to boys, and we also know that there are huge provincial differences, and those differences are persistent and they remain. And for example, we know from ASA data that children from Sindh province are performing far more poorly as compared to children in other provinces. So these are actually real children. I think Rachel sent me this photo from an earlier setting in Lahore. And these are actually real children. They have their own aspirations, they have their desires, they want to be something, they want to become something. Now, these children are potentially the more privileged ones because they are actually in a setting where they might be learning. Not all children are, unfortunately, facing that kind of environment. So what do we know about the global evidence? We know that targeting children early can reap rewards, and again, going into the whole best buys, good buys debate, we know that interventions, the global panel has identified that those interventions that focus on pre-primary education, particularly ages 3 to 5, are good buys. The evidence is low but promising on interventions where you focus on early childhood stimulation programs for children aged 0 to 2, particularly those that target parents. In terms of the overall global evidence, we know that small initial investments in children's early years can lead to large returns in the form of better child development. Studies have found large effect sizes of child-focused educational programs in low and middle-income countries especially as compared to high-income countries. I mean, going back to what Tahir's really fantastic work with the RISE program is on the earthquake and the impact of the earthquake, I couldn't stop myself from citing that here as well. It's now probably being mentioned for the third or fourth time since the morning. But it's quite like, it's important to mention it because it identifies that young children are especially vulnerable to disasters and also to pandemics. We know from the evidence from Pakistan that the impact of the 2005 earthquake was particularly significant for children in the first 1,000 days of their lives. And these are the critical days of a child's lives. And I think that paper is very clear in noting that, you know, this will have a lifelong impact on those children's life and economic outcomes. We know that the pandemic had a differential effect on already disadvantaged families. The World Bank very latest report identifies that preschools closed across the board and enrollments did not return to pre-pandemic levels, including in Pakistan. And they have noted alarming declines in cognitive and social emotional development in toddlers in Bangladesh. And I wouldn't be surprised if we found similar studies in Pakistan. There's a need to generate more evidence on early childhood education and in Pakistan. There's some promising, if you look at the global evidence base, there's some evidence of goodbyes that's starting to emerge. There are promising interventions globally taking the form of play-based learning, parental engagement, community-based initiatives, and cross-sectoral programs that are showing promise. The evidence on early childhood in Pakistan is sparse. Some 40% of children aged 5 and under in the country are reportedly underweight, and it's ranked 6th in the world for growth-stunted children. There is some evidence, particularly Yusuf Zai et al. And their work in the RCTs, that shows the effectiveness of delivering responsive stimulation and enhanced nutrition interventions to young children. And that into the 2-year-olds, and then their subsequent RCTs and longitudinal data have also shown that these can be particularly effective. That is, those interventions that integrate ECD in community health services. So we have the emergence of really robust evidence that is helping to inform the global evidence base as well. So these interventions can inform the global evidence base, but as Tahir was saying, and as Rachel were mentioning, it's all about the context. So we need to figure out those interventions that can apply to our particular context and work in the context that we live in. I just want to end this presentation by mentioning a piece of work that is potentially of interest. It's the Early Learning Partnership, and I think in Rachel's slides, I mean, there was a lot of content, of course, but there was a mention of the Early Learning Partnership. Now, the Early Learning Partnership is a multi-donor fund that's managed by the World Bank and funded by the FCDO. It has started to, and it has already generated significant evidence, rich evidence in the context of Ethiopia, Pakistan, Liberia, Tanzania, even Jamaica, on the state of early childhood education. And I have worked with Bela through ITA on the Early Learning Partnership program that was based in Punjab. And just to bring your attention to a special issue that's coming out in late 2023. Now, this special issue is being funded. The work for this special issue is being funded by the What Works Hub that Rachel was mentioning. And this special issue is being edited by myself and Professor Pauline Rose at the University of Cambridge. And we are basically collating evidence on early childhood education programs in the Global South coming from the Early Learning Partnership as well as from other actors, mostly based in the Global South, with 4 major themes: the effects of COVID-19 on ECE, the effects of ECE on school readiness and learning outcomes, parental engagement, and ecosystems and methods. And I encourage you to look out for that special issue because that is going to significantly add to the evidence base globally as well as in Pakistan, because we have a few papers, 3 papers on Pakistan in that special issue as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, and really rich presentations. We probably have time just for 2 or 3 questions from the floor, and I'm going to challenge you, before you put your hands up, I'm going to challenge you, because we were challenged before lunch, to think about things that we can do differently and things that will make a difference. So given we've just heard 2 goodbyes, the goodbye of targeted instruction, teaching at the right level, and we've heard the goodbye of early childhood. I'd like to hear from anybody who thinks that they could take what they've just heard to scale in their area or their region, or using technology to make it more effective. And to hear from you, what would that take? Would you have political commitment behind it? Or what would the barriers be? Okay, we've got some brave souls. Please, could we have mics? Freya, would you mind to help pass the mics? We've got a chance for three questions. And women out there, please feel free to put your hands up as well. And we have one at the front as well afterwards.
Thank you very much. As always, wonderful presentations, very persuasive. I have something to say about the two words and phrases that were used. This is just a personal reflection. One is the language of goodbyes and bad byes. I don't have any intrinsic issue with that, but I think language matters. And this language is likely to further commodify and consumerize education, which many of us have been concerned about over the years. So we may want to think, how do we perhaps portray these very ideas in things in a ways that may be slightly different. But I have equally some concern about the notion of learning loss. Because the question is not just that we need to measure learning, we also should ask, what is this learning that we are measuring? Because if you are going to measure maths, science, Urdu, English, which children learn in schools, it is not a surprise that there will be learning loss. But if you do something different, which we do it at the IED, where we simply asked, where are children after COVID? We found something different. We found that many of these children now knew much more about their family tradition and folk stories. We found that many of them knew far more the names of the flowers and the ingredients that go into making food. We found that depending on their families, they knew crafts, whether wood or something else, or painting, which their family was able to give in those months that they were together. We found that they knew many new games that they learned in their neighborhood or in their families. Is that all not learning? Is this not what sometimes children also learn very new language of their local language, their family language? So my request will be that we rethink and redefine the very idea of learning before we measure it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those rich questions. I'm going to take all three questions and then turn to the panelists. Right. Yeah, one here and then one down the front, please.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Rachel. I'm Javed Malik from the Malala Fund. My question on that slightly risky to kind of pick the subset of a problem and try to kind of deliver this in a system which is of low capacity, and you would always have problem to have to scale it actually at a system level. And that's a big problem in Pakistan because we have so many innovations and senior bureaucrats are very keen to kind of implement them, and then the low capacity system doesn't allow them to take it forward. So I mean, in Punjab alone, for example, 110,000 teachers are short. You have roughly 70–80% of the multi-grade teaching. And the last thing we need is to kind of, adopt new innovations, which the system won't be able to actually, scale it up. There's always a way to kind of see that how, when you need interventions and whether, for example, education system is kind of, meeting the basic requirements or not. And I think that one of the things which we learned from Punjab, again, is that it's very politically aware program it was. So you have to have a political will. You know what really worked, and you can actually take them to scale, like Punjab Education Foundation, where, for example, now 3 million children study. But that could happen because you had institutional structures in place which actually were able to kind of implement them. The learning at right level, great intervention, and for example, in Delhi, they really implemented them with great zeal, with great achievements. but they had not just the political will, but also the supply side constraints looked after by having contracts in place, NGOs working with schools to do that. Here, for example, when we position these interventions to systems which are not even meeting the basic needs, the tendency for the senior bureaucrats to quickly adopt them would actually further delay some of the basic essential services the education system is doing. So I'll just stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very rich and challenging question there on system strength. And the final question from the front, please.
Thank you so much. I'll do hat trick by asking a question in every session. So my question is related to, I'm Gulseba and I'm heading an education technology company, and we are mainly focused on assessment sector. So the question is that why do we have parallel systems in education sector? Like, for example, we have these educational foundations, examination commissions, and multiple other public sector organizations which are working on these SLOs on learning and these outcomes, right? And on the other side, we have the boards, the external body evaluators, which are working on completely other side of the learning, which is mainly focused on rote learning side. So in these organizations, till class 8th, we are focused on learning side. So the student and teachers are more, redirected on other side. And from 9th to 12th, we are focused on rote learning side. So kind of direction is not aligned in all these organizations. So why is that so? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we could go on talking about these issues, particularly the issues around system strength and narratives and so on, for a long time, a lot longer. But I'm only going to give you, because we've got the time up here, you've got 1 minute each to respond to each or all of those questions as your final comments from the floor. And I do hope, of course, we will, of course, have breaks, and we have tomorrow to continue the discussion. So thank you for the questions.
Okay, language matters. I'm an economist. I'm not into commodification of education. Smart bias, I understand that. So the point is taken. On your second point, listen, there is a whole now ecosystem that I'm involved in trying to think about learning. How do we think about learning beyond test scores? I just organized a conference on that point. So your point is very real. I think that, but you got to remember one thing. Okay, this is very basic level stuff. I can understand if a child knows the names of flowers and all that, but doing very basic division, doing a problem saying, you have 12 pencils, 3 people, how many people get each pencil? I think that's a very fundamental aspect of learning. But point is taken. I think that we need to do better. We are doing it. So there's a lot of work now on socio-emotional part. There's a lot of work on local community knowledge and things like that. So it's a field for sure. So, and I think that, we are going forward on that also. There's a lot of stuff on trauma and violence and how does that affect kids. So that point is taken. So on your point and yours, I think that there is some value to reducing the problem to a workable problem. I mean, if you start thinking of the system as a whole, in the sense of all its issues, I don't think that's the right way to at least start thinking about intervening. We can't wait and say, until everything is fixed, we should do something. So the system part, so taking a subset, there's a lot of value to that. I think that we have to think about it. On the teacher side, listen, I could have given this presentation without the global evidence. We started with talking to the teachers, because our view is that the teacher is a central actor. I need to understand what her problem is, how she is thinking about it, and what are her constraints. The teachers in Pakistan do believe in foundational learning. They just are not able to deliver it. And I think that's one way of thinking about it, totally inverted. Pakistan is a very large system. All kinds of problems exist. I think that's the beauty or the challenge of working in Pakistan. Listen, when Pakistan was created, you know how many kids were in school? 770,000. You know how many there are right now? 40 million kids are in school. So the system, 40 million, that's bigger than most countries of the world. This is a very, 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 very large system with all of the issues that you're talking about, all of the things that you're talking about. So for us to address it, We just have to figure out, where to start, how do you think about it? And I think that you need a bunch of innovations like that. So I would say instead of one innovation that you're talking about, we need like at least 30 experiments, 30 large things going on. So I think that, and by the way, political will is there. KP, we managed to change the exams for these kids. Do you know how difficult it is to change government school exams? We did. So I think that people believe in learning losses. COVID has created an opportunity. This is too good a crisis to waste.
I'm not even going to take a minute. I think Tahir has pretty much said everything that I also wanted to say. Just to add that I think in going back to your point and about innovations and why do we need to keep on using, we've already got like hundreds of innovations, why do more? I think COVID, as Tahir just said, offered us an opportunity to kind of think about how to use technology. And I think the thing that we are hearing is that technology can be used to support teachers rather than to be used as a tool to just pass on directly learning to children. So I think that's a useful thing to learn from the pandemic and to try and see if it works at a scale. And going back to your very own point about the need for it to actually be taken to scale, I don't think I should add more than that because the questions have been answered.
Thank you. It just leaves us to thank our fantastic speakers with the incredible knowledge and richness they bring. So thank you very much, and thank you to all of you for your questions.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your contributions. I think some really fascinating research and findings coming out of that. We could discuss it for many hours. Unfortunately, my job is to shimmy us along. Thank you to our panelists. We now are going to have two parallel sessions. A session in here will be on systems approaches in education. And just next door, literally just adjacent to this room, we'll be discussing curriculum and assessments. Please do grab a cup of tea. We have running tea throughout the day just outside. So on your way, please pick up a cup of tea. And then please join us either for education systems discussion here in this room or curriculum and assessments in the room adjacent to us. Thank you.
Very much. It is my great honor to welcome this esteemed panel for this next discussion on systems approaches in education. We have with us again Dr. Tahir Andrabi. He was, is a very important member of the education community now and has been working on so many interesting different things. Was already introduced, Professor of Economics at Pomona College. I hope I'm getting that right, Dr. Andrabi, and founding dean of the Lum School of Education. My colleague, Dr. Rachel Hinton, who's the head of FCDO's Global Education Research Programs, and also a fellow of practice at the School of Government in Oxford. We also have with us Mr. Iqbal Hussain, who is the Director General of the Education Monitoring Authority. You heard a lot about it this morning from a number of us, and it is one great example of a reform that has actually sustained. And Mr. Iqbal Hussain has been DC, the Deputy Commissioner in several districts in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and has also served as the Program Director for a Health Initiative and the Chief of Foreign Aid. And then we also have with us a very dear colleague and friend, Sohail Raza Saab, who has over 20 years of experience working in the public education sector and with various international organizations. And he is, in a way, has been very key and very instrumental in a lot of the work that we've been doing on data and system strengthening, both in KP and in Punjab, and is also now working with us on the Data and Research in Education program. I will sort of hand it over to Rachel for a little bit of framing, but the goal in this discussion is to explore various ways in which systems thinking can be applied to improve education at all levels, and we will be hearing, we'll be having a few presentations. From Dr. Tahir Andrabi, we'll hear about the specific focus on schools, i.e. the supply side, and discuss the mapping of the Pakistani education system as an ecosystem with multiple actors who have varying incentives and are constrained by frictions that prevent better learning outcomes. I really look forward to that. And then Sohail Raza Saab and our colleague from the EMA, we've asked you to talk about the experience of the use of data for decision-making and accountability in Punjab and in KP. So with that, Rachel, I will hand it over to you. Yes, I have.
Can people hear okay? We're hoping that this will be a discussion as well, so please, those of you further back, feel free, there's some seats at the front, please come and feel free to join us. Is the clicker, shall I, okay. All right. So are we not, I won't have my slides, no. So I think just to frame this very briefly, if you remember back the slide that I showed in the last presentation about the whole system, where you have the government at the center, and we're trying to activate the use of the data from all of the different divisions and departments, the EMIS units, to be used to improve the system and to create those feedback loops. I also mentioned the RISE program that's been a really fantastic initiative called, and they've got a big program out called Focus to Flourish at the moment. And RISE talks about the 5 dimensions that are needed that really will make a difference if you really want to shift the system. So they talk about 5 actions in the system that are really essential for change. And the first of those is to commit to actually the focus on foundational learning. So we heard from the best buys and good buys that actually it's the early years that will make the difference. If you lose out on those, you'll never catch up. And so, even if we're concerned about later years, we've got to get the early years right. So commit to that. The second is to address the measurement, so measuring reliably, regularly, and relevantly. The third is to make sure you align your system around the commitments, and that means making sure, and we heard from your very eloquent minister around that, to make sure your curriculum aligns with the teaching that aligns then with what you assess. And the fourth is supporting teaching. And the final one is making sure you adapt what you adopt. And there are some copies for anyone who'd like them of the RISE pack, which is actually the result of 8 years of work from academics across the globe, many of them from Pakistan, on how do we improve systems of education. And so we wanted, as part of this celebration of the Decade of Learning, we wanted to make sure that that evidence doesn't just get held in esteemed universities at Pomona College or Oxford or Harvard, but it actually gets back into your hands, those of you who are actually the ones who are going to effect change going forward. And I think a very exciting initiative that has started, that Saima helped initiate here in Pakistan, is the idea of a coalition of change makers. And there's many of you in the room here that are part of this fellowship, the South-South Fellowship, to make sure that there are people at every point in the system, be they academics, policymakers, government officials, or civil society, who can all combine to be those change agents. So that's just a little bit of the framing, and I will pass over to, I think, Tahir, to take us away. Thank you very much.
Okay. So I have a presentation. If it's too long, my strategy is to speak really fast. Thank you, Saima. Where is Saima? I think that she really deserves a lot of acknowledgement for organizing these things. It's never easy, and the whole team. So thank you. I mean, I was part of trying to figure out getting my presentations in on time and all that. And so thank you for everybody who are the organizers here.
I think we should give her a round of applause.
Round of applause. Certainly, that was the idea. So listen, we use the word system a lot. And my sense is, I realized at one point that when people use the word data, if 3 people are talking about data, they're at least talking about 4 different things. And the same thing is about system. So I'm going to be using the system in a very particular way. And the idea is to think about it in a conceptual way, but then also immediately get into the practical aspects of it. And so let's just start, right? So I want to, the first part is, you can call it a system, but Pakistan, when people were talking earlier, it's also like an ecosystem. An ecosystem is very much determined by the relationships that exist within the system. And I think that's something I want to really think about. And I want to talk about some salient facts. So everybody who's working on Pakistan has to recognize these facts, okay? We are entitled to our opinions, but not the facts. We have to agree on the facts. So these are what they are, right? So very clearly, very dramatic rise in enrollment in Pakistan, certainly over the last 25 years. Pakistan is behind the other South Asian countries and low and middle income, but there is a big rise in it. Okay, so here's something there, right? So you talk about enrollment, we hear about gender a lot. We've been doing a study. So this presentation is based on about 15 different studies that we have done over the years, and we're trying to bring them all together. So this is from a long-term leaves with these families that we have been tracking for the last 15 years. It's a representative sample in rural Punjab. And I think that I want you to look at the graph and think about it. So look at the top panel. The pink is the mothers, and the blue are their daughters. Okay? So in 2003, when we looked at the mothers, 75% of the mothers, this is representative Punjab, 75% of the mothers were completely illiterate. Okay? And virtually 0 of the mothers, this is about a panel of about 2,000 households. So one of the richest panels that has ever been constructed in a low-income country. Virtually zero mothers had any education beyond FA. Okay, so this is 2003. Now look at their daughters. This is 2019. 23% of their daughters are now beyond 12th grade. Okay, so in one generation, we have gone from 0 in mothers to about 23% of their daughters going beyond 12th grade. Now there is, on the top one, there is still a big number who have never gone to school. So what you see is that there are some women who never enter school, but then some women who persist. And that's a very big number. Look at, this is one of my favorite graphs from Punjab. This is FSC data from pre-medical. And now you can see that the dotted bar is females. And look at the number of females going into FSC pre-medical versus versus boys. And the number is now like twice as many as boys. The second thing is this rapid rise in private school sector. You may disagree with it, or you may say it's commodification, whatever it is, but it's a fact. The rise has been very dramatic, and the rise is very high in the lowest income segments of society. If you look at rural Punjab, rural KP, even Sindh, it is happening now, okay? I'm talking rural, where you have this tremendous rise. Most of these schools are in rural areas now, at least 30%. We haven't gotten the latest data on it yet, of total enrollment is now in primary schools, and in urban areas, it is now the majority. That's a fact. When you talk about a system, you've got to take that into account, okay? Then there is this other thing that we are documenting now, which is exponential rise in what I call the shadow education system, which is tutors, tuition academies, education intermediaries. And I'm not talking about just Lahore, I'm talking about every single village in Pakistan. That is now as big as almost anything else, okay? Active school choice environment. This is from January 2022. This is a village in Attak, one of the LEAPS villages. This is an actual Google Earth map, and on it that you can see what's going on, right? This village, the red are private schools and the yellow are government schools. Look at the number of private schools in this village. Look at the density of private schooling, okay? I have a map for 120 villages like that. Every village looks like this. And the reality is that what we don't understand is that Pakistani parents really care about distance. Okay, distance, when we talk about foundational learning, you are talking, you're not talking about Lahore, going from one side of Lahore to the other side to study. In a village, this is all within walking distance of the population. And what that has done is active school choice. So this whole idea, that purane zamane ka jo idea tha ke, whether to send a girl to school or not, that's not, that Pakistan is fast disappearing, okay? Ongoing education reforms. We documented 85 different education reforms in Punjab between 2000 and 2015, okay? And these were not on paper. These were real reforms. They were really carried out, okay? So this is an active reform environment. Active educational environment, active school choice environment, fast-growing enrollment, fast-growing private sector. So it's a very dynamic environment of education in Pakistan. Finally, this is from KP. This is current data in KP right now as we speak. Look at the hiring in teachers. We have now a sea change in the quality and in the characteristics of the teachers that exist in Pakistan. Most of the teachers in Pakistan are now young. And what we are seeing is amazing differences. Look at the STEM degree holders. The old teacher used to be like a BA, B.Ed teacher. Now, what you see is teachers doing biotechnology, people coming in. So you look at people who are hired post-2013, like almost half of them are in STEM, okay? So the teacher population is changing very dramatically. All of these, I think, are very positive changes. And these are things we have to realize. Yet, so this is the puzzle, it's a puzzle. Yet, learning is where it is. This is a very dynamic environment. People are trying to do things from households, from parents to everybody. Nothing is happening in learning. Learning is really bad. So I think these two things, if somebody came from Mars and to try to evaluate what's going on in the system, it's very hard to figure it out, okay? Now, before I tell you one more thing about learning, look at this. Well, this is the graph I showed earlier. This is learning right now in this. Before you start worrying about Pakistan too much, the country that I am a resident of, United States of America, the richest country in the world, look at the learning levels here. This is actual learning levels in the United States. Stagnant learning for the last almost 50 years. Learning has not increased, and I bet if I showed the UK graph, I should show it next time, it will be exactly the same. Learning is very difficult to move everywhere. You look at large systems, Indonesia, enrollment has gone up very dramatically. Learning actually land, and the people who are working in RISE in Indonesia think learning is falling. India, we think India shining. Jishnu has written a paper called India Shining, Bharat Drowning. Learning level, stagnant. So this is something that we have to really think about in spite of everything that we have done. And I think at one level we do deserve congratulations, not me, but the people of Pakistan, parents, all of that. Everybody is really working hard, yet results are in front of you. So I think that's the framing that I want. And what I want to do is, here as you think about ecosystem, you've got to model all these actors. I don't like this idea of thinking about the secretaries having these stakeholder meetings and between two bureaucrats sitting in a committee and then deciding what's going on in Pakistan and all this and things like that, and the donor coming and just talking to them. This is the reality of a pocket. This is what I call a system. I'm not talking about a system meaning Punjab Education Department. I'm talking about these people. And they are all interacting with each other. And the way we think about what's the problem, there are frictions that stop people from doing what they want to do. We don't get results, and we have to identify those frictions. So what we do, this is our strategy. This is a very general strategy. This came out of RISE from the Pakistan country research team, which I headed, and Asim and Jishnu are part of it. First, you map the system, identify actors. You've got to understand the challenges and frictions that those actors face. If you're worried about the board exam, think about who the actors are. And then think about, if you want to move those actors, why are they not moving? Got to understand the frictions. This is the political economy. It could be economics. It could be anything. Then what Rachel said is design, implement, and refine. We got to do it. Because I don't think we're going to hit the right solution the first time. So this is the general thing. So very quickly, what I want to do is to talk about this relationship between public and private schools. Very interesting. The rise of private schools happened where there were educated women who could serve as teachers. And where did these educated women come from? One generation ago, 6th five-year plan, I-SAPS 1, under Junejo, who's an unsung hero of Pakistan education, by the way, and Mahbub Alaq. They were the ones who set up government secondary schools. They set up government secondary schools. That created educated women. Those women did not have mobility. They could not go out. They became school teachers in these private schools. So government schools actually created these private schools. So it's not government schools are bad and that's why private schools created. There's a supply side issue, right? Complementarity between public and private schools, we got to understand. That's what I call a system. Okay, this is the too big a graph, but reality is in Pakistan there is just too much heterogeneity. Pakistan is a complex society. We can talk about average government school, average private school, what is happening in KP, what is happening in a district. Wrong way to think about it. Every situation in Pakistan, you dig deep into it, there is inequality. Within village, inequality is so high. But there are good government schools and there are bad government schools. Most low-quality schools are government schools, what we call zombie schools. What do you do about them? And in government school enrollment, so when somebody was talking earlier about these public-private partnerships and all this, it's not clear that low enrollment government school is a bad school. Because there is no way to judge quality in a government school. In private schools, the market does work in the sense that low quality private schools, enrollment starts falling, private schools shut down. The rate of shutdown in private schools, we have now documented it over 11 years. There is so much churn in private schools because the market is working in that way. Not perfectly, but somewhat. Okay, so information, right? So one big problem is that parents are illiterate. When we started LEAPS, 75% of the mothers are illiterate. Dads don't know jack shit about what's going on with their children's education. Mom knows everything, and mom is illiterate. So how the hell are you going to get accountability? How are you going to judge school choice? So there's an information friction. It's very difficult to judge a school quality. We were talking about early childhood. Try to figure out if your kindergarten is good quality. What are you going to do? There's no test scores, there's nothing like that. So the question is, what we did is, we provided report cards, very detailed, in these villages. This is our landmark study, something that really works. So we gave information to every single parent in these villages. And there was a control group. And we gave them information about the school. We gave them information on their child, on one school relative to other schools. So we were thinking there was going to be a change in parents. You know what really happened? Is that the schools got so paranoid. Okay, every school started competing with each other, including government schools. Munazza has been talking about norms at the household level. Village norms of quality shifted because we gave public enrollment. This study was funded by World Bank, and one guy put a banner. This is a village in Rahimyar Khan. He put a huge banner saying, World Bank declares my school #1 in the village. Okay, so it really drifted. We have been tracking these schools for the last 17 years now. And the quality differences that happened then are still persisting. So good stuff can also persist. And so we want to really push this. Private schools, accountability, what should we do about them? We gave grants. So this was what Amreen talked about earlier. If you gave grants to public schools where the local people decide what to spend the money on, and then they you empower them and give them lots of money, not like this dinky NSB. You give them serious money. You got to trust them with the money, right? Pakistan, we have a very big trust on thinking about how poor people spend money. Very inegalitarian, our values. Give them money. What did we find? Money matters. Public schools improved learning. But what was very interesting is thinking about the village as a system. I'm not talking about a board ka system, I'm talking about the village as a system. Village as a system, the private schools started feeling so much competition that the closest private school to the government school that got the money also improved quality. So if you want to fix private schools, fix quality. I was a friend of the court in the Supreme Court case against Beacon House. And what I told them is, you are running about Beacon House and high fees, fix your government schools in Lahore. There hasn't been a government school built in Lahore in the last 15 years. So you want to improve learning, fix government schools, private schools will take care of themselves because of competition. Okay, targeted instruction, I'll stop in 1 second. Targeted instruction, I think targeted instruction is really fascinating as a system approach. I think here, to me, the teacher is the central actor. So that's the actor I want to identify. And then you ask about what are the constraints the teacher faces. It could be money, it could be anything, and that's what we are working. I think there's a very interesting potential in private schools. We've been playing around with a pilot, how to really get private schools to improve pedagogy. They are also in need of help, and this is what they say. The owner is also an actor, okay, because there's an owner of a private school. So you have to work with them. And I think this is refine, iterate, and scale is very much in line with RISE, what Rachel started off this thing with. I want to end with, these are some of the policy discussions that we can have, right? How to think about zombie public schools, how to think about consolidation, how to think about school closures, how to think about public-private partnership, how to think about PEF. PEF is a hybrid. Sometimes it's the best of all worlds, sometimes it's the worst of all worlds. It has public subsidy and no threat of closure. I mean, what is the incentive? QAT, quality assurance test? I'll hold my view. I was on the board of PEF. Okay, so I can say that. So there are all these policy implications. I leave them on there. We can discuss it. These two guys, I've had brief conversations. They have a lot to say about data and about monitoring. So let's hear from them.
So very quickly, in order to leave some time for discussion later, I'll pass it on to Iqbal Hussain Saab to be very brief, and then Suhail Saab, please, your slides, and then we can.
Who is the presentation?
Yeah. जी, आप click करें तो I think.
No, this is Punjab.
Okay, so this is Suhail's present.
Okay, I can.
Dusri wali, please.
Okay, thank you very much. After working in the government for the past 14 years and having served at various positions in the social sector, development sector, and implementation, it is a time to just reflect on certain systems, especially that right now I am interested with, that of Education Monitoring Authority. I joined 6 months back, and we are interested with collection of data for education department, elementary and secondary education. And we are doing it for the past decade. We are also sort of doing the data collection exercises for various other sectors, which I'll discuss in the later part of our presentation. But we are doing on daily basis sort of collecting data which comprises of the proforma comprises of 13 pages, and we are doing it on daily basis around a year. So we are collecting data daily. We compile it on monthly basis, and we also collect data on annual basis. Just before talking about systems, these are the projections of the education sector plan back in 2017, and which were based on the census data of 2017, in which the school-going children in 2022-23 were around 15 million. So the 15 million mark of the students that we have in schools, we have to keep that in mind for a while. Then the projections for 2023 were that we would have 6.4 million students. Now what does our data say about this? This is the data that we are compiling since 2018 on annual basis in what we called annual school census. So in 2018, which is our benchmark for this particular presentation, we had 4.3 million. In 2002, we have 4.5 million students. And by the way, this is the data that we have on January 2022. And the data for 2023 is coming, we are sifting that. So, which means that we are lagging behind by almost a million, because this is for the settled districts. We don't have data right now for the NMDs that are part of the province right now. So, if it was 6.5, and right now in 2023 we are having 5.6 million, 0.6 million of which are of the NMDs, and 5 million are for the settled districts. So we are lagging behind by almost 1.5 million. And mind you, the 1.6 million children that we are having within the age bracket of 4 to 17. So we don't have data for almost 9 to 10 million kids. Just correlating this data with the finances. So in 2022, we were spending 35,000 rupees on each child that we were giving education. And we are doing it, we are collecting the data on Android phone system. It is a very good system, you must have heard about it. We are doing it monthly on these indicators, and we are doing it annually on these indicators. So we have sufficient data. Now if we have data, let us analyze that data statistically, and what does it say? So we have 76% of the schools which are primary, and I'm not seeing it correctly. 9.5% is middle, and then the rest. The story doesn't ends here. This is our average student to teacher ratio at various levels. At primary it is 37.4, and internationally, if I'm correct, it is 1 to 40. In mosques we have 37, but look at the middle. At middle, we have one teacher over 13 students, and in high, it is 20. So the teachers' requirements are full in our government schools as far as this data tells us. Now we go further, and we have sort of analyzed the data for boys and girls, and the same is true for almost both of them. Which means that our vacancies are filled, and do we require further teachers or not, but what does it cost us? So on average, each school, we are spending 5.8 million rupees. And since we have 76% of schools which are primary, we need around, in primary school, around 7 teachers, sir. What does the standard say? 6. So just we can say that a big sum of money is being spent on many schools, and what is the outcome? The studies, and my predecessor in the discussion, he has pointed out and raised some good questions. So it means we require further studies on this. Now we didn't stop there, and we calculated the cost on each of the student in every district. So in Chitral we spend more, and in Dir Upper it is less. But you see, we haven't analyzed this data further, but this needs a bit of a sort of study that, okay, the next slide would tell us some interesting figures as well. Like we are spending more in schools in Peshawar than Dir Lower, Mardan, Swat. And this is a bit confused, a bit of sort of, it's a more complex slide, but here we have tried to sort of analyze per student cost with the number of schools and the working teachers. And it is giving us some information. Maybe you might not look at it, but what are the outcomes of this analysis? Well, we'll come to that after this slide, but look at the dropouts. It is hovering around from 8 to 10% in the past 3 years, which is big. So we have we don't have data for 9 to 10 million and just 1 million more. So there is scope for studies. And again, we have a big chunk of our dropouts are at the prep level. So means we have a lot of students which are out of school at the tender age of their learning. But what have we done with these systems in the past 10 years? We have improved in the non-functional school and what you have called the zombie schools, ghost schools. So it is a no-no in KP when we say about ghost schools. Apart from these activities, we were involved in school improvement plan, conditional grant, as you said, parent-teacher councils is active and we are collecting data. We also were involved in the HRMS and also earthquake activities, shelterless, examination halls, double shift schools, textbooks, and of late, the flood assessment. Now, this is an interesting story. We were not only involved in collection of data for the schools which were hit by flood, but we were also involved in across the infrastructural damage that has been done, and we have collected data for that and authenticated that. Now, my conclusion is, maybe we can discuss on this. If we are doing all these things and we are collecting data on the basis of which informed decisions will be taken in future, why not consolidate this? Like we don't have any data analysis wing in EMA, so we have tried of late to develop one. And second is, if the SDG 4, which is bounding us to sort of give free education to all the kids, why not expand our activities to private schools? Because we have the expertise, because we have the models, and we have delivered, and there is confidence in what we are doing. So it raises a question, why can't we collect? Why shouldn't we move forward? And why shouldn't we have further studies on this? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that very interesting presentation, and I will quickly move to Sohail Raza Sahab. If I can please ask you to be very, very brief so that we leave some time for comments and questions, just a few minutes, and then we need to move on to our next session, please.
Presentation.
The next presentation. Agli, please, laga de.
It's not moving.
Okay. आप शुरू करें. लगा रहे हैं.
Before I commence, I start with my personal story.
Back in 2005-06, we were in PMIU in a process of developing monitoring system. World Bank came and agreed to provide funding for bridging missing facilities, teachers training, and other lot many interventions that the Punjab government has designed. The education minister would call me on daily basis in Punjab Assembly and ask me to convince the MPAs and the ministers that the money that you people are receiving, like PMIU, the Education Department, is being spent on schools, and all ministers and the MPAs of the government party, their constituencies are being properly looked after. So they were asking me, no scheme is being implemented in my constituency. There is no funding in my constituency. So I didn't have any answer. After 3 months, we developed the monitoring system, and we were mapping all indicators from schools as well as development schemes right from the approval till finalization of the schemes. When again called me the minister in the Punjab Assembly, and there was a very vocal minister from Pindi. He said, I am not receiving any funds. There is no scheme. I said, kindly tell me your constituency. I opened up my laptop. I said, sir, you have this much number of primary schools, this much middle schools, this much high schools, this is the gender. You have received this much amount from the funding, which is the largest as compared to the other constituencies. The expenditure level that you have made is less than any of other members sitting here before me. So believe you me, after that, nobody then calling me. So this is the power of data. And this is, if you have the power of data, if you have data with you, you can convince, you can make people believe that this is something which can happen and this is something which cannot happen. EMIS, there were, like in all provincial education department they had established. And they were established back in 1992. But the only role they were playing was to collect data and then compile a report. After that, the activity would finish and the report would come up after 1 year lag period. The data usage that through the EMIS was collected that were not used for budget making, for recruitment, for any intervention that were implemented in the education department. there was no system for school improvement and accountability. But then, after the establishment of the PMIU, it was ensured that each school will be visited every month, and they would collect information on all indicators from the schools. So based on that information, funds used to be distributed were allocated to school based on their need. Recruitment that was previously made without taking into consideration the data, that was not like providing, the teachers were not providing to schools where they were needed. So the system that was put in place that helped government to implement, to design, and to then districts and tehsil hold accountable for schools improvement. School improvement plan framework was introduced in the province of Punjab, and based on that school improvement framework, the missing facilities and other needs that were required by the school, they were met. Under roadmap, lot of missing facilities and other facilities, they were provided. In the morning, one of the panelists, he was saying that almost 95% of the facilities, they have been provided in. So this all happened because of the data. Now the issue is, like, the data is not standardized. The definition of data that is collected in KP is different than the data which is collected in Punjab. So there is a requirement to standardize the data, and then there is a need for interoperability and horizontal and vertical integration. So these are the challenges, I think, so that would be. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm so sorry to rush you, but and it's our fault entirely. I think we really need to move to our last session. Don't want to keep you for any longer. I don't know what's the best way to take questions. Maybe just 2 quick comments from the floor. Ji Arshad Saab, aap aur phir aap. And then we'll just wrap up.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Mashal Yusuf and I'm representing the World Bank. My question is for Tahir Andrabi Saab. You just mentioned about the private school network expanding very, very fast. So my question is, there's a whole market of unregistered private schools in Pakistan as well. How do we capture them? Is it important to capture them? Is there a lot of data loss because the unregistered private schools are not, there's no data being collected, we don't know about the enrollment of children in them, and would doing a census on the private school, unregistered private schools across Pakistan be helpful to collect data and for policy making? Thank you. Sorry?
Punjab census does collect unregistered private schools. So we do have a lot of data on unregistered private schools. It's a fallacy to think that the data that we have on private schools is only registered private schools. So we do, in fact, right from the beginning, 99, then 2005, which was the big Pakistan census, they all have data on unregistered private schools. So that's not the issue.
Thank you so much. And Arshad Saab, if you will, if I can take your question separately, we really need to wrap up. I'm so sorry. We can have a conversation. I'd really like to thank our panelists. I'm so sorry that this was so rushed. I was hoping this would be a very interesting discussion, but we have 1 session left. So thank you so much for your understanding, and thank you for coming and sharing your insights with us. The experience of citizen political engagement, and where do we go from here? So I invite Musharraf Zaidi to introduce the session and also the panelists for this session. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thanks to the FCDO and to the I-SAPS team for organizing this. I recognize, of course, that time ki bahut kami hai. I also apologize in advance that I'll be speaking in Urdu, and probably a couple of panelists will be too. But I'll try and stick to Angrezi the best I can. One of our guests in the panel has to leave at 5, and that's Fahad Hussain, who's the Special Assistant to the Prime Minister on Strategic Communications. So I'm gonna zip through this presentation much faster than I would have liked to, but just say a few things about what I wanted to say. एक तो ये कि मेरे लिए frankly बहुत आसान है कि एक तारीफ़ी क़सीदा अलिफ़ ऐलान की ख़िदमत में और अलिफ़ ऐलान को जिन लोगों ने पैसे दिए, न सिर्फ पैसे दिए बल्कि अपने कंधों पे चढ़ा के रखा, क्योंकि ये ज़्यादातर जितने लोग हैं इस कमरे में, अगर उन्होंने वो काम ना किया होता अलिफ़ ऐलान कैंपेन टीम के साथ, चाहे वो साइमा ख़ुद हों या उनके प्रीवियस कॉलीग्स जिन्होंने डिफिट पे बजाय हमारे ऊपर कदगरें लगाने के हमें हमें बिल्कुल आज़ाद परिंदों की तरह छोड़ दिया. So I think that's the kind of thing that enabled it. And then we had enormous amounts of support from across civil society and the private sector, including organizations like I-SAPS, Bela Raza Jameel individually, and everybody that worked at ITA. If I started listing all the organizations, it would take too long. So instead of doing that sort of recognition or celebration, I'm the party pooper. And I don't have a lot to add in terms of the greatness of that 10-year period. It was phenomenal at almost every level in terms of the amount of attention that we were able to draw, political attention, public discourse attention, financing, resourcing, expertise, ministerial, bureaucratic, har tarah se bahut acha kaam hua, and we've spoken enough about that, so I won't I won't dwell on that. I think I picked up this quote from our visit. There was this South-South Fellowship program, and I think Anna is here, and Rachel is here, and Saima's here. There's so many others here. And maybe they're in the other room, but anyway. This quote is from one of the people that I'll talk about in the presentation, and this is an important quote. If we're going to get the mission of Alif Elan or the mission of these 10 years, KESP, PESP, IMC, any of these interventions, any of the work any of us do, really it has a core purpose, which is to transform or at least change the status quo. So just like Suhail Saab, this is going to be a struggle. So maybe I can ask somebody to, there it is. So I just wanted to come up here and ask 3 quick questions before we got the panel up on the stage. So next slide. So there's 3 things that are missing from the neoliberal discourse, which is what we are all part of and frankly, champions of. And we have to be, because if you're going to have bilateral and multilateral engagement as the driver of transformation, then you're not going to be comfortable talking about ideology. You're not really going to be comfortable talking about sensitization, desensitization. इस चीज़ के बारे में लोग क्यों ज़्यादा परेशान या अफसरदा नहीं है? And you're also not going to be comfortable talking about the kind and quantum and depth of polarization globally. Dr. Andrabi, drew our attention to crises in other countries. Polarization is also not a uniquely Pakistani thing, but these are the 3 questions, really. Next slide. Next. So the first question is, can we really have an ideology or philosophy-free education discourse? Of course, a lot of, these are kind of the secondary questions. I would rather just people remember the first one. Go back one, just stay here for a second. I don't want to spend more than 10 seconds, but I really want us to think about this question, because it's a proposition and a question. I have an answer. I think we all have to come to our own answers. But if we're uncomfortable with ideology, and especially a specific kind of ideology, go to the next slide. And then, skip this one, next one. So what we learned in Brazil was that every single teacher we spoke to, every single local government actor, every single school administrator, to the extent even when we spoke to some of the students, everyone knew who Paulo Freire was. Every single person. Please, so don't move this slide forward until Anna's taken a picture. Now the reason that I have this slide up here is not because I wanted to make Anna feel good, although that's a great bonus. The reason the slide is important is that this might prompt Pakistanis to think, हाँ यार, बड़ा जुल्म है, हमारा कोई Paulo Freire नहीं है. और अगर हमारा कोई Paulo Freire नहीं होगा और कोई फ़लसफ़ा नहीं होगा, कोई आइडियोलॉजी नहीं होगा, भले वो इस्लाम हो या वो कोई I don't know, ethnic कोई वो हो या कोई sectarian, कोई भी हो, लेकिन कोई तो हो, लेकिन आप ज़्यादा अफसरदा ना हो, क्योंकि, next. So I wanted to spend some time on talking about Paulo, but you guys go read the book yourself. It's available for free as a PDF. Go next. And then there's this thing, dialogical, which is important in terms of this whole idea of an ideology and a theory of change. ये बहुत common है. DFID पे, World Bank पे, USAID पे. Now all of us are talking about theory of change. वो theory of change ये होती है, इतने पैसे अंदर डालते हैं और उसमें से फिर फूल और तहाइफ निकलेंगे. इतने log frame अंदर डालते हैं और इतनी चीजें निकलेंगी. I'm a part of this world, so I'm not mocking it. I'm mocking me. अगर आपको मौकरी लग रही है तो मैं अपना मजाक उड़ा रहा हूँ, तबादला को उड़ा रहा हूँ, अलिफ एलान को उड़ा रहा हूँ, and I could name 20 other projects that I've worked on. That's not what I'm doing. The point is we should be asking questions. Next. So ये जो अफसरदा होने वाला अमल है कि यार हमारे पास Paulo Freire नहीं है, तो actually हमारे पास Paulo Freire, I would say, we have something profound and historically absolute in terms of what this man was talking about. Next. Maybe click again. There it is. ये quote कौन से साल में quote किया है? Was this something that maybe Fahad can... Did the Prime Minister say this yesterday? Imran Khan might have said it in 2019. MBS might have said this when he started the Vision 2030. Mahathir might have said it when he first took over as Prime Minister, or Sir Syed Ahmad Khan said it in 1870. And I think the issue is not that we don't have a Paulo Freire, the issue is maybe something else. Next. Then I thought, can we play this? So, as you can see, it's not just Sir Syed. If you're Pakhtun and maybe you don't like, people from UP, which is cool, I'm not going to take it personally, we have Bacha Khan. And, if you're from Sindh and you don't like people from UP, which is much more likely, that's okay too, because we have GM Syed. And if you're a woman, it's not like we haven't had women leaders on this. We've had Rana Liaquat Ali Khan. We could probably add 10 more Pakistani Paulo Freires. So it's not really a lack of leadership or vision or being able to identify the problem. Next. So a question is, can you have an ideology-free education discourse? Next. Just leave this here for a second. I'm not going to go through the rest of the slides because I want to respect the fact that we have Fahad, and I promised I would finish in less than 5 minutes, and it's yet another broken promise, like the 25 million broken promises of children not being in school in this country. But if nobody's feeling any pain, then it's not a loss. So ये बकवास है, learning loss. Learning loss तब होगा जब loss का एहसास होगा और इस एहसास की किसी न किसी तरह नुमाइंदगी होगी आपके डिस्कोर्स में. कोई चीख रहा हो, loss होता है, कोई चीख रहा होता है, रो रहा होता है, इजहार कर रहा होता है, यार तफशीश का इजहार कर रहा होता है, यार बड़ी तबाही हो गई कोविड के दौरान. 5 मिलियन बच्चा, मैंने पिछले स्लाइड में देखा, मेरे केपी वाले भाई ने दिखाया, 5 मिलियन बच्चा स्कूलों से ड्रॉप आउट हो गया. तकलीफ तो होनी चाहिए ना. Where is the pain? Where is the loss? There is no loss. If you don't express or articulate loss, there is no loss. So there is no learning loss. Next. Just skip through these. Yeah, skip. Just go to the last one, because I want to get through all my questions. Next. That's it. And this is a big one. और इसके बाद एक slide था और फिर पूरी मेरी presentation थी, which I'm not going to go through. But the SNC program of reform was not entirely useless. In fact, it was not even remotely useless. It had controversial and problematic elements, but it was profoundly capable of moving the needle. क्यों उस पे मजीद इस कमरे में बहुत सारे लोग उसके साथ uncomfortable, उसके मवाद की वजह से नहीं है, उसकी जो उस वक्त की मौजूदा हुकूमत थी, उसकी लीडरशिप के साथ uncomfortable थे. और इसी तरह जो इस वक्त हुकूमत है वो काम करेगी, इस चीज़ को आगे लेके जाएगी. तो कई लोग जो पिछली हुकूमत के साथ थे वो इस हुकूमत की जो है चीज़ों के साथ वो comfortable नहीं होंगे. When you have a profoundly polarized discourse, the damage that it does is that any kind of consensus-driven whole of society transformation or change becomes dramatically harder. It doesn't mean it's impossible. It means we have to think much more granularly about the challenges that we're facing. That's it from me, at least for this part of the conversation. Can I please request Ambar Rahim Shamsi, the head of the Center for Excellence of Journalism at the Institute for Business Administration, a dear friend, a Tabad Lab alumni, and one of the bravest voices in our country. With your applause, Ambar is going to be moderating. Syed Fahad Hussain, also another brave and important voice that was taken from us about a year ago when the government decided to steal him and make him his own. I've already mentioned what he does. You guys know what he does. We have Abdul Manaf Saab, who is sitting in the back. Jaldi se Manaf Saab aa jaye. Manaf Saab is the head of the Teachers Union Federation of Pakistan, and also the long-serving head of the Teachers Union in Hazara Division. And of course, my dear friend, Ana Pinedo from Brazil. She works for the Lehman Foundation and was a very gracious host for the South-South Fellows that visited Brazil recently and were already referred to. I'm going to come and sit down next to Ana, and the floor is entirely yours. No, I'll go there. I'll bring the chair. I can do it. Ambar, it's all yours. Maybe we start with Fahad, just given time.
A current affairs talk show, there's a, time की कमी है और बहुत कुछ बातें करनी है और end में शायद कुछ निकले कुछ ना निकले. But anyway, thank you so much, Musharraf, because you really set us up, and I think you asked some very difficult questions. So maybe I can ask a difficult question of Fahad Hussain. Am I permitted? All right. I mean, I think what we're talking about is discourse hacking, right? We're trying to see whether, if there was a decade where there seemed to be some kind of consensus on there is an education emergency. There are millions of children who are out of school. There are ghost schools. We need to fix this because otherwise it'll be too late. But we're beyond too late now. So my question here is, as an example, my argument has always been that you need politics and policy needs to go together. A lot of people who do policy separate the two. We tend to look at messiahs and champions and heroes at various levels. And I think we would give the example of Chief Minister Shahbaz Sharif as an example of a champion of education policy and reform in Punjab. But that seems to have changed a little once he became Prime Minister. So what's changed here?
Thank you very much, Amber, and thank you, Musharraf, for the detailed introduction. Thank you all for inviting me to speak on this topic, which is clearly, I am not an expert at all, and I'm surrounded by people who know much more than I do. But I'll just add a few things. I think, Amber, once a journalist, always a journalist, so you always frame questions well and pointedly so. I think the difference is not, you talked about the Prime Minister and his performance when he was the Chief Minister and why there's a perceptional gap between the two. And I would say that I think it is less to do with the person himself and more to do with the situation, the challenge, the nature of the federal government, the 18th Amendment, the education as a provincial subject, and the actual polarized environment in which politics is happening today. So I think it's a multiple reasons, and of course, last but certainly not least, the very shortened time span. As you know much better than I do, that reform is something which requires time, which requires patience, and when you have a very short window at a time when politics seems to be trumping governance in every form, I think it might be a little bit too much to expect, the kind of performance that we've seen by the Prime Minister when he was the Chief Minister. So that's the short version of the answer.
So I'm going to ask a follow-up question and then I'll sort of go back, because I think it kind of leads me to Anna, actually, because we're talking about top-down, which is obviously we're looking to the Messiah and a Chief Minister or a head to sort of push reform and change. But I think the other question is also, there's a lot of talk about creating that constituency for reform. I mean, Musharraf also put that in his presentation as well. So why is nobody outraged about learning losses? In a sense, they are, because, I would argue that if so many people are enrolling the children in private schools, that means they are. They want to do better. But I would say, is it a problem right now? I mean, because you now have a more holistic view at the federal level, does there need to be more data? How do we get that consensus despite polarization?
Well, I mean, I think two broad reasons, and a lot of people ask me, what I've learned and what I've unlearned in the last 10 months that I've been in this new job, and I think one of the reasons, one of the benefits of all of this is that I've gotten to see things much closer to where decision making is done and how it is done. And I think the answer to your question I would divide into two things. A, why there is no appetite for reform. I think point number one is the prioritization or the lack thereof. I think it's not a generalization. I think prioritization for reform in a hyper-politicized society is not as high as it should be. So that's point number one. And point number two is the capacity to actually deliver on reform, even where there is a willingness. There are serious capacity issues within the government. Even if there is a very bold policy, transforming that into an outcome-oriented result on the ground is something that the system continues to struggle with. So whenever genuine, deep-seated reform has to take place, which we all hope happens sooner rather than later, I think we will have to look at the entire structure of the government and why it is failing to deliver even when there is a certain correctness of priority.
Thank you. Anna, I mean, Brazil, polarization, populist leader, and yet, it's actually sort of been able to reform education, to make education a priority. What can we learn from Brazil?
Well, it's hard to say because during the last 4 years, because of political reasons, we weren't really able to move forward with education. What means that no matter if you've achieved some very important and concrete goals, you need to have a very strong civil society to go through all these political instabilities when government doesn't really respond to what is expected from him. So what happened is that over the last, I would say, 3 decades, since I first started working with social organizations, non-governmental organizations in Brazil, we've been trying to create this very robust group of civil society organizations to really not only support the government, but monitor and pressure the government when times are tough, right? So what happened, for instance, during the last 4 years is that because we couldn't really dialogue with the national government, we had a chance to work with the state and municipal governments in order to really pursue with all the reforms that were already being implemented. So the curriculum reform, the high school reform, all those things, it's never the same thing when the national government is not on board, but at least we could make things happen. But of course, it's very hard, I would say, when we have civil society so polarized, as Musharraf mentioned, because we have to have some level of consensus in order to make governments, embrace and keep, moving forward with some very structural changes. If they believe that the constituents are not so committed to the reforms, they would probably step down.
I mean, I'm curious here as well about constituents, as you said. You pointed out that it's actually sort of at the lower level, local bodies level. Do people vote on the basis of education policy? Because in Pakistan, what we see is when you speak to women voters, and I have when I covered elections as well, they want better education facilities for their children. That's, there's a voter right there. But the men in the family dominate voting patterns, for instance, or they will get votes based on, which roads will be in which, constituency, and universities, for instance. But that doesn't address the schooling issues. And really, I think the one that's really very unsexy, if I could use that word, which is learning the quality of education.
Mm-hmm. I'll use an example just to give a spoiler on my presentation tomorrow that is about the Sobral case. So Sobral is a municipality in Brazil, in a poor state in Brazil. And it managed to really create a revolution that now led them to ensure that every child learn how to read and write at the right age. And what happened is that in the beginning of the transformation process, what the mayor did was like very, he invested in infrastructure, facilities, uniforms, meals, transport, free transport, things like that. And the parents were so happy, but the kids were not learning. And the parents didn't know, because they were illiterate themselves. What happened is that those political leaders at that time had the courage to go to their constituents, to the parents, and say, what do you think about your children's schools? And they said, oh, they are wonderful, beautiful, renovated. And they said, yeah, they are beautiful, but they are not functional. Your kids are not learning. So they have the courage to really take responsibility. And that's when they really created this social pact between government and civil society and families and communities to really work collaboratively in order to overcome this huge challenge to really make education work in their city. So I would say that it's hard, but it's possible,
Okay, great. So we have a preview of tomorrow's session. You all have to attend now to learn a little more. Manaf साहब, मैं आपकी तरफ अब आती हूँ. देखिए, बहुत वक्त गुजर चुका है और जो अलिफ ऐलान और उस वक्त तालीम के हवाले से बात होती थी, लग रहा था कि उस वक्त एक कौमी सतह पर इस पे बात होने लगी है. लेकिन अब मामला फ़र्क हो गया है. तो आपसे जो मेरा सवाल है कि असातिज़ा का बहुत अहम किरदार भी होता है. असातिज़ा आपकी क्योंकि यूनियन के साथ मुंसलिक भी रहे हैं, क्या बदल चुका है और इसको हम दोबारा से उस इत्तेफाक राय की तरफ कैसे वापस लेकर जा सकते हैं, ख़ास तौर पर जब इस वक्त जैसे हम बात करें सियासी अदम इस्तेकाम है, लड़ाई झगड़ा है, सिंगल नेशनल करिकुलम पर भी इत्तेफाक राय पैदा नहीं हो सका था.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. शुक्रिया जी. सबसे पहले तो मैं ये अर्ज़ करूँगा कि जब से पाकिस्तान मर्द वजूद में आया है तो जितनी भी एजुकेशन की पॉलिसियाँ बनी हैं वो पॉलिसियाँ बनाने वाले ग्राउंड रूट लेवल पे नहीं जाया करते थे. कहीं बैठ के वो पॉलिसियाँ बनाते थे और उनको वो इम्प्लीमेंट करवाना चाहते थे और वो नहीं हो सकती थी. ये सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ मैं बड़ी ज़िम्मेदारी से ये बात कहता हूँ कि अलिफ ऐलान का ये किरदार है कि वो ग्राउंड रूट लेवल पे गया, टीचर्स के पास गया, पूरे पाकिस्तान की टीचर्स यूनियंस को बुला के टीचर्स के मसाइल जो हैं उनको हाईलाइट किया और फिर जो एजुकेशन की प्रॉब्लम्स थी उनको उन्होंने हाईलाइट किया और फिर आगे ज़िम्मेदारान तक पहुँचाया. फिर अगर उस पर अमल दरामद नहीं हुआ तो ये मेरे ख़्याल में गवर्नमेंट की या फिर वही लोग जो पॉलिसी मेकर हैं ये उनकी कमज़ोरी और ख़ामी है. अगर मैं पूरे पाकिस्तान के असातिज़ा की तरफ से ये राय देना चाहूँगा कि अगर हम पाकिस्तानी बहैसियत पाकिस्तानी पाकिस्तान में चाहते हैं कि एक बेहतरीन एजुकेशन सिस्टम राइज हो जाए तो हमें इस बात का ख्याल करना होगा कि हम यकसा निसाब तालीम और यकसा निज़ाम तालीम राइज करें. अदरवाइज़ ये तबकाती निज़ाम तालीम जो है ये पाकिस्तान में जो आपने कहा कि इस वक्त ये सियासी इस्तेकाम नहीं है, अफरा तफरी है, ये भी मेरे ख़्याल में इसी वजह से है कि तबकाती निज़ाम तालीम की वजह से है. अगर ये लोग जितने भी तबकात हैं, अवाम है या खवास हैं, ये अगर किसी एक किस्म की तालीम हासिल की हुई होती है इन्होंने तो शायद ये इनका ट्रैक और इनकी मंजिल भी एक होती. दूसरी गुजारिश है कि यहाँ पे सारा दिन मेरे ख़्याल में इस बात पे ज़्यादा ज़ोर दिया गया है कि गवर्नमेंट स्कूल और प्राइवेट स्कूल जो हैं इनके रिज़ल्ट्स बराबर नहीं हैं, इनकी अचीवमेंट जो है वो बराबर नहीं है. प्राइवेट सेक्टर में ज़्यादा बच्चे भी दाखिल होते हैं और वहाँ पे ज़्यादा बेहतर एजुकेशन भी दी जाती है और गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में ऐसा नहीं है. मैं ये बात भी बड़ी ज़िम्मेदारी से कहता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान में थर्ड क्लास प्राइवेट स्कूल ऐसा कोई नहीं होगा जहाँ पे क्लास वाइज टीचर और सब्जेक्ट वाइज टीचर ना हो. लेकिन बदकिस्मती से हमारे ये रावलपिंडी और इस्लामाबाद जैसे शहर में आप चले जाएं तो आपको किसी भी इदारे में 100% ना तो सब्जेक्ट वाइज टीचर मिलेंगे और ना ही آپ کو کلاس وائز ٹیچر ملیں گے, چاہے کہ دور دراز کے جو علاقے ہیں وہاں تو تصور بھی نہیں کیا جا سکتا. دوسرا ایک بات پہ زور دیا جاتا ہے جی کہ کلاس میں کبھی کہتے ہیں 40 بچے ہوں, کبھی کہتے ہیں 30 بچے ہوں, 30 کے پیچھے ایک ٹیچر. میں کہتا ہوں کہ ایک پرائمری سکول ہے اور وہ دور پہاڑوں پہ, کوہستان کے پہاڑوں میں ہے, اور وہاں پہ پورے اس سکول کی تعداد 30 ہے. اب وہاں کو یا تو اس کو آپ کلوز کرتے ہیں یا اس میں آپ کلاس وائز ٹیچر نہیں دیتے, تو وہ ایک ٹیچر کیا ریزلٹ دے گا. اور پھر اس وقت امتحان کا ٹائم ہے اور پاکستان میں سینسس شروع ہے, اور ہمارے جتنے بھی اساتذہ اکرام ہیں وہ ہاتھ میں وہ پکڑی ہوئی ٹیبلٹس اور لوگوں کے دروازوں پہ جا کے دستک دے رہے ہیں. پولیو جب آتی ہے تو گورنمنٹ ٹیچر کو کان سے پکڑ کے کہتے ہیں چلو جی یہ ڈیوٹی کرو. الیکشن کی فہرستیں تیار کرنی ہیں, کیوں ان سے غیر تدریسی سرگرمیاں جو ہیں ان میں ان کو ملوث کیا جاتا ہے, اور پھر ان کو موجب الزام بھی ٹھہرایا جاتا ہے کہ یہ کام نہیں کرتے. میرا استاد, میں ذمہ داری سے کہتا ہوں, میرا استاد کام کرتا ہے, کام کرنا جانتا ہے. اور اب اس وقت جو ظلم ہے وہ کوالیفیکیشن بیسس پہ کہیں پہ بھی وہ پروفیشنل کوالیفیکیشن کو چھوڑ ہی دیا گیا ہے. کسی نے میکینیکل انجینئرنگ کی ہے, وہ ٹیسٹ میں بیٹھ گیا, اس نے امتحان پاس کر لیا, وہ صرف اور صرف اپنی عمر بچانے کے لیے کہ کل کو اس نے کسی دوسرے پروفیشن میں جانا ہے, اس کی ایج بچ جائے گی, وہ اس تھرو جائے گا, وہ 2 سے 3 سے 4 سال تک جس وقت اس کو دوسری جاب ملے گی جو اس کی جاب بنتی ہے وہ ادھر چلا جائے گا. اس طرح بیڑا غرق ہو رہا ہے ہماری ایجوکیشن کا. میں ذمہ داران سے یہ گزارش کرتا ہوں, یہاں پہ جتنے بھی بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, ڈونر ایجنسیاں بیٹھی ہوئی ہیں, ہمارے حکومتی ذمہ داران یہاں پہ تشریف فرما ہیں, اور شاید یہ آواز کہیں تک پہنچ جائے, تو میری یہ گزارش ہے کہ ایک تو ٹیچر سے, یہاں پہ ہمارے منسٹر صاحب آئے تھے اور انہوں نے کہا جی میں پنجاب میں جاتا ہوں اور وہاں ایک ہیڈ ماسٹر جو ہے اس کی تنخواہ 1,10,000 روپے ہے. جناب والا اس کی 1 لاکھ یا 1,10,000 تنخواہ کب ہوئی؟ اس نے ساری زندگی یہاں پہ صرف کر دی. اور دوسری طرف پرائیویٹ سیکٹر کی جب بات ہوتی ہے تو کہتے ہیں وہاں پہ جو بیٹھا ہوا ہے اونر, وہ جس کی پرفارمنس ٹیچر کی ٹھیک نہیں ہوگی اس کو کان سے پکڑے گا, کہے گا کل سکول نہیں آنا. یہاں پہ یہی ہمارے جو سیاستدان ہیں, یہ پرفارمنس جیسی بھی ہے, ایک ٹیچر وہ کام نہیں کرتا جو کسی بھی سیاستدان کا, کسی منسٹر کا, کسی ایم پی اے کا, کسی ایم این اے کا چاہتا ہے کہ میرا کون کیا بگاڑ سکتا ہے, اور دوسرا وہ کام نہیں کرتا جس کو کسی سیاستدان نے دور دراز پھینکوا دیا. وہ کہتے ہیں اب اس سے آگے تو اور کوئی جگہ نہیں ہے, مجھے کہاں پھینکیں گے, وہ کام وہاں اس لیے نہیں کرتا. اور جو ہمارا افسر, اب دیکھیں میں کے پی کی بات کرتا ہوں, عجیب تماشا ہے, وہاں پہ اے ایس ڈی او سے لے کے سیکٹری ایجوکیشن تک لوگ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں, ایڈمنسٹریٹر بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں. پھر جی ایک اور یہاں پہ بڑی زبردست قسم کی پریزنٹیشن بھی ہوئی. ٹھیک ہے ڈیٹا کلیکٹر ہونے چاہیے, وہ مانیٹرنگ سٹاف جو ہے, لیکن یہ تو اساتذہ کو تنگ کرنے کے لیے وہاں پہ بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں. اس کے بعد ابھی اور ایک چیز بھرتی ہو گئی جی مانیٹر. بابا آپ سبجیکٹ وائز ٹیچر بھرتی کریں, کلاس وائز ٹیچر بھرتی کریں, اور وہاں جو بیٹھا ہوا باس ہے, پرنسپل ہے, ہیڈ ماسٹر ہے, ڈی او ہے, اس کو با اختیار بنائیں کہ وہ ایکشن لے سکے. اختیارات اس سے لیے گئے ہیں. ایک سیکنڈ
جی میں یہاں سوال پوچھنا چاہتی ہوں. آپ کے مطالبات جائز ہیں, آپ آن دا گراؤنڈ ہیں, آپ تمام اساتذہ کے ساتھ ظاہر ہے آپ ایک یونین کی شکل میں ہیں, تو آپ پریشر گروپ کیوں نہیں بنا سکتے؟ آپ کی یہ جو مطالبات ہے کیوں نہیں مانے جاتے؟
ہم نے پریشر گروپ بنائے ہوئے ہیں. ہم سال میں کئی دفعہ اس پہ صرف انہی ایشوز پہ ہم نے گورنمنٹ کو چارٹر آف ڈیمانڈ دیا ہوا ہے. موجودہ گورنمنٹ کو بھی, پچھلی گورنمنٹ کو بھی ہم نے چارٹر آف ڈیمانڈز دیے ہیں, لیکن ان کو ہم اس لیے امپلیمنٹ نہیں کروا سکتے کہ اوپر جو بیٹھے ہوئے ہیں وہ ہم سے زیادہ طاقتور ہیں. اب پاکستان میں بدقسمتی سے پچھلے چند سالوں سے تو یہ ایجیٹیشن اور یہ دھرنا اور یہ جلسے اور جلوس ایسی ایک روایت بن گئی ہے کہ اس پہ تو کوئی توجہ ہی نہیں دیتا. لوگ آئے یہاں پہ, سیاسی لوگ آئے, مہینوں کے حساب سے یہاں پہ دھرنے دیے, کیا اچیومنٹ کیے انہوں نے. اور اگر ہم ٹیچر بھی, اساتذہ بھی یہ دھرنوں اور جلسوں اور جلوسوں کے پیچھے پڑ گئے تو جو بہت مائنر قسم کی تعلیم ہم معاشرے کو یا اپنی قوم کو پرووائڈ کر رہے ہیں, اس سے بھی قوم جائے گی. اس لیے میں یہاں پہ بڑی ہمبل ریکویسٹ کرتا ہوں گورنمنٹ سے کہ اس پہ توجہ دیں. اور ٹھیک ہے 18ویں ترمیم کے تحت یہ جو ہمارا نصاب ہے یا نظام ہے یا ایجوکیشن کا جتنا بھی وہ سسٹم ہے وہ صوبوں میں چلا گیا ہے, لیکن خدا کے لیے کریکلم اور جو نصاب ترتیب دینا ہے اس کو اگر آپ چھوڑ دیں گے, وفاق سے یہ صوبوں میں چلا گیا, تو پھر سندھ کا کوئی بندہ کوئی بچہ یہ نہیں جانے گا کہ آج یہاں پہ سکرین پہ جو باچا خان کی تصویر آئی ہے یہ کون ہے, اور وہ جو وہاں پہ جی ایم سید ہے یا ذوالفقار علی بھٹو ہے, بے نظیر بھٹو ہے, زرداری ہے, جو لوگ بھی ہیں ان کو کوئی نہیں جانے گا کے پی میں اور کشمیر میں کہ یہ لوگ کون ہیں. ہمارا نصاب جو ہے وہ نیشنل لیول کا ہونا چاہیے, کریکلم نیشنل لیول کا ہونا چاہیے, اور اس پہ پھر باقاعدہ امپلیمنٹیشن ہونی چاہیے. یہاں تو عجیب سا تماشا بنا ہوا ہے کہ جو ہمارا نصاب ترتیب دیا جاتا ہے اس پہ میں نے بہت زیادہ ورکنگ بھی کی ہے, اس میں تو ایسے کیا کہتے ہیں عجیب قسم کے, وہ میری زبان پہ جو لفظ آتا ہے وہ ادا نہیں کرنا چاہتا.
میں چاہتی ہوں کہ فہد صاحب سے میں ایک آخری سوال کر لوں کیونکہ مجھے معلوم ہے کہ آپ کے پاس وقت تھوڑا ہے, آپ کو جانا ہے. میں یہی ان کا جو سوال ہے میں آپ کی طرف لے کر آنا چاہتی ہوں, and you know in any concluding remarks that you have as well. So single national curriculum was one attempt at some kind of reform. اس پہ کچھ اتفاق رائے تھا, بہت اعتراضات بھی تھے, and that was incredibly controversial and was faced a lot of resistance as well. And I know کہ یہ آپ کی موجودہ حکومت کا نہیں تھا, but it is an example of education reform of some degree. Do you think it is possible? So, I mean, the question I want to ask here, it always makes me curious, is we are continuing to vote not on the basis of policy, as I pointed out, but on the basis of personalities and tribal or family affiliations. You know, how can we change that a little bit? I mean, single national curriculum is, there's two questions in one, I guess. And
well, Amber, that's a good topic for a dissertation, how we can change that. دیکھیے میرے خیال میں یہ بات آپ کی بالکل درست ہے کہ ہماری جو ووٹنگ پیٹرنز ہیں وہ انڈیویجولس کے اوپر ہیں, اور اس میں پالیسی کا جو بھی اس میں اگر کوئی کسی بھی طریقے سے پالیسی آپ کو کہیں سے جھلکتی ہوئی نظر آتی ہے تو وہ جو الیکشنز کے دوران جو مینیفیسٹوز بنتے ہیں اس میں ہوتی ہے. اور یہ بات بھی بالکل میرے خیال میں بغیر کسی فیئر آف کانٹرڈکشن کہہ سکتا ہوں کہ جب وہ مینیفیسٹو بنتا ہے اس کے بعد اس کا رول جو ہے وہ اس جماعت کی جو ورکنگ ہے اس میں کم ہی ہوتا ہے. یہ نہ کسی ایک جماعت کا مسئلہ ہے اور نہ ہی یہ ہمارے کسی ایک حکومت کا مسئلہ ہے, یہ ایک کلچر بن گیا ہے جو کہ انفارچونیٹلی کم ہونے کی بجائے ری انفورس ہو رہا ہے. پرسنالٹی ڈریون پالیٹکس اینڈ سلوگن ڈریون پالیٹکس ہیں وہ ہو رہی ہیں, اور اب کیونکہ الیکشن ایئر ہے تو اس میں آپ کو یہ اور زیادہ شد و مد سے آپ کو یہ نظر آئے گا. میرے خیال میں پالیسی کا وقت, پالیسی پہ پرائرٹائزیشن تب ہوتی ہے جب ایک حکومت سیٹل ڈاؤن ہو جائے اور اس کو پتہ ہو کہ میرے پاس اب وقت ہے اور میں اپنا پولیٹیکل کیپٹل جو ہے وہ کچھ حد تک بلیڈ کر کے بھی اس طرح کی ان پاپولر پالیسی ڈیسیشنز کر سکتی ہوں. ایجوکیشن 5 سالوں اگین اس پہ بھی بحث ہو سکتی ہے, لیکن اصولاً آبویسلی دیکھیے جو کچھ پچھلے کئی سالوں سے پاکستان میں ہوا اس کے بعد تو کوئی شک نہیں رہ گیا کہ ہمیں کنٹینیوٹی چاہیے, ہمیں اسٹیبلٹی چاہیے, اور ہمیں اس طرح کی سیاست چاہیے جس کا ڈائریکٹ جو بینیفٹ ہے وہ لوگوں تک ٹرانسلیٹ کرے. اب الیکشنیئرنگ پالیٹکس اور گورننس میں فرق ہو گیا ہے, اصولاً ہونا نہیں چاہیے لیکن ہو گیا ہے, یہ ریالٹی ہے. اور اگر آپ یہ سمجھ رہے ہیں کہ ایک دم چٹکی بجائیں گے اور سب کچھ ٹھیک ہو جائے گا, ایسے نہیں ہوگا. پالیٹکس از بروزڈ اینڈ بیٹرڈ اینڈ وونڈیڈ. اس کو ٹھیک کرنے کے لیے بڑی پیشنس کی ضرورت ہے, اور وہ پیشنس جو ہے وہ میرے خیال میں اس کا ایک طریقہ, واحد طریقہ یہ ہے کہ اتنا زیادہ پبلک پریشر ہو کہ جو بھی جماعت گورنمنٹ میں ہے اور جو جماعت اپوزیشن میں ہے اس کو یہ اندازہ ہو کہ میری سیاست کا انحصار میری پرفارمنس اور میری گورننس پر ہے, اور اگر وہ نہیں ہوگا تو ایسا نہیں ہوگا. لیکن میں یہ بھی کہتا چلوں کہ جو کچھ ہم نے دیکھا ہے پچھلے چند سالوں میں اس سے میں تو کم از کم بہت زیادہ پر امید نہیں ہوں کہ ہماری سیاست میں کو بہت بڑی تبدیلی آنے جا رہی ہے. جو ایک نیچر آف پالیٹکس سیٹ ہو گیا ہے और ख़ास तौर पर जो पिछले recent past में हुआ है, उससे ये बिल्कुल clear है कि policy prioritization, performance and deep-seated reform do not seem to have a central place in today's politics. If it did, then you wouldn't see the kind of applause that people get for saying things which are fairly shorn of substance. So that's a reality on the ground. I don't want to sound very pessimistic, but वो reality है. Reality कैसे change होगी? I think it's a work in progress, and I think all stakeholders will have to keep at it. There are fundamental issues. अभी जो उन्होंने बात की बिल्कुल दुरुस्त की कि अगर आपकी तमाम असातिज़ा जो हैं वो इस तरह के कामों में लगे हुए हैं जिनका उनकी तदरीस के शोबे से ताल्लुक़ नहीं है, तो ये एकदम एक पॉलिसी फैसले से चेंज नहीं हो जाएगा. पहले रिकग्नाइज करना पड़ेगा कि दिस इज़ अ प्रॉब्लम. ये एक सिस्टमिक प्रॉब्लम है और इसके लिए हमें मेरे ख्याल में इन द बेस्ट केस सिनेरियो we'll have to first put our politics back on the rails and then wait patiently till it reaches its destination.
Amber, can I just...
I was actually just coming to you. And my last question to Musharraf, because I know there are a lot of people who would like to ask questions. So I'm going to open the floor after I ask you to address some of these issues.
Before you do that, because Fahad might be leaving and we should let him go, but I think it's an opportunity for us, you know, that you're here. I mean, what you've painted a quite realistic, surprisingly realistic for somebody that's in government, scenario of how gloomy things really are. In this context, I think the community of change agents and reformers that are sitting in the room, it would be unfair for us to let you go without asking you to direct this community, but also in terms of your commitment. Now I'm pulling personal rank with you, but I know how personally committed you are. That's why you're here today, because I also know how busy you are. You can't just tell us things are bad and they're going to continue being bad. I'm almost insisting that you give us A, some direction, and B, what you think you might be able to do in terms of taking away some of this and going back to the office, which I know you're headed.
Thank you. Sharaf, I mean, I don't want to sound like I can, this huge issue that I've referred to, that, you know, this is something that one or two people can do. I think, so, see, this is an election year. और ये election में जिस तरीके से हम elections में जा रहे हैं, ये किसी से ढकी छुपी बात तो है नहीं. ये तो नहीं हो रहा कि यहाँ पे कोई एक बहुत ही reform based agenda के ऊपर एक इलेक्शन होने जा रहा है जिसकी बुनियाद पर जो भी गवर्नमेंट में आएगा वो एक इनकलाबी किस्म की तब्दीलियां लाएगा और दूध और शहद की नहरें बहना शुरू हो जाएंगी. लेट्स बी रियल, दिस इज नॉट वेयर वी आर एट दिस पॉइंट. इट इज अ पॉइंट वेयर वी वांट टू बी एज सून एज पॉसिबल, बट आई थिंक वेयर वी आर टुडे एंड वेयर वी वांट टू बी, उसके दरमियान जो रास्ता है, इट्स अ वेरी डिफिकल्ट वन. एंड the primary difficulty right now is not how we can actually get into the nitty-gritty of reform or educational reform or fundamental structural political reform which entails क्या चीज़ सूबों के पास हो, क्या चीज़ मरकज़ के पास हो. These are very weighty issues. मेरा ये कहना है कि before we get into those, we have to first fix how politics is done. I mean, how can you play a game of cricket if you cannot agree on what LBW is? The players and their performance comes later. First, you establish the ground rules on the basis of which we are going to conduct our politics. And I use the word conduct politics, not wage politics. Right now, we are waging politics. Those fundamental things have to change. Are they going to change in the next 3 months? No. Do I wish they would change in 3 months? Obviously, yes. Would they change post-election? They would change once we have an election where people say, fine, we agree. That would be step one. If you cannot agree on how an LBW happens, you may have 500 umpires and 300 cameras. The player who gets out will not walk out of the pitch. So that fundamental reform has to happen. So what I'm saying is, whether we like it or not, we've regressed a little bit because of reason A, B, C. And we all have our political affiliations. We can talk about who's actually at fault. But the fact is that the fault is there. And we have to fix that. And then we go on to the next real issues, which is how to fix education, how to fix health, how to fix the teachers' issues. ये वो तमाम बातें बात में की तो मैं जो थोड़ा सा आप मुझे कह रहे हैं कि मैं आपको एक बड़ा को एक ऑप्टिमिस्टिक बताऊं. ऑप्टिमिज्म मेरे में ये है कि there is now a greater realization that we are living in a broken system. There is a greater realization. Perhaps 2 years ago, that realization was not as intense as it is today. And once you have that realization, that means, and again, this is me being optimistic now, that there is a greater desire, a greater hunger, and therefore a greater push to fix this system. And I think if that builds momentum, then I think we are on our way to being where we actually want to be and where we deserve to be.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for Fahad Hussain. Thank you.
My sincere apologies for having to leave, but thank you very much for giving me time. Thank you.
Thank you. Musharraf, I'm going to this is my last question, and then I want to open it up to the floor. So, obviously you've heard all the comments. I remember in 2018, we were talking about, there was political competition, which MNA, for instance, had done what in their constituency. We're now in 2023, and we just heard Fahad Hussain, where there is no interest, that time that we've lost a lot of the gains that Alif Elan had made up until 2018. Do we wait for a consensus and politics to be fixed? Because we've already lost time.
I didn't realize that this would be a public therapy session for me. Because that's what you're kind of asking me to do, is to reflect on both a personal and a professional acceptance of profound failure. The fact that the SNC debate wasn't based on the fundamentals of the debate, where there was actually, the SNC had a lot of really good things about it. The people involved in writing the SNC were actual real professionals, especially the second round, and I think these things should be said openly. I think when Mariam Chughtai came on board, there was a profoundly more professional and robust sort of treatment of the issues around curriculum. But because Mariam was associated with the PTI, it's okay to be open. Look, anything I say is not the responsibility of our hosts or any of the people here. That's primarily my responsibility, so I need to be able to speak freely. You can't have a situation in which somebody as thoroughly professional as Mariam and a lot of people around her, it wasn't just Mariam, there was a number of bureaucrats, and I would say that there were parts of, and this is hard for me to say so, parts of even what Shafqat was doing that was actually not bad. And yet, because only 1% of Shafqat's time was on the content, and every time you saw him, it was about the big picture defense of Khan Saab. And of course, Khan Saab image causes others to, get really rattled and upset. And vice versa, Khan Saab is throwing people who were involved in reforms from 2013 to 2018, he's throwing them into jail. So you can't expect either side to kind of just be okay with it. It is only natural that it became profoundly provocative and partisan and polarized. So I think it's very difficult to go backwards and say, what could we have done differently in 17 and 18 that would have made the gains more robust? I think there's a lot of people in this room, including people from DFID. हमने पूरी जान लगा दी थी, and I think it showed. As you said, 18 वाले इलेक्शन में 2 पार्टियां नहीं, 4 पार्टियों ने एड्स बनाए थे कि उन्होंने तालीम पे क्या किया. वो एड्स अलिफ एलान ने नहीं बनवाए, वो उन्होंने खुद अपने पैसों से बनवाए, क्योंकि हमने इतनी बकवास की थी ऑन तालीम कि they felt compelled that they had to show कि जी हमने तालीम पे ये किया है, हमने ये किया है, नहीं हमने ये किया है. Now, we can never go backwards in time. So there is no going back to, that ideal sort of situation. And B, in a highly polarized environment, you actually need more of a team effort. I don't, somebody said, Alif Elan tu shuru karte. I've actually had that conversation with DF. I said, don't do it. Because Alif Elan was conceived in 2011 after the education emergency. 2011 ki jo cheez tashkeel di gayi hai, that was barely current when we started the campaign in 2013, and it was already obsolete by 2016-17. Uske baad, we were constantly changing on the go. So PAMS, the Pakistan Alliance for Math and Science, officially began in 2018 after Alif Elan. PAMS began in 2016. We started working on math and science because we knew that in terms of the power of the narrative around enrollment and universal education and increased allocations for education, we'd already won that battle. In 2016, it was done. So 16, 17, 18, we really spent on trying to get some granularity on, and I think it was, some were big wins and some were token, some were symbolic only. And that's what the campaign was meant to do, so it's fine. But today, I think, you know, because of the learning crisis and because so much effort is, again, multilateral money and FCDO money has gone into learning, I think learning represents an opportunity for us. But I think that there was a couple of slides on Dr. Andrabi's presentations and a couple of things that were said. And you know, I have an ongoing love-hate relationship with the RCT Mafia, as in I love them and they hate me. But the issue is that I think we need to be careful of these conversations becoming too entrapped by system level reform, because the system has actually collapsed. वो जो पूरी लंबी फहरिस्त है ना, यानी कि जी वो DEO है और फिर AEO होता था म्युनिसिपल तहसील लेवल पे और फिर अब उसके नीचे 4 और आप 15 और लगा दें उसके नीचे. You can keep plugging in human beings into the thing. Some things can only be done top down. Literally badmashi se. And you know, Sohail is here. There was things that, no, there was things that Shahbaz Sharif did that were actually brutal, but they were the right thing to do. You could not have transformed the schools of Toba Tek Singh in terms of bathroom availability and running water without the threat of firing people, and you had to have a retired MI or IB or ISI guy at the tehsil level that was going and scaring people. So that is an element. Now, if we get woke about this, we won't be able to do it. But I think that...
तो बदमाशी चलती है ना?
That's one element. That's one element. I think the last point I'll make, because this is a long answer and we should throw it out into the open. I'll say that wo jo oppressed wala quote tha from Paulo Freire, the reason that is there is because, at least for me, if you ask me, one big realization or reflection on what was true then and what is, you know, different now, it's that you cannot disconnect the wider political and rights-based conversation. You cannot disconnect the class element from this conversation. And this is, if there's one thing that I leave all the education experts here with, is you got to change how much of your time you spend just on the pedagogy, just on the technicality of the flow chart. And I've been there. So some of the flow charts we have, I'm the one that made them, right? APAM wala, ye EMIS wala sara, ye humne... Like we've been doing this for 20 years. A lot of the data we've seen, I mean, I've been seeing this shit for 25 years. You know, he was SAPS ki wo baat kar rahe the. Pehla wala SAPS, my first work in education was around, not the Junejo one, SAP 2 jo tha, World Bank wala. Uspe, a lot of us were, I mean, we've been doing this for 25 years, and we're still lamenting, not 22 million, not 25, aaj Amber ne jo figure diya hai, wo 27 hai. Mere kuch dost kehte hain 32 million hai, kyunki humne COVID wale numbers dekhe nahi hai. Absenteeism teacheron ki aur bachchon ki has gone through the roof. So we have to connect the fact that Imran Khan is a popular political leader, the fact that people are being put in jail, the fact that PTM is a reality in NMD, the fact that, you know, minority rights are not being respected, the fact that women don't feel safe, these are all education issues. If we pretend that women not feeling safe is not an issue, then ask Manaf how many female teacher union leaders there are in Pakistan. There's hardly any.
Yeah, how many girls go to secondary school because they don't feel safe?
And why? Because the decision making is around, it's by men.
Okay, so I'm going to stop you there, Musharraf, because I really want some questions from the audience. We have about 15 minutes. I'm going to ask a few rounds. We'll take 2 or 3 questions and have the panel address them. I suspect we'll only get time for 1 round, but let's go.
use of the word Pashto in KP province in education is taboo. So the use of the word Punjabi in Punjab is taboo. You cannot bring this question, as many as professionals on single national curriculum can say otherwise. And it goes way back, if you go to history, 19th century, Hunter Commission in Punjab, they were the ones who said that instruction ki language in Punjab should be English and Urdu. And G.W. Leitner was a dissenter. And he said that the language should be Punjabi and Farsi. Because the Farsi would link us to our past, and Punjabi would link us to our soil. And he says by English and Urdu, and I mean both Urdu, right, was an imposition in Punjab in 19th century. And he says that we will be creating a generation. He's writing, G.W. Leitner is writing he has a book called History of Indigenous Education in Punjab, worth reading. He's writing in like 1880. And he says that we'll be creating a generation which will be alienated from the past, and therefore is very manipulable to all kinds of claims about the past, and is completely alienated from the soil. So what we are doing is, when we are imposing these things, and Pakistan ka jo ideology, it was contested. Just think language. We were never able to figure out a language policy. We were never able to figure out nation building, jo tum philosophy ki baat kar rahe ho, because just around the simple question of language, we could not figure it out, and we haven't figured it out right now. Whether it's Punjabi, whether it's Pashto, whether it's Sindhi mein sirf ho rahi hai, right? So my point is, when you talk about parents, when they speak in their own language at home, it is not being validated in schools. And when they start writing on the board from the book, right, they will write in Urdu, but when he's explaining something, he goes into Pashto. And for single national curriculum, I would say just one thing, forget ideology. There is a discussion in education. The philosopher Dewey, jisko Iqbal follow karta tha, there was a school of thought called pragmatism, which actually deals with some of these questions of polarization. When you go, I will just give you a test. Take a 4th grade single national curriculum textbook. I did it. And just give it to a random kid in Islamabad, forget KP. और उसको मुझे कहो कि उसका सफ़ा नंबर 30 पढ़ के बता दे. These books were not meant to be read. The problem is, it's not ideology, these are just bad books. They are difficult books, they are not meant for kids to be reading. They are just, the point is that we have created this top-down kind of designing system where the principal actor, the child, who is supposed to read this stuff. I mean, are these books meant to be read by anybody? Or is it meant to be read by, I'll give you an example. 4th grade book में Pakistan constitution है. उसमें लफ्ज़ लिखा हुआ है उर्दू में वफाक. मैं लम्स का डीन हूँ. लम्स के स्टूडेंट से पूछ लो वफाक क्या होता है. अच्छा फिर ये है कि पाकिस्तान के 4 सूबे हैं. चलो जी वेरी गुड. अच्छा भाई गिलगित बल्तिस्तान है वो क्या है? वो सूबा है. वो उसमें लिखा हुआ है. फिर then we have something called आज़ाद जम्मू कश्मीर जो कि contested property है. वो आप चौथी जमात के बच्चे को मतलब अभी उसको 2 जुमले वो पढ़ नहीं सक रहा. आप उसको ये पूरी आइडियोलॉजी बताना शुरू कर दी है कि जी पाकिस्तान की क्या है. So my point is, when you are in a situation which is this polarized, you got to go simple. You got to go minimalist. And the minimalist is, get the kids to read. कोई तो ज़ुबान पढ़ लें भाई. एक ज़ुबान भी नहीं आप पढ़ सकते.
Okay, more. There's another one here. There's another question here, and one at the back over there. पीछे भी है. And please, short, so we can get some answers. Yes, please. For everybody, for anybody who's.
Thank you. Maybe Musharraf Zaidi can recall 4 or 5 years back, we had discussed the ratio of education budget in terms of GDP and government budget. At that time, situation was probably better, but during the last 4 or 5 years, if you see the Pakistan Economic Survey, it has gone below 2%. And if you take the ratio of education budget in the provinces in the total government budget, it was good, around 15 or 20%, but now it has gone down, except in case of Sindh. But if I take this indicator in terms of Pakistan, it is below 10%. Pakistan, I mean, we can take the individual cases of provinces, but if we combine the whole budget of the federal government and the provinces, then it comes to below 10%. Yes, Alaf Ilan has been, I mean, is nowhere, now it does not exist, but you are still there. And you people know you as Alaf Ilan. But why you are not taking this issue that government is not spending enough, which is needed, but now you are not I mean, advocating this cause. Thank you.
ये
میرا سوال مناف صاحب کو بھی ہے and also to Anna. You know, ٹیچر یونینز کو مطلب جو پاور ہے وہ ہم ان سارے بنیادی مسئلوں کے لیے موبلائز کیوں نہیں کر سکتے؟ یعنی کہ پہلے تو یہی تھا کہ ٹیچر یونینز کے ساتھ، حالانکہ ہمارے بہت سارے سرویز بھی ہوتے ہیں ٹیچر یونینز کے ساتھ، مگر جو موبلائزیشن ہے بنیادی مسئلوں پہ، نصاب ہے، تدریس کا طریقہ تدریس ہے، اسیسمنٹ ہے، ریزلٹس ہیں، لرننگ نہیں ہو رہی ہے، اس کے اوپر ہمارا فیلئر ہے. ہم آیا آپ کے ساتھ مل کے. I want to ask the same question to Anna. In this whole this mobilization, how was Brazil able to mobilize teacher unions, teacher power? We don't have teacher power behind even one issue. One issue. When we go and do separate surveys, it's fine. Teacher power, we are talking about almost 2 million teachers. Up to secondary, more than 1.34 million teachers. Where is it? کیوں یہ فیلئر ہے؟ یہ abject failure ہے. ہمارا بھی نہیں، آپ کا بھی ہے. How did you do it in Brazil?
Sorry, we're running out of time, so I'm just going to end the series, sort of the questions here. Yes.
Thank you so much, Amber, for giving me this chance. So my question is actually directed towards Musharraf. The first word that comes when I read that is discourse. And discourse is a heavy Latin word. It's a heavy word. It has like a big connotation when you go to research. Why is it then that we don't actually have, what you're talking about, discourse hacking? Where's the discourse analysis, especially on education, especially on foundational learning? And why, let me go back to the very basic. Why do we keep on using the word discourse very interchangeably with manifestos? Every time there's a political engagement going on, or there's a political, something like, the elections going on, why then do we bring the word discourse interchangeably with manifesto? These two are very different things. A discourse needs to have, a more of a history attached to it, a history, philosophy. Manifestos are something which political parties make. But why do we keep on, as educationists, all of us are sitting here, we keep on talking about the failure of the governments and some of the good things that the governments have done, but yet we keep on using these words interchangeably. I think we need to go back, sit down, and maybe do some construction and deconstruction of what exactly does it mean to have an education discourse, and where can manifestos, education manifestos, and political manifestos for education come out of that. Thank you.
So, Manaf Saab, agar aap teachers union kya sawal uska jawab de sakte hain, and if you could also answer a question and then we'll, yeah.
اس حوالے سے جو سوال محترمہ نے کیا ہے ان کے حوالے سے میں یہ گزارش کروں گا کہ اس وقت پاکستان میں بدقسمتی سے یہ پولیٹیکل پارٹیز یا جو ہمارے سیاستدان ہیں ان کے الیکشن تو ہوتے ہیں گورنمنٹ چننے کے لیے، لیکن پورے پاکستان میں اساتذہ کے الیکشن جو ہیں ان پہ یا تو پابندی لگی ہوئی ہے یا کوئی ایسے حربے استعمال کیے گئے ہیں کہ الیکشن ہو نہیں پا رہے. اس وجہ سے بہت ساری تنظیمیں مارد وجود میں آئی ہیں. الف اعلان نے ان کا سروے بھی کیا ہے اور وہ ساری ان کے پاس ڈیٹا بھی موجود ہے. میری جس کو میں ہیڈ کر رہا ہوں اور پھر پاکستان لیول پہ ہمارا جو الائنس ہے متحدہ معاہد اساتذہ پاکستان، ہم نے ٹیچرز کو صرف اور صرف ان کی تنخواہ اور فیسلٹیز کے حوالے سے موبلائز نہیں کیا، بلکہ میں نے پورے پاکستان کے 2 دورے کیے ہیں اور ہر ڈسٹرکٹ ہیڈ کوارٹر پہ جا کے ہم نے نصاب تعلیم اور ایجوکیشن میں جو خامیاں اور کمیاں ہیں ان کے حوالے سے یکساں نصاب تعلیم اور یکساں نظام تعلیم پہ ہر ڈسٹرکٹ ہیڈ کوارٹر پہ جلسہ کیا. اس کے بعد ہم نے وہاں جو ڈپٹی کمشنر تھا، ذمہ دار ترین بندہ وہی ہوتا ہے، ہم نے اس کو یادداشت پیش کی. لیکن بڑے دکھ اور افسوس سے یہ کہنا پڑتا ہے کہ ہماری گورنمنٹ کی بے حسی کی انتہا ہے کہ باوجود اس کے 2 دفعہ میں نے پورے پاکستان کے دورے کیے، جلسے، جلوس، سارا کچھ ہوا، ڈپٹی کمشنرز کو یادداشت پیش کی، اور یہ آن دا ریکارڈ بات ہے. تو پاکستان لیول پہ کسی نے یہ مناسب نہیں سمجھا کہ وہ بلا کے مجھ سے بات کر لیتے ہیں کہ بھائی آپ یہ جو رونا رو رہے ہیں اس کے لیے ہم کیا کر سکتے ہیں اور آپ کیا کرنا چاہتے ہیں. अब ज़िम्मेदार तो गवर्नमेंट है, वो कर नहीं रही, और ऐसा इसके अलावा और कोई तरीका हमारे पास नहीं है कि हम उन पे प्रेशर डालें। मैं ये सिविल सोसाइटी और दीगर जो एजुकेशन पे काम करने वाले लोग हैं इंडिविजुअली या मुख्तलिफ तरीक़ों से, या ये जो डोनर एजेंसीज़ हैं, इनसे भी मैं ये गुजारिश करूँगा कि अगर इस तरह का कोई इवेंट कोई कोशिश कर रहा है तो उसको सपोर्ट किया जाए, और जिस लेवल पे बात होती है तो गवर्नमेंट तक ये बात पहुंचाई जाए। अदरवाइज़ तो यूनियंस के या एसोसिएशंस के जो नुमाइंदे हैं इनके साथ तो वज़रा और गवर्नमेंट और सेक्रेटरी, ये तो बहुत बड़ी बात होती है। हमारे तो ऑन द स्पॉट जो बैठे हुए होते हैं, अगर उनके साथ ज़ाती ताल्लुकात नहीं हैं तो वो कहते हैं कि मैं यूनियन नहीं जानता। भाई आपने बात करनी है तो ज़ाती हैसियत से करें, मैं यूनियन नहीं जानता। तो गुजारिश ये है कि जब तक कोई चीज़ पावर में नहीं होगी तो बात नहीं बनेगी। अब जो सिलसिला है यूनियंस का वो यही है कि हम तो रोना रो रहे हैं, और जब तक हमारी जान में जान है और हमारे पीछे भी ऐसे सरफिरे होंगे जो रोते रहेंगे। लेकिन दुआ करते हैं कि अल्लाह करे कोई ऐसा आ जाए कि जो इनकी बात सुने और इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करे। बड़े ज़ोर शोर से अलफ ऐलान ने भी बहुत कुछ किया पाकिस्तान की सतह पे। मैं पहले भी बहुत दफ़ा बहुत फोरम्स में भी कह चुका हूँ, और आज फिर मुबारकबाद पेश करता हूँ कि पाकिस्तान की हिस्ट्री में पहली दफ़ा अलफ ऐलान की वसातत से कौमी असातिज़ा कॉन्फ्रेंस जो है उसका इनेकाद हुआ। अदरवाइज़ तालीमी कॉन्फ्रेंस और ये तो होती रहती हैं, लेकिन टीचर कॉन्फ्रेंस कभी नहीं हुई। तो मैं इन पे मुबारकबाद भी देता हूँ, और मुशर्रफ ज़ैदी साहब से ये गुजारिश भी करता हूँ कि फिर से आप आगे आएँ और कोई ना कोई तरीका इख्तियार करें, और इस कौम की जो बिगड़ी हुई सूरत हाल है एजुकेशन के हवाले से, इसको किसी ट्रैक पे चढ़ाएं। बहुत शुक्रिया।
Shukriya. Anna, if you could address that, I also think there's an interesting point here that I would like you to address, which is that if it's so polarized, why not simplify?
So, Bela, it's very hard to mobilize teachers in Brazil as well. People used to say that education is a battlefield in Brazil. There are lots of ideologies, they are always clashing. We, teachers union, they are always, or at least most of the time, just advocating for their own interests. They don't advocate for, the students' interests, usually. We usually say that in a school, you usually have like 10% of teachers, they are very committed, very engaged, very competent, and 10% that resist, they don't want to, they don't really want things to be changed. They don't really want to commit. But the thing is that the 10% that resist, they have a lot more, much more power over the 80% that are in the middle than the 10% that are, the bright ones. That's what we are trying to change, to really empower the 80% of those who are in the middle, to feel, to try to shift their mindsets toward really wanting to make a difference in students' life. And we are starting that through the school leaders, the headmasters, so they can inspire the group of teachers to really want to make to change students' life. But regarding the
Well, I mean, there was a suggestion here, and I was wondering if that, you talked about how you concentrated at the sort of lowest tier of government as well, and civil society organizations, the last 4 years in Brazil. But, instead of maybe going for the broad...
Oh, the simple.
Yeah, simplified, maybe pick one small battle, if you will.
Yeah, that's always what people in Sobral, what they say. There are many complex things. You cannot tackle all of those big problems at the same time. That's why they pick foundational learning. Because if you start well, then you can improve gradually. But you know, in such a big country with so many people, it's really hard to get to a consensus. So making it simple would require a lot of consensus towards one or two battles to be, to be faced.
Musharraf, over to you.
I can see the sign, but I'm very good at ignoring these. I've built a career on being able to ignore these signs. First, I want to address the question from my brother, कि मैं क्यों इस पे वो नहीं कर रहा. I think this is as good a moment as any for me to explicitly state. Manaf साहब ने बड़ी मेहरबानी की. ये अल्लाह का बड़ा करम है कि अच्छे अल्फाज से हमारे काम को याद किया जाता है, लेकिन ये हमारा, ये मुशर्रफ ज़ैदी नहीं था. और ये मैं वाज़े तौर पे, मैं अभी इस कमरे में कम से कम मुझे 20 लोग नज़र आ रहे हैं जो नज़र मैं आ रहा था, लेकिन जो एक्चुअली जिनकी कंधों पे खड़े होके और उनकी लिटरली उनकी पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल पूरी की पूरी एनर्जी जो है उसकी बेसिस पे अलिफ एलान पे अगर कोई अच्छा था, उसमें जुड़ित उस वक्त डेप्यूटी हेड थी डिफिड की, जितनी तंग नज़री जनरली इंटरनेशनल और लोकल ब्यूरोक्रेसी में होती है उसका ऑपोजिट जो है वो जुड़ित थी. बहुत सारी ऐसी चीज़ें जो बहुत सारे डोनर प्रोग्राम्स बंद कर देते, उन्होंने तंग नज़री वहाँ पे उसका मुजाहरा नहीं किया. उमर और अगज़ाई सामने बैठे हैं, हुमा सामने बैठी हैं, पाकिस्तान अलायंस फॉर मैथ एंड साइंस में काम करते हैं. ये दो, फिर इमरान सामने बैठे हुए हैं, वो मुझे नज़र आ रहे हैं. सलमान हुमायूं और अपना अहमद और बाकी पूरी I-SAPS की टीम की रिसर्च उसके कंधों पे. बेला रज़ा जमील ने लिटरली मुझे अपने कंधों पे चढ़ा के जो है, अलिफ एलान वुड नॉट हैव स्टूड अप विदाउट बेला रज़ा जमील सपोर्ट. Saima to हैं ही, and she was involved in the Punjab thing and was always very kind, but the role that Javed Ahmed Malik played in enabling and creating space for हमने बहुत रिस्की और बहुत weird चीज़ें की. डोनर के काम में इस तरह की चीज़ें होती नहीं हैं. सिर्फ और सिर्फ वो जो कवर हमें मिल रहा था थ्रू जावेद. यहाँ पे एक DAI के मेरे दोस्त बैठे हैं, DAI कंसल्टिंग कंपनी जिसको ये ठेका मिला हुआ था अलिफ एलान का. DAI के लोगों ने जितनी मेरी बकवास बर्दाश्त की है मैं आपको बता नहीं सकता. So what I'm trying to say is there was a whole infrastructure of support that enabled that intervention, and I'm telling you that if we tried that today it wouldn't work. Me or any of us, all of us getting together and asking for more money is actually not today useful. The one thing that I've already said one thing, but the second thing that I'll ask if you go away with is that the thing that worked day before yesterday would work less yesterday, might work today, but will definitely not work tomorrow. So if we want a set of solutions for tomorrow with a median age of 23 and 64% of all Pakistanis are below the age of 30. So the thing that we build has to be built for the next 10, 15 years. And that is not Alif Elan. The impact that it had, we want that impact, but it's going to be a very different set of devices and instruments. Which brings me to the real dilemma that Tahir has brought up. So on the language, you now LBW ki baat kar raha tha, Fahad, you've got me LBW, because on language and on two other things, we were explicit from day one at Alif Elan. Somebody would bring up language and I said, not talking to the issue, not dealing with the issue, not touching the issue. It's a distraction from foundational learning. We didn't use that term then, this is new, but since we're here with all the money in the room, foundational learning was our entire focus. Language, reading, and numeracy. And we said that these are the things जहाँ पे कोई फड्डा नहीं होगा, जहाँ पे ना जमात इस्लामी नाराज होगी, ना अचकज़ई साहब नाराज होंगे, ना जो है अपना पलीजो साहब नाराज होंगे. This is literally, ये मैं ऐसे ही random, we would write these names down. We would say that if you say something about education, for example, also there's not just one answer, right, Tahir? India's success is not built on their overall learning outcomes, it's built on IIT. So you need pockets and islands of success. Your entire SERP, they don't come from Urdu medium schools, they don't come from Pile schools. Me, you, we're all beneficiaries of ये जो तबकाती निज़ाम है, इसके beneficiary के तौर पे हम यहाँ बैठे हैं. Now, हमारी नीयत भी बिल्कुल ठीक है, we're trying to be open-minded and everything, but we are beneficiaries of the existing lack of egalitarian, lack of equality, lack of engagement across the system. And that's not necessarily a bad thing because there are some benefits to be garnered from having these elite islands, whether, and this breaks my heart and makes me want to vomit, but having a place like HSN continue to produce some sort of talent for the country. Sorry, I hope that's not recorded. My respect, I'm scared of them. They all own the country and, you know, I could be out of here tomorrow. But, yeah, hopefully not. मैंने इधर ही रहना है लेकिन the point is कि ये जो elite islands हैं ये भी valuable हैं Beacon House अगर ना होता especially अगर Mrs. Kasuri ना होती I don't think maybe there'd be 3 people in this room today I kid you not Mrs. Kasuri is the least celebrated Pakistani hero of the last 50 years but is that the full answer? Or should we all aspire to be? Of course not. Do we like educators? Maybe, maybe not. Do we like everything? No. But there's one thing that they did which is valuable. So I think on language as well, I think we need English. And it's valuable. It keeps Pakistan salient in a lot of conversations that we'd be shunted out of if we weren't able to. All our talent in Silicon Valley, in New York City, even in Dubai and London actually is because we have this tradition of English. We should retain it. But how do we expand that tradition and how do we... The other thing is sometimes these conversations are more distraction. ऊपर आप जो भी policy बना लें, इनको पता है कि इनके इलाके में it's actually not Pashto, it's Hindko. And everybody speaks Hindko. उसकी कोई किताबें हों या ना हो, वो सारी Hindko बोलते हैं. उधर पश्तून भी Hindko बोलता है, महाजिर भी Hindko बोलता है. Rural Sindh में Sindhi mein classes conduct ki jati hain. So even if policy, there's a difference between kind of policy and praxi. And I think, you know, sometimes we don't have to win the policy battle to know that the praxi is working. There was, oh, there you go. There was other questions, but I'm not going to answer them.
There are other questions about discourse.
Oh, no, I want to be fair to Amna. So,
a couple of lines, because this is really...
Not even a couple.
We're 9 minutes
very
over.
Quick. I couldn't agree with you more. We are essentially often playing tennis and table tennis with narratives, thinking that we're talking about discourse. We haven't begun to touch, and the reason मैं Sir Sayyid को आपके सामने आज पेश किया, is कि इस discourse को हमें 1897, 1857 में MAO college से connect करना है और फिर उसको किसी और चीज़ से connect करना है और फिर उसमें ज़्यादा शर्म की नहीं करनी कि भाई वो अंग्रेज़ी में हम ज़रूर सीख रहे हो सर सैयद delayed हों बीच में ये अलग ये बाचा खान की इन सब चीज़ों को हमारा काम है इन धागों को एक दूसरे के साथ नपे तुले अंदाज में इनको जोड़ना हमारा काम इनमें से एक को पकड़ के ये कहना नहीं. So I would say that if you're a reformer, your job is to find simplicity through complexity, but not ignoring the complexity. I think that's the kind of elevated stature, especially I keep looking at Tahir, but there's so many other champions. We have an elevated stature, elevated opportunity, and therefore profound responsibility to pirona, matlab literally wo kya kehte hain wo jo wool ke saath nahi wo jo knitting, there's another one. Crocheting. We have to learn how to crochet these complex sort of strands from different places and different colors into something coherent. That is really part of the artistry of what everyone in this room has to do. And I once again would thank profoundly British taxpayers who basically took a big chunk of their daily incomes every day for a decade and sent them to this country, enabled us to have this conversation. And I hope that employees of the British government will be able to convey this somehow, that the people of Pakistan owe the people of Britain a great debt of gratitude, but ideally, we should not require the financing. The expertise, the engagement is great. The financing should come from within this country. And I would once again say कि IMF वाली conversation, अगर हम इससे अपने आप को जुदा समझते हैं, taxes की conversation, petrol की कीमतें, ये सारी चीज़ें आपकी तालीमी निज़ाम पर बहुत गहरा असर अंदाज होती हैं, रखती हैं, रहेंगी, तो आप as education experts इन चीज़ों से तलाक या अलहदगी का वो नहीं कर सकते. We are married to this shit and it's a lifelong thing and you have to find more and more ways of, again, crocheting the complexity into a coherent, reasonably simple but effective set of narratives.
Thank you, Musharraf. Thank you, Anna. बहुत shukriya, Manaf Saab. You know, fantastic session. I think we've tried to simplify it, but it did become a little complex at the end, I will say. But thank you, and you know, looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Thank you everyone so much for your contributions today. This is such a critical discussion. 5 million children are being born every year in Pakistan, so their futures are absolutely critical, and we need to make sure that they are learning and in school. A quick plug for tomorrow. It is International Women's Day, so I'm sure you have lots of invitations. However, we have an incredible panel opening tomorrow morning to discuss some of the key issues facing women and the opportunities that education enables them to achieve. Later in the day, we will be talking about foundational learning, and we will have some breakout discussions that will tackle some really challenging technical issues, including equity and inclusion, teachers and school leadership, approaches in delivery that work, and from hype to reality, the issue of EdTech. Finally, we will wrap up the day with all that matters: data, design, decisions, and politics, many of the issues we've talked on today, and we'll dive deeper into these critical issues. So thank you very much for spending a whole day with us today, and we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow.
Khyber Pakhtunkhwa is among the most challenging development contexts in the world, known for severe weather, challenging topography, and decades of conflict. In 2012, provincial education outcomes were low. Only 64% of children were in school, and half of all children in grade 5 could not read text intended for grade 2 students. Beginning in 2012, the Khyber Pakhtunkhwa Education Sector Program, or KES, promised to address these challenges by supporting the government to improve student enrollment, retention, and learning in its schools. KES worked at the provincial, sub-provincial, and school levels to provide comprehensive, flexible, and high-quality technical support to the government of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa in the delivery of its strategy and priorities for transforming education service delivery. KES worked in 4 main areas to transform education service delivery in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa. Improved teaching and learning in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa's public schools. Improved school infrastructure and facilities. Provision of better and more equitable access to education. And strengthened governance and management across the public education sector. To improve the quality of teaching and learning, we supported the merit-based recruitment of 67,000 teachers, enrolled 27,000 new teachers into induction training, 81,000 teachers into a continuous professional development program, and introduced 2 annual teacher and student assessments. KES also supported the provincial government to implement its COVID-19 education response for learning continuity during school closures and to help teachers and students catch up when schools reopened. KES supported the use of school-level data by the Education Department to identify schools with missing facilities and provide these through a system of conditional grants to schools. As a result of KES interventions, the percentage of schools in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa with all 4 basic facilities increased from 50% to 86%. 90% of all girls' schools in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa have electricity, drinking water, toilets, and boundary walls. This is up from 57% of schools in 2014. KESP incentivized girls' enrollment, attendance, and retention through conditional cash grants to 450,000 girls each year studying in middle and high school. KESP established the Education Monitoring Authority, or EMA, that ensured that the data is being collected from 90% of all schools in Khyber Pakhtunkhwa each month. KESP introduced 4 systems to drive accountability for performance. The first was the Online Action Management System to track and manage teacher attendance. The second was the District Performance Scorecard that tracks and incentivizes the performance of the district at an aggregate level. The third was the Intra-District Performance Scorecard to track and improve the performance of clusters of schools within each district. KESP also introduced a school status index to measure improvements because of these accountability mechanisms at the level of the school. At KESP, our aim was to have more children in school, staying for longer and learning more. And we have made progress towards that end. We took some of education's most intractable programs over the past 75 years and demonstrated that change is possible within a decade. We look forward to Khyber Pakhtunkhwa addressing even more challenges to give students the education system they deserve.
We work as monitors for the education department. We collect data from all schools each month that is made accessible online. This data is analyzed and all actions and plans to improve education are based on this data. We start our day by entering schools 30 minutes after the school's starting time. We begin data collection by meeting with the school principal and marking school staff attendance. We then physically check that teachers and students are present. We do a head count for this. You visit multiple places in this job. You have to go to a new place and school each day. The most challenging part of this job is the climate condition in this district. There are some schools we need to hike to. This can take between 2 and 4 hours at times. The most significant improvement to education in the last 7 or 8 years has been that in teacher and student attendance.
All schools in Mansehra that had missing facilities have now been provided with these.
Schools have been made functional, and now those schools that had zero enrollment now have students coming to them.
Monitoring has resulted in improvements in teacher attendance and as a result in student attendance.
The education department undertook several great reforms, but the thing that was needed most was to bring the teacher to the school. What motivates me most is people's trust in us. Trust that did not exist in 2014 is now very high.
My name is Shah Hassan, and I am a primary school teacher in Government Primary School, Khudadad. My school is located in Kissa Khwani, which is a very old and historic part of the city. Teachers are trained through the Continuous Professional Development Program, which has been a great support for us.
We provide professional development support to teachers through the CPD program and train them on different teaching methodologies.
The CPD training takes place once each month on what is known as the Professional Development or PD Day.
In the CPD program, training content for each session is informed by assessment results. We develop training content on difficult topics as identified through student and teacher assessment results. We then train teachers through the CPD program on skills and competencies that they are lacking in.
The CPD program has benefited school children to a great extent. Teachers benefit as they replicate learning activities shown to them at the training in the classroom. This makes it easier for students to understand difficult topics.
बच्चों के लिए वो आसान हो जाता है.